Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, At the Podium Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. Today was the first day of school. After completing the enrollment process and attending the opening ceremony in the afternoon, there remained a period akin to evening self-study before curfew, which would normally include a brief lesson. However, today was special, so this time slot was replaced by a small internal class lecture. Class 1 to 5. As a new student, Aramasiya currently wore a rather tense expression. This marked his 25th year since crossing over to this world and his first step away from eking out a living in Rakongai's Zaraki district. It was only natural to be nervous on his first day at the academy. But what made Arama so nervous that he felt his body clenching was the man standing at the podium. His short, slightly wavy hair had a gentle curve, reminiscent of lotus petals unfurling after the rain. Behind rectangular glasses, his brown eyes shone faintly, curving slightly as if apologetic. On the surface, he appeared to be a soft-spoken man. If judged by his build, he even seemed somewhat frail. But that face, paired with his distinct voice, was far too recognizable. Good evening, students. I am your instructor, responsible for your psychological health and academic progress. My name is Sosuke Aizen. Starting today, I will be working with you all for the next 6 years. As your mentor, it is my honor, and I ask for your cooperation. His gentle voice felt like a barrage of armor-piercing shells, blasting Aramasiya's mind into a fragmented mess. The Shino Spiritual Arts Academy was an institution dedicated to training future members of the Kido Corps, the Onmitsu Kido, and the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. The curriculum spanned 6 years, though only the most exceptional students could graduate early. Arama had merely wanted a steady living. So long as he didn't perform too poorly, employment was guaranteed. This place offered secure jobs. Arama was quite satisfied with his situation. After all, anything was better than struggling to survive as a street dweller. He didn't aim to become invincible or anything. That kind of ambition was beyond the realm of realistic expectations. But who could have imagined this? On his very first day, he would encounter the ultimate boss. Oh no, his past life memories surged forth like a nightmare. The man who defined Bleach. One of Ichigo Kurosaki's 3 father figures. The glasses breaker, the king of smooth one-liners, and the man who could make prison attire look like haute couture. This guy showing up here? How was he supposed to survive? Suicide, perhaps? Arama felt like his soul was about to float away. But then, Aizen's next words brought him back to reality. As you can see, I currently serve in the 5th Division of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, a specialized unit focused on rescue operations. The division's insignia depicts the silhouette of the Andromeda flower. Can anyone here interpret its symbolic meaning? A 2-second silence followed. Evidently, there were no connoisseurs of refined symbolism present. Aizen, however, didn't seem the least bit surprised. It was as if he had anticipated this outcome. Is it nervousness as new students? Haha, I hope you all adjust to this environment quickly. After all, the curriculum here at Shino Academy is quite intense. He adjusted his glasses slightly, the smile on his face unchanging. The Andromeda flower represents sacrifice, danger, purity, and sweet emotions. That is also my blessing to all of you. Indeed, learning is inherently arduous. Simultaneously, I hope you all grasp the essence of Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. When you eventually become capable individuals, do not forget your responsibilities and duties. The more Arama listened, the stranger his expression became. Something felt off. Very off. While Aizen was undoubtedly a master of deception, his earnest tone as he said these words gave Arama a faint sense of genuine sincerity. It was as if he truly believed in what he was saying. Whoa, whoa, whoa. While Arama wasn't an expert at reading minds, was this guy always like this? It was way too convincing. Or could this be part of Aizen's twisted sense of humor? As Arama pondered, a girl in the front row nervously raised her hand, prompting Aizen to nod at her. Please, go ahead. Sensei Aizen, I've heard of you. You're one of the Academy's top graduates, right? May I ask which seat you currently hold in the 5th division? The seat ranking system denoted positions of power and skill, just below the ranks of captain and vice captain. Wearing a humble smile, Aizen's eyes curved into a gentle arc like crescent moons. I am unworthy of much praise. Currently, I merely serve as the 4th seat. His words were modest, but the class erupted into murmurs. Huh? So young? And already the 4th seat? No, Sensei Aizen is so capable. Surely a position like 4th seat is just a stepping stone for him. The chatter continued unabated. Aizen didn't seem inclined to interrupt, instead observing everything before him with a composed smile. As a teacher, he lacked an aura of stern authority. Yet at the same time, his ability to effortlessly build rapport with his students seemed almost like a natural gift. The atmosphere in the classroom was lively. Uchiha, at last, began to collect himself. Upon reflection, according to the storyline, this man only began his schemes after becoming vice captain, right? Though Uchiha didn't recall Aizen's exact career trajectory, it seemed plausible he had indeed served as a teacher at the Shino Academy for some time. Even after becoming captain, Aizen continued to host periodic calligraphy classes at the academy. The seat ranking information should be useful. Judging by this timeline, the major events of the story are likely at least 100 years away. Right? Perhaps Aizen only started plotting after becoming vice captain. For now, this version of him seemed relatively normal. So, does that mean there's still hope for me? Uchiha's thoughts fluctuated, but Aizen's voice once again reached his ears. Uchiha-san? Present. Uchiha instinctively stood up, realizing that over 20 classmates were now looking at him. With a smile, Aizen nodded toward him. Uchiha-san, to foster harmony in the days to come, engaging in communication is a wonderful way to open hearts. Since we're all gathered here, why don't you introduce yourself briefly? It could be a valuable opportunity to connect, as we might work together in the future. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, Aizen added softly, "You're first on the list, so you'll have just 1 minute. Please, introduce yourself." Chapter 2, A Person Like a Stray Dog, A Peaceful Night's Sleep. Uchiha's luck was not bad. He was assigned to a dormitory in a more remote area. Since he didn't have to deal with nobles, he rarely had to concern himself with matters of hierarchy. He could act more casually and freely. Additionally, his 2 roommates were not from his class, allowing Uchiha to operate on a staggered schedule from them. While he wasn't particularly fond of being a loner, for now, focusing on his studies took priority. After all, once he graduated, he wouldn't have such a convenient environment for learning. As a commoner, he knew he had to take full advantage of the academy and squeeze every bit of benefit he could. The first day's curriculum wasn't too demanding. A relief for Uchiha, who was largely a novice in the other 3 required courses besides swordsmanship. In this regard, while others might have come to the academy just to pad their resumes, Uchiha was different. He was here to genuinely learn. Hand-to-hand combats, or white strikes, refers to close-quarters combat techniques. As one of the 4 foundational skills, its importance should be evident to all. Flash steps, a technique for instantaneously moving at high speed, allows a user to approach or evade with such speed that it appears instantaneous. Kido, or demon arts. By the end of the day, although Uchiha didn't recognize a single instructor, his notebook was filled to the brim with notes. His ability to gain attribute points through instruction proved invaluable. You have been introduced to hand-to-hand combats. Hand-to-hand combats +2. You have been introduced to flash steps, all his non-swordsmanship attributes gained +2. Uchiha beamed as he observed the pleasing increases in the 3 other categories, feeling a harvest-like joy in his heart. Say what you will. He hadn't made a mistake by enrolling in Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. If he hadn't managed to sneak into this institution, he wouldn't have had access to such content in Zaraki district. By the end of the day, Uchiha felt he had gained a lot. Aizen had been absent today, apparently away on business, and a stern-faced middle-aged man had taken his place. This led to much grumbling among the class, leaving the substitute instructor scratching his head in confusion. Am I really that unpopular? Well, today's lesson ends here. Starting tomorrow, classes will follow a 2-subject per day schedule, and there will be periodic exams. Please. The lengthy announcement made it clear that studying at the academy wouldn't be easy. Some students began to complain. After all, not everyone could easily grasp the material. With the difficulty of exams and assessments, many who failed to rank well would likely end up in trivial positions after graduation. Their prospects seemed bleak. In contrast, Uchiha didn't share such concerns. He had no time for pessimism. Training was the way forward. Happily exiting the classroom, Arima made his way to the swordsmanship dojo. However, to his surprise, the place was unusually bustling. At 10 o'clock at night, the dojo was still crowded. "Didn't anyone sleep around here?" he asked the gatekeeper uncle about the situation. The man, picking his ear with disdain, muttered, "What else? A noble lord wanted to practice swordsmanship, and a bunch of lackeys flocked over like dogs. That's why it's so lively." "Ah, nobles." Arima sighed thoughtfully. Even without his 20-plus years of life as a street dweller, he could sense the disparity between commoners and nobles. Take Rukia Kuachiki from the original storyline as an example. After entering the academy, she went largely unnoticed. But once she was given the Kuachiki surname, she immediately became the center of attention. Teachers' expectations, classmates' admiration. Such pressures might feel burdensome to some, but more often, they were an indescribable form of societal bondage. The classic Japanese hierarchical dynamic. But in any case, it had nothing to do with Arima. Those pompous nobles would soon have their comeuppance anyway. Enjoy acting high and mighty while you can. Aizen would eventually put you in your place. Returning to his dormitory, Arima pretended to sleep for 2 hours until his roommates were sound asleep. Then he got up quietly. He couldn't neglect his training. No way would the noble lord still have the energy to practice at midnight. Jogging back to the dojo, Arima found it brightly lit but completely deserted. Just as he had hoped. "Excuse me, can I borrow a set of training clothes and a wooden sword as usual?" The uncle checked his identification, glanced at him, and sighed. "You're just a first year, aren't you? You came yesterday too. Do you have to be this diligent?" "Hee, just a clumsy bird trying to fly early. People are generally more tolerant of hard workers." The uncle chuckled and nodded toward Arima. "Room 5 is empty right now. You can use it for a while." Technically, Arima was supposed to train indoors, but the uncle was clearly cutting him some slack. "Good man. Thank you very much." Arima grabbed the wooden sword and training gear and quickly headed to the dojo. Just as he was about to head to his destination, a figure slumped in the corner caught his eye. The person looked utterly miserable. Their body was covered in fresh, crimson welts, their training uniform torn, and their wounds swollen. They lay there like a wounded stray dog, back against the wall, limp and exhausted. Like a fish trapped in glue, they panted greedily, struggling for the faintest breath of life. This person wasn't dead yet, but they were halfway to the gates of hell. Arima studied the figure for a moment, puzzled, when the gatekeeper uncle's voice came from behind. "Ah, it's best to leave that one alone. Earlier, the noble lord came to train, and this guy insisted on sparring with them. With skills like his, it's a miracle he wasn't beaten to death. Probably because they're classmates." "I see. Yeah, there's always a few like that. Overestimating themselves, thinking that getting into the academy makes them equal to nobles. They don't know their place." Arima watched as the person staggered to their feet, swaying unsteadily toward the door. Their steps were shaky, their expression rigid. Their dazed demeanor suggested they might collapse any second. Arima simply watched them leave, making no overly enthusiastic gestures. Everyone has their own choices. If this was the path they chose, it deserved respect. Besides, Arima hadn't grown strong enough to help others yet. Changing into his training clothes, Arima entered the room. Familiar practice swings, step drills. Since the room also had targets, he conducted several rounds of cutting practice. 2 hours flew by. "You swung your wooden sword." Swordsmanship +1, calculating that he could squeeze in some sleep before morning classes, Arima thanked the gatekeeper and left the dojo. The sky was still dark as Arima spotted the same battered figure in a corner. They had collapsed, curling into a ball. It seemed they had lost consciousness on their way back and ended up here. By morning, someone would likely find them and take them to the infirmary. There was no need for him to interfere. After all, he hadn't harmed them himself. Logically and morally, it wasn't his responsibility to step in. As someone who grew up in Rakongai, Arima deeply understood the law of the jungle. Those who defied the rules and rebelled against the tide would ultimately succumb to their injuries. The chains of rules were unyielding, struggling against them only tightened their grip until all resistance ceased. So it was best to leave things be. That's how it should be. Yet, despite reasoning this out, Arima unconsciously stopped in his tracks. Half turning his head, he glanced at the figure resembling a stray dog. Tossing aside a bloodied towel, Arima watched as the figure stirred and finally sat up. "You're awake?" The person didn't respond immediately, instead reflexively reaching for their waist. Only upon feeling a familiar object did they relax slightly. "Who are you?" The voice was tense, but it carried more wariness than hostility. "Class 1 to 5, Arima Cea. This is my dorm room. You're lying on my bed." "That's not what I meant." The injured person, with dark brown skin, short purple hair, and protective goggles, turned their head slightly. They didn't look at Erema directly but seemed to rely on their hearing instead. "Why did you help me?" Erema sighed, crossing his arms before replying with some exasperation. "If you must know. I just thought it'd be a shame." "A shame?" Erema wrung out a towel, his gaze dropping to the basin of water. "Life is precious. If you die, that's it. Nothing remains. I don't know what grudge you have with those nobles, but throwing your life away seems like such a waste." Having lived 2 lifetimes and started off as a street dweller in Rakongai, Erema deeply understood the value of life. Even if you do have grievances, are they so urgent that you can't bear to wait? Why not gather your strength, wait until you're strong enough to stand on equal footing, and then think about revenge? Turning, Erema poured a cup of warm water, gently pressing it into the injured person's trembling hand. "Well, I'm not great at long speeches. What you do next is up to you. But for now, at least in this moment, drink some water. Your body won't last otherwise." Chapter 3, Amusing and Arrogant. After a long silence, the hand gripping the hilt finally relaxed. "Thank you. Also, though I cannot see, please don't act overly considerate. Treat me like anyone else." "Ha, quite proud, aren't you?" "I'm simply reminding you. There's no need for excessive concern when dealing with someone who has a disability." Watching the other person drain the cup of water in one gulp, Erema tilted his head and smiled. "Then, may I know your name?" "Tosin Kaname, Class 2 to 6. The brief yet resolute self-introduction left Erema marveling inwardly. What kind of world was this? Yesterday, he encountered the greatest manipulator ever born. Today, it was the most loyal subordinate in history. It seemed like he was fated to cross paths with people aligned with Aizen. Honestly, Erema didn't have a strong impression of Tosin from the original story and hadn't realized this guy was also a Shino Academy graduate. And just 1 year ahead of him, no less. Wait a minute. Thinking about it, most 13 Division of Imperial Guards members were Academy graduates. Except for a few outliers in the 11th Division. Tosin composedly adjusted his steps, lightly brushing the object hanging from his waist. Though his movements were still unsteady, they were noticeably better than the day before. Standing before Erema, Tosin spoke gravely. "Erema, I thank you for your assistance. But please, do not get too close to me." After all, he had already provoked the nobles. If they pursued the matter, things could become troublesome. "I know. I don't need the reminder. If anything happens, I'll be the first to run." Erema understood perfectly why Tosin acted this way. He had joined the 13th Division of Imperial Guards with a thirst for vengeance. His friend had been murdered, yet the perpetrator escaped justice. That's why Tosin carried a proper asaki at his waist. His friend's keepsake and a standard tool of a Shinigami. Students were only allowed to handle genuine blades during specific lessons, akin to a temporary loan. To truly own an asaki, one had to graduate first. Tosin, however, had his own principles of justice, which he upheld as he eventually rose to the position of captain of the 9th Division. Erema had always thought of him as the enduring, stoic type. Yet, this version of Tosin seemed impulsive and rash. Time truly is a whetstone. Even this headstrong blind man had been polished into a smooth and refined figure. Tosin fell silent at Erema's response. When he reached the doorway of the dorm, he paused and, without turning, said, "Erema-kun, thank you." Erema responded with a cheerful grin, his teeth shining brightly. Though, of course, the blind Tosin couldn't see it. "Ha, no problem." Because Erema had spent time helping Tosin, he arrived late to his class that day. Unfortunately, it was the Kido course, taught by one of the Academy's most fastidious instructors. Erema was penalized by being made to stand outside and had his privilege to audit the lecture revoked. To make matters worse, the instructor complained about him afterward, which led to Aizen seeking him out during the break. "Seiya-kun, could we have a word?" Erema had no choice but to comply. Following Aizen down the corridor of the teaching building, they chatted casually. "So, what happened?" Choosing a public setting rather than an office made the interaction feel less formal. Aizen wasn't there to hold him accountable. He seemed genuinely interested in understanding the situation. Erema didn't hold back, recounting everything about Tosin. Aizen's expression remained calm, though his tone carried a hint of regret. "I see. So, you were late because you were helping someone. That does sound like you, Seiya-kun." "Eh? Sensei trusts me so easily." This morning's Kido instructor had dismissed his reasons as mere excuses. Faced with Erema's doubt, Aizen let out a hearty laugh. "I think I have a decent understanding of your character, Seiya-kun. You're not the type to make excuses to shirk responsibility. If it wasn't necessary, you wouldn't have been late, correct?" This near-intuitive level of trust, usually shared only between close friends, left Erema a little touched. As your mentor, I do hope you grow to be a person of integrity and kindness. But life is unpredictable. Just like your classmate Tosen, people often grapple with challenges and discontent. And in such times, what should one do? Haha, sometimes, you need to think for yourself. I'll give you 3 minutes to come up with an answer. Aizen led Arima to the ground floor of the academy building, asking him to wait for a moment. When Aizen returned, he carried 2 steaming rice balls in his hands. After helping Tosen, heading back to the dojo, and rushing to class. You probably didn't have time to eat, did you? Squawk. This guy really was charismatic. Arima's stomach growled audibly. It seems you can't deny it any longer. As Aizen had guessed, Arima could only mutter a quiet thank you and accept the rice balls. Both were for him. One filled with salmon, the other with pickled plum. So, Ciye-kun, have you come up with an answer? Arima hummed softly before responding. Either submit or overthrow everything. The first option was compromise, the second, rebellion. Both carried their own meanings, though Aizen clearly viewed the matter as more nuanced. Oh? Aizen adjusted his glasses and sat beside Arima. An unusual perspective, Ciye-kun. It seems you possess wisdom beyond the ordinary. Not really, not really. I'm just parroting lines from a certain mastermind I admire, standing on the shoulders of giants to sound clever. It's just a passing thought. What about you, Aizen-sensei? How would you approach such a question? A counter-question? My. While such tactics might make others feel disrespected, I don't particularly mind. Aizen rested his elbows on his knees, clasping his hands as he supported his chin. Behind his glasses, his eyes were as calm as still water, devoid of ripples. If it were me, I might lament the unfairness of fate. Wouldn't you think of rebelling against it? You're quick to say such bold things, Ciye-kun. Truly, you are unique. Arima could sense that Aizen still held a certain reverence for the rules. After pondering for a moment, he hesitantly asked, Sensei, have you ever considered standing above the heavens? Aizen's expression shifted slightly. Raising his brows, he let out a thoughtful hum. As if on instinct, he turned his gaze to Arima, but an indescribable aura lingered in the air. It was as though he had chewed on the question, swallowed it, and digested its meaning. Finally, his lips curled upward. As if amused by a child's naive remark, he chuckled softly. Standing above the heavens? That's quite the amusing and arrogant notion. Chapter 4. A century ago the brief yet memorable conversation soon ended. After understanding Arima Ciye's situation, Aizen stepped in to explain matters to the instructor. After all, Aizen held a seated position in the 5th division, and his rank carried a certain weight. Compared to this mediocre teacher muddling through life at the academy, Aizen's status brought a palpable sense of authority. Combined with his polite and tactful manner, the instructor had no choice but to reluctantly accept Arima's apology. Though the process was a bit convoluted, the outcome is what matters. Ciye-kun, please make sure to balance your life and studies better next time. Grateful for Aizen's help, Arima gave a solemn promise to heed the advice. As Aizen was about to leave, he suddenly paused, a smile curling on his face as he added, Oh, by the way, there's a special lecture tonight that I've personally arranged. Be sure not to be late. So that's it. Perhaps the reason Aizen missed yesterday's class meeting was to prepare for this event. Did Aizen-sensei invite someone important? Aizen chuckled modestly, nodding with a hint of playful pride. It's someone who might even surprise you, Ciye-kun. Think of it as a new experience. Meeting people is always worthwhile. Someone who can be spoken of so highly. Just what kind of expert could it be? Curiosity aside, there was no skipping the afternoon classes. Over time, Arima began to notice gradual progress in his basic skills. The tangible rewards of hard work, the visible results, gave him a sense of addictive satisfaction. Arima felt like a sponge, greedily absorbing every bit of knowledge and nourishment around him. As for his curiosity about Aizen's words, the answer came just hours later when a certain lazy figure stood at the lecture podium. The man slouched casually, raising his right hand to dig at his ear with his pinky finger, his expression steeped in weariness. What's this? Having a captain like me talk to a bunch of freshmen? Doesn't that seem a little undignified? Sporting shoulder-length blonde hair and blunt bangs, the man's lazy gaze and sly grin gave off a mischievous vibe. His earlier complaint was directed at Aizen, who stood off to the side. But instead of getting upset, Aizen smiled good-naturedly and reassured him. Since this is my first time serving as an instructor, I'm worried that my words might leave an inappropriate impression on the students. Pushing his glasses up his nose, Aizen added, I believe someone of captain rank from the 13th Division of Imperial Guards would be better suited to provide a balanced and valuable perspective. Flawless reasoning. Unfortunately, the man before them wasn't one to follow conventional logic. TCH. But not all of them will join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards after graduating, will they? And even if they do, they won't pick a lame division like the 5th. Rescue work is so boring. Am I just here to help you recruit subordinates? Captain, please refrain from voicing your inner thoughts so freely. What does it matter? It's not like anyone from outside will hear. The two on stage carried on their banter, seemingly devoid of formality. But the students below sat stiffly, their expressions tense. After all, the blonde man wore the white captain's livery embroidered with the 5th Division's insignia. The fact that Aizen addressed him as captain left no doubt about his identity. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. The blonde man's face broke into a signature mocking grin. As you can see, I'm a bit frivolous and unreliable. But I'm currently the captain of the 5th Division. And your guidance instructor, Aizen Sosuke's direct superior. To be honest, we're short-staffed in the 5th Division. So today, I'm also here to extend an invitation. If any of you decide to join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, please, consider joining our division. Oh, and my name. He half-turned to write his name on the blackboard. Shinji Hiroko. The characters appeared strange. Written entirely in reverse, as if mirrored. Writing mirrored characters so fluently by hand must have taken considerable effort. The mocking expression on his face made his intent clear. That's all. Nice to meet you. The students remained stiff and silent. Though many wanted to comment on the odd name, none dared to speak up against the captain's authority, especially not during a first meeting. Only one person broke the silence. Excuse me. About that. The voice came from the back of the room. All eyes turned to the source, Aramasiya, sitting in the last row. The boy wore an expression of hesitation, clearly having thought long and hard before deciding to speak. Captain, isn't your name written backward? His casual tone felt inappropriate for the setting, bordering on disrespect. Yet instead of reprimanding him, Shinji's expression grew intrigued. The captain raised his right hand, pointing toward Arima with an amused grin. Oh, you've got a sense of humor. You caught on to the essence of my style. Do you know how long I practiced reverse writing? Are you a genius too? Shinji's deadpan delivery made his words sound absurdly serious. Without waiting for Arima's response, he continued speaking at his own pace. Anyway, I'm not a stiff guy. Feel free to relax. The 5th Division is a laid-back team. Off to the side, Aizen adjusted his glasses and cautiously interjected, Captain, this might give the students a misconception about our rescue team's work. It's fine. Nobody wants to join such a dull division anyway. We never meet our recruitment quotas. No, even if you're complaining, this isn't the place for it. Watching the light-hearted exchange, Arima's expression turned peculiar. Who would have thought these two would be at such ease with each other now, only to become bitter enemies a century later? Time truly is a butcher's knife. The class meeting quickly wrapped up. Shinji's talk was, as he promised, far from formal. For 45 minutes, he rambled about the cafeteria's lousy food, the incompetence of the staff, and the illogical scheduling. All dripping with personal grievances. It was entertaining but lacked any sense of seriousness. Yet toward the end, his tone shifted unexpectedly. Even though those memories were mostly unpleasant, they were still unforgettable. Train hard. Rest well. Don't waste your time. And don't graduate only to regret it, saying, I should have tried harder. Because honestly, that'd be pretty dumb, wouldn't it? It wasn't encouragement or comfort but rather a playful taunt that left a deeper impression. As the self-study period ended, Shinji gave his trademark mocking smile. I've said a lot. Looks like I've gotten chatty with age. Anyway, as a former graduate, let me leave you with this parting advice. Good luck, freshman. That's all. He left as casually as he arrived, walking off the stage without fanfare. Near the doorway, he suddenly paused and turned back to the crowd, raising his right hand to point at Aizen. By the way, you should all be grateful to this instructor. If he hadn't personally taken the time to visit the 5th Division yesterday, I wouldn't have bothered coming to such a boring event. Siri-eyed AI was vast. A detail that wasn't clear to Arima when he read the manga but had become apparent after living here for years. A round trip between locations like this and the 13th Division barracks would take an entire day on foot. While Arima didn't know how Aizen managed to travel so quickly, his effort and attitude left a lasting impression on everyone. If one were to describe the qualities of a responsible teacher, Aizen seemed to fit the role perfectly. However, judging by Aizen's expression, he didn't enjoy the attention. Faced with Shinji's accusation, he could only laugh helplessly and reply in a careful, resigned tone, Captain, please keep such matters discreet in the future. Shinji laughed as he walked past, carelessly patting Aizen on the shoulder. Relax. Learn to be bold, will you? Chapter 5, assurance and expectation. The two figures, arms slung over each other's shoulders in a casual and unimpressive manner, exited the classroom. Yet, despite the seemingly friendly gesture, it was clear that Aizen, as the one being leaned on by Hirako Shinji, carried an air of reluctant compliance. Snippets of their conversation drifted to Aramase's ears. How long do you plan to hang around here? The division's workload is piling up. We're really struggling without you right now, you know. It was evident that Aizen had grown quite familiar with Hirako Shinji, the 5th Division captain, and had taken on considerable responsibilities within the division himself. So capable already, huh? What a diligent guy, thought Arama. Arama watched Aizen cheerfully see off his captain. While tonight hadn't yielded much in the way of attribute gains, simply meeting a captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards had made it all worthwhile. In high spirits, Arama returned to his dorm, tidied up, and prepared to head to the training range for practice. But before he could take a few steps, a familiar figure appeared at his door. Tosen Kaname. The man still bore visible swelling and bruises, and though his injuries were bandaged, he looked as ragged as ever. Huh? Why are you here? Hearing footsteps behind him, Tosen turned slightly. His neatly combed hair gleamed faintly under the light, and his tone remained composed. I asked around and learned who you are. I also heard you enjoy sword practice. I don't like owing favors, so I waited here specifically for you. He raised a hand to rest it lightly on the hilt of his sword. The way of the sword is long and profound. There is much for you to learn. I can teach you a thing or two. Oh ho, is that so? Arama's expression turned playful. With 26 points in swordsmanship, while not yet on par with an official Shinigami, he felt confident about defeating a senior student. Not to brag, but if it's about swordsmanship, I think you might not be my match. Tosen responded with a cold scoff and a decisive turn of his back. Words are meaningless. Let's see for ourselves in the practice field. Such a fiery temper. Arama chuckled lightly and quickened his pace to walk alongside Tosen. By the way, I've been curious about something, so forgive me if this sounds rude. Is your skin color natural? And about your hair? Since you're black, have you considered rocking a cooler style? Like an afro, dreadlocks, or maybe cornrows? Come on, say something. It's boring if I'm the only one talking. It feels like a one-man show. Shut up. Beyond that curt response, Tosen said nothing more. 2 hours later both men emerged from the practice field battered and bruised, groaning in pain. Neither had expected the other to possess such formidable skills. Tosen, who wielded his late friend Sasaki, had naturally maintained rigorous sword training. Meanwhile, Arama's 26 points in swordsmanship were no joke, making for a hard-fought duel. Starting with cautious exchanges, their sparring escalated until both became fully invested in the battle. Arama's left cheek swelled to twice its normal size, forcing one eye into a narrow slit. A testament to Tosen's relentless attacks. But Arama hadn't been on the receiving end alone. Seeing Tosen clutching his left arm with a grimace, visibly trying to suppress a pain cry, Arama felt a deep sense of satisfaction. I'm not that bad, after all. What truly mattered, however, was the reward from their sparring session. You wielded a wooden sword and engaged in close interaction with Tosen Kaname. Swordsmanship +3, based on the attribute gain, Arama could estimate Tosen's level. Slightly above his own, but within reach of surpassing with effort. You're much sharper with your sword than you are with your words, Tosen remarked dryly. Arama chuckled. You're not bad yourself. Shall we go again tomorrow? It's a deal. To be honest, Arama's competitive spirit had been ignited. I might not beat Aizen, but I can certainly take you down. Just a little effort, and you're done for, my friend. After struggling back to his dorm, Arama quickly realized he had overestimated his recovery abilities. The next morning, the soreness in his body was even worse. It felt like the aftermath of overdoing it at the gym. His muscles screaming from exhaustion and overexertion. Help. Somebody save me. But realizing he wasn't close enough to anyone to ask for aid, he hesitated for a moment. By the time he decided, the dorm was already empty. If I can't rely on others, I'll have to rely on myself. Pull yourself together, Arama. Summoning every ounce of strength, he forced himself out of bed, washed up, bandaged his injuries, and limped his way to class. Unsurprisingly, Arama became the center of attention, his swollen face making him stand out. Among those who noticed was Aizen, who approached during the break with a gentle smile. Standing in the hallway, Aizen raised a hand and hovered it over Arama's injured face. A soft green light flickered as the healing power of Kaido repaired his wounds. The swelling dissipated, and his blurred vision cleared instantly. 2 hallway chats in 3 days, Seiya-kun. I didn't expect you to be such a troublemaker. Sitting beside him, Aizen crossed his arms and smiled warmly. So, what happened this time? Rubbing his now healed face, Arima recounted his sparring match with Tosin in full. Aizen's expression visibly brightened. I see. So you've made a friend. That's wonderful news. The days of a student are often simple, free from ulterior motives. To find a like-minded friend at this stage is a truly joyful thing. As your instructor, CE-kun, I'm genuinely pleased and proud of you. However, Aizen adjusted his glasses with a calm yet intimidating demeanor. But such reckless and heavy-handed actions. Next time, please think carefully before acting. The glare from Aizen's glasses was blinding. Gulp. Such an oppressive aura. Arima could only laugh awkwardly and nod in agreement. By the way, CE-kun, since you're so passionate about swordsmanship, perhaps you should consider applying to borrow an Asaki? Wait, is that even allowed? Of course. Certain options aren't explained to freshmen because they're not immediately necessary. But since the goal of your education here is to become a competent Shinigami, getting accustomed to wielding a blade is undoubtedly beneficial. Arima rubbed his chin, finding the suggestion quite reasonable. An Asaki, the precursor to a Zanpakuto. So far, he'd only trained with wooden swords. He couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to wield a real blade. I'm in. So, Aizen-sensei, what do I need to do? Submit an application. I'll provide a template later. Additionally, you'll need a sponsor to support your request. After all, exceptions like this require backing, and a student's name alone won't suffice. The logic made sense. Without connections, Tosin likely wouldn't have been able to keep his blade. So, your sponsor will have to be me, CE-kun. Hearing this, Arima felt a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. Violating academy rules could lead to serious consequences. The lightest penalty was expulsion, the worst involved imprisonment. A daunting prospect considering the extended lifespan of spiritual beings. For Aizen to take this risk on his behalf was no small gesture. This guy's so good at this. Though it wasn't intentional, I always seem to trouble you, Aizen-sensei. I'm so sorry. Aizen waved it off with a kind smile. It's nothing, really. And I trust in your character, CE-kun. I'm confident you won't disappoint me. With no room to refuse, Arima straightened up and nodded solemnly. I won't let you down. As they walked back, Aizen casually reminded him, focusing on one skill is admirable, but as your instructor, I must advise balance. The upcoming monthly exam will focus on hand-to-hand combats. Arima's expression froze. He'd completely forgotten. Performance in these exams was critical for securing a good post after graduation. Glancing at his stats, hand-to-hand combats, too, Arima scratched his cheek awkwardly. With this level, I barely surpass a street brawler. Realizing the weight of his workload, Arima sighed. I really need to work on those other skills. Seeing Arima's troubled face, Aizen chuckled softly, as if watching his student struggle brought him amusement. Prepare well, CE-kun. I look forward to seeing what you achieve. Chapter 6, The Assistance Area. After finishing his daily courses, it was time for evening training. Arima, Seiya and Tosin Kaname had agreed on a time and began sparring again, continuing until they were both utterly exhausted. During a brief rest period, Arima raised a question. Hand-to-hand combats? If you're asking me, you might be asking the wrong person. After all, hand-to-hand combats is just a comprehensive term for close-quarters combat techniques, refined, combined, and ultimately integrated. It's not difficult to start learning, but improving it is anything but simple. There aren't many instructors in the academy who are proficient in this subject. As one of the 4 foundational skills, its utility is somewhat limited. You can understand why. It's about prioritizing. Everyone's energy is finite. No matter who you are, you have to focus on one area and hone it to achieve mastery. For example, everyone has weaknesses. When I was a first year, I was graded the lowest in Keto during the exams. But the academy isn't here to make things impossible. They won't push you to the brink. After all, it's not their mission to create failure. Tosin shared his insights while passing Arima a cup of water. The intense sparring session had been far more effective than swinging a wooden post by several orders of magnitude. Without replenishing his fluids, his body would soon start screaming in protest. Seated on the ground, Arima accepted the water, gasping softly as he thanked him. So, finding someone skilled in hand-to-hand combats isn't easy? Tosin sat beside him, thinking for a moment before answering. At least, I don't think it's simple. What a headache. For Arima, the fastest way to learn was to find someone skilled, get them to guide him personally, and absorb their expertise. Most Shinigami rely on their Zanpakuto as their primary weapon. Hand-to-hand combats is more of an emergency fallback. That said, Tosin paused thoughtfully before adding, the Onmitsukido, the Stealth Corps, are quite adept in hand-to-hand combats techniques. Unfortunately, I don't have any connections with them. With his inability to see, Tosin maintained a calm posture of staring into empty space as he continued speaking. My apologies. Arima exhaled deeply, letting his arms fall slack before sprawling out on the ground. No need to apologize. That's a bit much. I was just asking. It's about manners, not content. So rigid. Are you some kind of old man? Tosin's lips curled slightly, but he didn't respond to the jab, instead shifting the topic. Although I don't know why you've suddenly taken an interest in hand-to-hand combats, as a second year, I wouldn't recommend it. He drained his water and let his hand rest on the hilt of his sword. Just get through the exam. A person needs to know their limits. Your talent in swordsmanship far exceeds hand-to-hand combats. You shouldn't waste it. Oh? Arima couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you, saying something encouraging for once. It's simply the truth. But arguing with someone as crude as you is pointless. Arima could feel the disdain radiating from Tosin as the latter stood and offered him a hand. That's enough sparring for today. You wielded a wooden sword and engaged in close interaction with Tosin Kaname. Swordsmanship +2, the gains were smaller this time, a sign that Arima's swordsmanship was catching up to Tosin's level. Reaching out to take Tosin's hand, Arima intended to pull himself up but couldn't suppress his reaction. Ouch! The sharp pain from his muscles forced a yelp from his mouth. Clutching his arm, Arima hissed, feeling a throbbing ache in his head. Tosin crouched beside him, a frown deepening the lines on his forehead. You! Why are your injuries still this severe? Why are you asking me? Shouldn't I be asking you why you hit so hard? After a moment of contemplation, Tosin seemed to realize something and asked, Don't tell me. You haven't sought anyone out to use Kaido on you? What? That's an option? Of course it is. It seems you really don't know anything. Tosin sighed as he extended both hands to support Arima by the elbows, helping him to his feet. I mentioned this before. Everyone has their strengths. Even among students, some specialize in Kido, particularly Kaido. Some students are already committed to joining the 4th Division of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. These people are happy to practice their skills by helping others. Granted, their abilities may not be refined, either due to inexperience or as part of their training. But I think you can figure out the trade-offs for yourself. As he spoke, Tosin pointed to his wrist. Arima recalled that this spot had been a target of Tosin's attacks the previous day. Enough to impair movement. There was no way such an injury could have healed overnight without assistance. So, you've had a healer helping you all along. Before Arima could voice his complaint, Tosin shot him a look of disdain. I always thought you were a little dense, but I didn't realize it was this bad. Arima tried to argue but found himself without a valid rebuttal. He could only offer a weak excuse. Isn't this just the kind of thing you power through with grit? Grit? Are you some hot-blooded fool? For once, Tosin cracked a rare joke, shaking his head with a faint smile. Take some time to visit the first floor of the Academy's main building. That's an area designated for student assistance. If you need something, you can seek help there. Though, keep in mind, not everyone there is reliable. Oh, so such a place exists. I owe you one, Tosin. Arima noticed the corner of Tosin's lips twitch slightly, as if he was trying to suppress a smile but quickly subdued the emotion. Even his expressions are so controlled. What a determined guy. You're welcome. The two parted ways at the dojo entrance, concluding their training for the day. The next day, setting his alarm early, Arima arrived at the assistant's desk on the first floor of the academy building an hour before class. The walls were covered in handwritten posters and quirky announcements, giving the place a distinctly student-run vibe. Arriving so early, the area was mostly empty, allowing Arima to leisurely browse the postings. There were requests for roommates, advertisements for selling second-hand items, and even girlfriend recruitment posters. Seriously, who would respond to something like that? While pondering, a pair of hands reached out and tore down the poster in front of him. Huh? Turning around, Arima found himself facing a rather imposing figure. Like him, the individual wore the academy's blue and white uniform, but their height was strikingly disproportionate. Arima, already over 180 centimeters tall, still had to look up slightly to meet the person's gaze. What are they eating to grow this big? This is ridiculous. Raising his eyes further, Arima locked eyes with the figure. Golden irises, short silver gray hair, and strikingly thick eyebrows made them stand out. The person's androgynous face bore a neutral expression as they stared back at Arima. The air grew awkward. Being literally overshadowed made it difficult for Arima to muster the courage to speak. The other person, however, broke the silence. Are you here to post a new assistance request? Huh? A woman? Startled, Arima snapped out of his thoughts. Before he could respond, the person continued. If so, please wait a moment. This section needs to be cleared first. You can post new notices over there. Though her tone was a bit cold, her actions were genuinely helpful. As she continued tearing down outdated posters, Arima noticed her side profile. Her hair was braided into fine strands, adorned with red pendants dangling just below her earlobes. They swayed like wind chimes in the breeze. Delicate and eye-catching. Cough staring, Arima stammered, She stopped and turned toward him, her stern expression softening into one of slight confusion. Is there something else you need? Arima quickly waved his hands, forcing an awkward smile. No, nothing. Sorry to bother you. Having been interrupted, she seemed to lose interest in her task. Straightening up, she said, You're a first year, aren't you? I'm the person in charge of this area. If there's anything I can assist with, just let me know. Perhaps it was her androgynous appearance, but her serious demeanor felt oddly out of sync with her words. Still, meeting someone in charge saved Arima a lot of trouble. Well, I tend to get injured a lot during training, so I'm looking for a student skilled in Kaido. Hearing this, she raised an eyebrow. Let me see your injuries first. Chapter 7, Kotetsu Izena. Oh, okay. Is she trying to verify the situation first? Very responsible of her, as expected of someone in charge. Arima Ce rolled up his sleeve, revealing the bruises left by the strikes of a wooden sword. This is... The woman leaned forward slightly, her thick eyebrows furrowing deeply. Bruises from blunt force trauma. You didn't even apply basic first aid? What do you mean? Like cold compresses with ice water or something. Leaving bruises like this untreated. Are you trying to develop chronic issues? Seeing Arima's sheepish expression, she sighed deeply, seemingly understanding the answer. Are all the new students this reckless this year? Never mind, sit down. Without waiting for him to respond, she guided Arima to a seat. Rolling up her own sleeves, her demeanor grew serious. Her exposed arms were pale and smooth, with a slenderness unique to women. Arima couldn't help but glance, nearly failing to look away. Her arms are so long and thin. I know a bit of Kaido, so let me help. Though Arima didn't know her, her demeanor thus far suggested she was reliable. Seated in the chair, Arima watched as she placed her hands over his arm. A soft, green light began to emanate from her palms, enveloping the injured area. His wounds began to heal at a visible pace, leaving Arima astonished. How does it feel? As she sat back down, Arima raised his arm and moved it experimentally. Amazing. Though a faint ache remained, it was far better than the sharp pain he had felt earlier. With a bright smile, Arima said, Senpai, your Kaido skills are incredible. It wasn't mere flattery. Arima had experienced Aizen's Kaido firsthand and now had a benchmark for comparison. This person's proficiency in Kido was well beyond that of an ordinary student. Hearing Arima's praise, her body flinched slightly, and she leaned back, turning her head to the side. No, not really. I just have a particular interest in this kind of thing. Her half-turned face showed a hint of embarrassment. She raised a trembling hand to scratch her mouth awkwardly. She seemed so composed earlier, but now she's shy about this. How unexpectedly. Cute. Arima straightened up, bowed respectfully, and spoke in a measured tone. I am Arima Ce, a first year from Class 5. May I ask for your name? Startled, she quickly turned her head back, returning the bow and forcing a somewhat awkward smile. I'm Kotetsu Izane, 3rd year, Class 6. I'm also the Student Council's regional manager. Hearing the name, Arima immediately realized who she was. So she's Kotetsu Izane, the future vice captain of the 4th Division. Kotetsu Izane didn't feature heavily in the original story. Even when she did have moments to shine, they were often overshadowed. Like being handily defeated by the indomitable Ichigo Kurosaki. Despite eventually becoming the 4th Division's captain after the 1000-year Blood War, she hadn't left a lasting impression on Arima. Admittedly, his memory of her mostly involved her swimsuit appearance in the extra chapters. Who knew she was already in the Shino Academy at this point? Clearing his throat to refocus, Arima raised his head and asked Izane earnestly. This might be asking too much, but could you help me with one more thing? He lifted his shirt slightly. Izane's eyes widened, and she instinctively turned her head away. Wait. What are you doing? I still have several other injuries like this, Arima explained. Izane cautiously glanced at the swollen and bruised areas around his waist and abdomen. Though his frame was lean, the severity of his injuries made her frown. Her expression turned serious, becoming more professional. She lightly touched one of the wounds to assess its extent. Arima's face twisted immediately. Ouch. You've fractured a few ribs. What happened? Did someone beat you up? Her voice carried a resolute tone, and her androgynous features took on an almost heroic expression. Although the school hasn't explicitly banned bullying, injuries like this aren't something to brush off. We should report this to the administration and ensure you get justice. It was clear Katetsu Izane had a strong sense of justice. Arima chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. It's not that serious. These are just the results of sparring. I was outmatched. No one else is to blame. Izane gave him an odd look, as if doubting his claim. Outmatched but still trying to act tough? These injuries seem more like the result of prolonged grappling. If that's the case. Fine. Let's get you healed first. Given her future role as the 4th Division's vice-captain, her proficiency in Kaido came as no surprise. Having found such a reliable healer, Arima decided to make the most of it. Moreover, Izane seemed to be the type who was kind on the inside despite a somewhat cold exterior. Perhaps due to her tall stature and androgynous features, she struggled to smile naturally and came across as rather reserved. But Arima could sense that she found it hard to refuse others. Senpai, you're amazing. Healing these wounds so effortlessly. Your Kaido is probably better than some instructors. It feels like soaking in a hot spring. You're the best, Senpai Katetsu. After just a few comments, Izane's serious demeanor cracked. Her face flushed as she let out a soft, sheepish laugh. Her cheeks turned bright red, and she seemed completely disarmed by Arima's praise. She's too easy to flatter. Once everything was done, Arima stood up, feeling invigorated. Though some areas still ached, the difference was night and day compared to earlier. Injury-free and ready to go. Just as he was about to express his thanks, he noticed Izane wiping sweat from her forehead. It dawned on him that he might have pushed her a bit too hard. I really worked her like a mule, didn't I? Though she hadn't complained, Arima felt a pang of guilt. Thank you so much for your help, Senpai Katetsu. Izane waved her hand dismissively, her attitude relaxed. It's nothing. It's what I'm here for. Besides, my skills still need polishing. I don't get many chances to practice like this. If you ever need help again, don't hesitate to find me. She's so accommodating that it's almost embarrassing. Before Arima could say more, Izane stood up and pointed at the clock with a gentle smile. You can save the gratitude for next time. You should hurry to class. You're almost out of time. Oh no, only 3 minutes left until class starts. What about you, Senpai? I have an off-campus internship today, so I can stay a bit longer. With that, Arima bowed deeply and sprinted off. Kido is a vast discipline, divided into 3 main branches. Mastery of any one of them can make you a formidable figure. After class, having confirmed his attribute gains, Arima sought out Aizen. When in doubt, consult Dora Aizen. You're looking for someone skilled in hand-to-hand combats who's willing to spar with you? Aizen, seated comfortably, pondered the request with a faintly amused expression. If it's just the former, that's not an issue. Given my connections, finding such a person isn't difficult. But as for the latter, that's a bit trickier. After all, sparring was a mutual agreement. To be blunt, with your current level, Arima-kun, you'd probably be used as a punching bag by more skilled practitioners. Exactly what I want. Arima nodded confidently. No pain, no gain. That's my way forward. Though Aizen didn't say anything, his smile suggested he understood Arima's intent. Very well. Since you're so resolute, you must have mentally prepared yourself. Standing up, Aizen patted Arima's shoulder lightly. It might be a bit demanding, but if it's you, I believe you can handle it. Follow me. I'll introduce you to someone who happens to be on campus today for a lecture. Who could it be? That question was soon answered. During the lunch break, Aizen led Arima through several buildings. The location turned out to be the area designated for 5th-year students. Are we still in the academy? Where's this? Following Aizen, Arima entered a spacious training hall. Inside, he saw a commanding figure standing amidst a crowd of collapsed individuals at her feet. You're all so weak. You're about to graduate, and this is the best you can do? Chapter 8, Shioi Nyoruichi. The figure stood with her back to Arima Seiya, yet her commanding presence was palpable. Her short purple hair exuded a sharp, clean-cut energy, and her attire, a snug short-sleeved top and knee-length shorts, was far from the academy's standard uniform. At a glance, Arima realized one thing: she isn't a student of the Shino Academy. Recalling Aizen's earlier remarks, Arima pieced it together. She's the outside expert brought in for training? But wasn't this a little extreme? The ground was littered with bodies. No fewer than 70 or 80 students, maybe even 100. And yet the woman stood there, exuding an air of effortless confidence. Her posture conveyed that she hadn't even used much strength. Sensei, Arima thought, casting a sideways glance at Aizen, are you really planning to let me spar with her? Are you trying to get me killed? Aizen caught Arima's wary look and responded with a calm smile before stepping forward. Lady Yoruichi, it has been quite some time. I trust you have been well? The woman, hands on her hips, partially turned to face them. Shioi Yoruichi. Golden eyes gleamed beneath her sharp brows, her dusky bronze skin catching the light. Her lean and athletic frame radiated a wild, untamed allure, though her expression suggested mild irritation. When her gaze met Aizen's, she seemed momentarily puzzled. Turning fully to face them, she raised her right hand slightly, hovering at midair. An expression of surprise spread across her face. "Oh? You're? If my memory serves," Aizen said, his tone measured, "our last meeting was 19 years ago at the 12th Division Barracks, where I had the honor of..." "Ah." Yoruichi's hands clapped together, her face breaking into a radiant grin. "I remember now. You're that glasses guy who used to hang around Gizuke." Arima barely held back a snort. The legendary manipulator, Aizen Sosuke, reduced to the glasses guy? This has to be a first. Even more amusing, Arima swore he saw Aizen's shoulders stiffen slightly at the remark. Incredible. Yoruichi, you truly are unbeatable. Though the situation was full of comedic potential, Arima managed to maintain a neutral expression. After all, it wasn't entirely unexpected. In the original timeline, the relationship between Aizen and Yoruichi was barely explored. Given their respective roles, they were unlikely to be close acquaintances. Their only likely connection was through a mutual contact, Gizuke Urahara, the former captain of the 12th Division and the founder of the Research and Development Institute. Yoruichi, Urahara's childhood friend and confidant, would have naturally encountered Aizen during his research collaborations with Urahara. And judging by Yoruichi's beaming expression, her fondness for Urahara was evident. Stepping gracefully over the scattered students, Yoruichi approached the pair, her smile growing wider. "It really has been ages since I've seen you. My bad, Aizen." The fact that she even remembered his name suggested they weren't complete strangers. Aizen gave a polite nod, his voice calm and deferential. "People of your stature can hardly be expected to remember the names of mere nobodies. Your courtesy is more than I deserve." Yoruichi waved off his formalities with a laugh. "You're still as stuffy as ever. So, what brings you here? Something important?" Aizen nodded slightly, then placed a hand on Arima's shoulder. Arima's expression immediately froze. "Wait, hold on, Sensei. Are you seriously planning to make me spar with Yoruichi? You can't be serious, right?" Aizen, as composed as ever, seemed oblivious to Arima's silent pleas. Meanwhile, Yoruichi's sharp gaze shifted downward, locking onto the boy in front of her. "What's this? You brought me a rookie for some special training? Just so we're clear, I'm not interested in weaklings." Aizen chuckled softly, patting Arima's shoulder with a deliberate air. "I understand your preferences, Lady Yoruichi. Today's visit isn't to trouble you with training but merely to observe a sparring demonstration." Hearing this, Yoruichi visibly lost interest. Clicking her tongue, she turned away with a dismissive shrug. "That's all? You're so formal. Fine, I guess. The higher-ups seem to like folks like you, anyway." Shaking off her earlier disinterest, Yoruichi strode forward, clapping her hands loudly to rouse the students sprawled on the ground. "Get up. All of you. You're fifth years, aren't you? You can't let injuries like this take you down. It's embarrassing." "What's that? You can't stand? Don't give me that. Even with broken bones, as long as your core is intact, you can keep fighting. In times like these, all you need is grit. Come on, focus. Get ready for the next round of sparring. Now that's the kind of determination I want to see. Tighten your muscles, take a deep breath. That's it. Let me warn you, though, if you can't last through 3 rounds of sparring, I'm not recognizing your strength." Yoruichi's fiery speech filled the room, her energy infecting even the exhausted students. Compared to the cool and composed Yoruichi from the original storyline, this version seemed far more spirited and lively. Aizen led Arima to a seat near the edge of the hall. The crowd of spectators was sizable, with many faculty members among them. Aizen garnered plenty of respect, as evidenced by the reverent nods and hushed whispers directed his way. Arima even noticed a few female students casting jealous glances in his direction. "Come on, do you have to be this popular, Sensei? Arima-kun." Aizen's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Yes, Sensei. Pay close attention to Shioi Yoruichi's movements. She is not only the head of the Shioi clan but also the leader of the Onmitsukido." As he adjusted the folds of his uniform, smoothing them meticulously, Aizen continued. "Her mastery of hand-to-hand combats and flash steps is unparalleled. She has risen above her clan's legacy and established her own reputation through sheer ability. She is known far and wide as Shunshin Yoruichi." Arima nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I see. Even a century ago, Yoruichi had already made a name for herself. A truly remarkable individual. But what brings her here, Sensei?" Aizen paused, then leaned closer and lowered his voice. Simply put, it's her unique sense of humor. Huh? Lady Yoruichi often visits the academy under the guise of assisting with education. In reality, she uses this as an excuse to conduct class-wide sparring sessions with senior students. No way. That's just straight-up bullying. You're not wrong, Aizen said, as if reading Arima's mind. It is indeed one-sided violence. But at the same time, it's also a rare opportunity. A faint smile played at the edges of Aizen's lips. For those who prove themselves, Lady Yoruichi may take notice and offer them a place in her division. With that, Arima finally pieced together the purpose of this session. So that's why all these upperclassmen are lining up to get beaten down. Glancing at the students who were writhing, vomiting, or simply lying incapacitated on the ground, Arima couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Yoruichi wasn't holding back at all. Her movements were so swift and precise that Arima could barely follow them. One by one, the students who tried to stand were swiftly sent flying, leaving no chance for retaliation. Or even a graceful collapse. She's brutal. The thought of enduring such a trial made Arima shudder. As Yoruichi darted around, the students barely managed to survive even the second round of sparring. Suddenly, a familiar notification appeared before Arima's eyes. You observe the hand-to-hand combat techniques of Shunshin Yoruichi. Hand-to-hand combats plus 10, you observe the flash steps techniques of Shunshin Yoruichi. Flash steps plus 10, whoa. 10 points at once? Based on past experience, Arima quickly understood the implications. Yoruichi's proficiency in hand-to-hand combats and flash steps was leagues ahead of his own. Only in situations where the gap was this vast could merely watching result in attribute gains. A double champion. She's on another level. As his stats increased, Yoruichi's previously incomprehensible movements began to make sense. Actions that had seemed cryptic now carried clear purpose and intent. While Arima was engrossed in observation, he failed to notice Aizen watching him from the side. The slight smile on Aizen's face grew, tinged with intrigue and amusement. Chapter 9, Interest. Well then, Seiya-kun, did you learn anything? As Arima Seiya snapped out of his deep focus, Aizen's gentle voice cut through his thoughts. Apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt your concentration. But unfortunately, there's no helping it. Since the senior student's performance has been underwhelming, Lady Yoruichi will likely be leaving soon. Leaving already? The very next moment, the pair heard Yoruichi's spirited voice shouting from not too far away. You're all just pathetic, aren't you? You're supposed to be students on the verge of graduating under the old man's tutelage, and this is the best you can do? You'd probably collapse from fear at the mere sight of a hollow. Correction. She definitely looks like someone who could say, this is boring, I'm leaving. But it wasn't without reason. None of the students present had managed to pique her interest. Given her busy schedule, this type of just-for-fun activity was hardly something she could justify investing much time in. It was clearly just a diversion, and diversions have limits. She had a job to get back to. Arima observed Yoruichi, who looked visibly uninterested, and thought to himself that today had already been quite rewarding. That is, until Aizen's voice interrupted his thoughts. Seiya-kun, aren't you going to give it a try yourself? Shock. The words left him so stunned that he couldn't respond right away. Arima slowly turned his head, his expression a mixture of disbelief and surprise, as he raised his hand and pointed at himself. Me? Aizen nodded with certainty and repeated, yes, you, Seiya-kun. Folding his hands neatly within his sleeves, Aizen wore an expression that was hard to decipher. It carried a hint of encouragement, as if cheering Arima on, yet his tone remained measured and polite. This subtle contradiction gave Arima a strange sense of unease. If I'm not mistaken, Seiya-kun, you have an extraordinary ability to learn, don't you? While I can't say I fully understand its workings, it's one of the reasons I hold your potential in such high regard. So, don't doubt yourself. Challenging a strong opponent can be an invaluable experience, wouldn't you agree? Seeing Arima hesitate and glance at him nervously, Aizen offered a warm smile and extended his hand, gently patting Arima's shoulder. Be brave, Seiya-kun. Talent is like a buried treasure. It remains just a potential until it's unearthed. Go prove your strength. As your instructor, I'll be watching over you. With Aizen's final words, any excuse to refuse evaporated. Aizen was a master of reading people, and Arima knew this. He had expected that Aizen might have noticed his uniqueness, but he hadn't anticipated that the observation would be so precise. Almost as if Aizen had peeled back all his defenses. Feeling slightly exposed, Arima had no choice but to take a deep breath, steady his nerves, and rise to his feet. If this was how it was going to be, then he would just have to take a beating. After all, wasn't that the point of enrolling in the academy? While the situation was unexpected, it ultimately boiled down to honing the basics. Bring it on, Shioing Yoruichi. Arima slowly made his way to the edge of the training field. The instructor overseeing the class, who seemed to be in charge of the session, opened his mouth as if to say something upon spotting Arima. However, Aizen stepped forward and whispered something in the instructor's ear. Whatever Aizen said seemed to instantly placate the man, who quickly returned to watching the sparring match. What a negotiator! Shaking off the distraction, Arima steadied his breathing. No need to be anxious or nervous. This was just a sparring session. All he had to do was give it his all. Arima, still clad in his academy uniform, stepped forward soundlessly. The moment his footfalls reached her ears, Yoruichi, who had been standing with her back turned, spun around. The tall, bronze-skinned woman regarded him with an intrigued expression, her sharp golden eyes glinting with curiosity. Her gaze swept over him, appraisingly. "Hey." Her voice carried a playful edge. "That posture. That step. Seems like you've got some skills, huh? Why were you pretending to be clueless earlier? Trying to act like a novice so you could secretly pick up a few tricks?" Arima didn't reply. Because she's exactly right. He was stealing techniques. And not just one or two. Feeling guilty, Arima could only maintain a neutral expression as he assumed a combat stance. "First-year student, Arima Seiya. Please go easy on me." Crossing her arms, Yoruichi rested her hands under her chest, slightly lifting it, before raising one hand to her cheek. Her slim fingers brushed against her face as her golden eyes narrowed slightly, like a predatory cat that had just spotted something intriguing. "Ha. A mere first year with this kind of presence? Not bad. Alright, I'll give you a chance." She raised her right hand, extending 2 fingers upward like a signal mast, her stance practically radiating challenge. 2 moves. If you can withstand 2 of my attacks, I'll give you special permission to join the Onmitsukido. That's unfair. A voice protested from somewhere on the ground, but its owner was quickly silenced by another student clamping their hand over his mouth. The second student's eyes flashed with warning. "Idiot. Do you think that's a reward for him? Do you even realize that for Lady Yoruichi, 2 moves and 3 moves are practically the same?" Indeed, to Yoruichi, it made no difference. Her intuition told her she only needed 2 moves to take him down. That was the entire reason for the number. Arima didn't respond. Instead, he focused on steadying his breathing. Relax. Relax. The floor beneath him was slick with sweat and blood, a testament to the fierce battles that had taken place. This was a true expert. A pioneer in the field of hand-to-hand combats. Arima had no advantages here, which meant he needed to adjust his strategy. His meager 12 points in hand-to-hand combat started to feel alive, as if the knowledge they represented was seeping into his veins and flowing through his body. No guidance. No reminders. Instinctively, Arima raised his hands into a defensive stance, turning his body slightly to the side. Yoruichi's smile widened, her amusement deepening. "Oh? This is a pretty novel starting stance. Not bad. Your school doesn't teach this kind of thing, does it?" She paused, tilting her head slightly. "I have to admit, kid, you're starting to interest me." But before her words fully settled, Yoruichi was already in motion. The space between them evaporated in an instant as her figure shot forward like a blur. She talks to distract, but when it comes to fighting, she doesn't hold back at all. Arima couldn't see her. He couldn't track her movements. Only a black blur that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. But he didn't panic. Gritting his teeth, Arima crossed his arms tightly in front of his chest, bracing his body. Like a whip cracking, Yoruichi's leg lashed out at Arima, the air around it rippling audibly. "Here it comes." Her kick slammed into his forearms with a force that made Arima grimace, his face twisting in pain. The impact reverberated through his entire body, threatening to topple him. "But I'm still standing." Despite the agony coursing through his arms, Arima felt a flash of satisfaction. Yoruichi's surprised expression told him all he needed to know. That's right. Observing her earlier paid off. Yoruichi often favored kicks in combat, and while Arima couldn't follow her movements, he gambled on that tendency. And won. Stifling the pain, he pushed off the ground and moved closer. "I can't wait for her next move. I need to close the distance and suppress her." Drawing on his 12 points in flash steps, Arima's movements became noticeably lighter, his steps carrying him closer to his opponent. Yoruichi's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in her gaze. "You." Before she could finish, Arima seized her collar with his left hand. Completely disrespectful. This was the kind of act that could get him reprimanded later, but Arima didn't care. Taking a deep breath, he pivoted his hips and twisted his body in a seamless motion, aiming to throw Yoruichi off balance. But in that fleeting moment, the grin on Yoruichi's face widened. Her golden eyes gleamed, and her lips curled into a faint, feline smirk. Interesting. For the first time, Shioi Yoruichi was genuinely intrigued. Chapter 10, Not Going. The back throw wasn't a complicated move. It required finding the right leverage and disrupting the opponent's balance before executing a simple toss. The opponent would be thrown to the ground, left in an embarrassing heap by their own weight. While this strategy was straightforward, some might even call it overly simplistic. It was the best option Arima Seiya could muster in this situation. Just throw them already. The thought had barely surfaced when Seiya realized something was off. The expected sensation of impact never came. Instead, he felt a sudden lightness in his grip. What happened? Before he could react, he found himself holding nothing but a thin, light-weight shirt in his hands. The person was gone. Only the clothing remained. This is Flash Steps Jutsu, 4 Maple Steps, 3rd form. Atsuzumi. The voice of Shioi Yoruichi came from behind him, and the hair on Seiya's neck stood on end. Having someone behind you in close combat was a cardinal sin. Instinctively, he tried to turn and lash out, but before he could complete the motion, a pair of hands wrapped affectionately around his neck. He felt his neck constricted tightly, locked firmly in a hold. "You're quite different from the others, aren't you?" The voice was soft and light, like a whisper brushing against his ear. Almost like the tender murmur of a lover. But there was no room to savor the moment. Like a snake coiling around its prey, the pressure around his neck tightened steadily, cutting off his breathing. Yoruichi's right arm had locked him into a chokehold, anchoring him firmly in place. Her left arm came around to reinforce the hold, ensuring there was no escape. Oh no, this is a rear naked choke. He could feel Yoruichi's weight pressing down on him, forcing him lower. Seiya's vision began to blur, his teeth clenched tightly as his face twisted into a grimace. He didn't want to lose. Especially not in such an utterly humiliating fashion. Damn it. It's supposed to be a simple sparring match, and you're pulling out secret techniques to deal with me? But no matter how much he struggled, there was no escape. Once a move like this was fully applied, resistance became virtually impossible. The choke would continue to constrict, cutting off oxygen to his brain until he fell unconscious. It was only a matter of seconds before he lost all ability to fight back. Am I really going to lose like this? No. I refuse. Desperately flailing his arms, Seiya made one last attempt to resist. By sheer chance, his hand brushed against something behind him. Something warm, soft, and impossibly elastic. A startled gasp escaped from Yoruichi. And then everything went dark. Seiya's consciousness slipped away. When Seiya awoke, he sucked in a sharp breath. Ah! Bolting upright, he instinctively scanned his surroundings, but a familiar, slightly teasing voice drew his attention. Finally awake, Seiya-kun? It was Aizen. Sitting beside him with a book in hand, Aizen calmly closed it, his gaze shifting toward the newly awakened student. Rubbing his still groggy head, Seiya sat up slowly, his voice low as he muttered, "Aizen-sensei, It's been approximately 12 minutes since you passed out," Aizen explained gently. "Lady Yoruichi and the senior students have already left." Hearing this, Seiya finally took stock of his surroundings. Just as Aizen said, they were still in the training hall, now completely empty save for the two of them. Aizen tucked the book under his arm and stood up, offering a faint smile. "So, Seiya-kun, how was it sparring against Lady Yoruichi?" Seiya pursed his lips tightly before letting his body fall back onto the floor with a loud thud. There was no way I could fight back. It was exactly as Yoruichi had claimed. She had been completely confident in her abilities, and rightfully so. Even if I had somehow performed beyond my limits, she still would have had a way to counter me. The gap between them was just too vast. Still, despite his crushing defeat, Seiya didn't feel entirely disheartened. Because that suffocating play had actually yielded tangible benefits. You underwent hand-to-hand combats training and engaged in close combat with Shioi Yoruichi. Hand-to-hand combats plus 10, a full 10-point increase in his attribute score. Had he been brawling with his fellow first-year students, who knows how long it would have taken to achieve such growth. Looking at his now 22 points in hand-to-hand combats, Seiya couldn't help but marvel. For comparison, his strongest attribute, Kenjutsu, was sitting at just 31 points. The beating he'd endured had definitely been worth it. Man, what a reward. Aizen chuckled softly, observing Seiya's expression. Judging by your reaction, Seiya-kun, it seems you've gained quite a lot from the experience. That's excellent. Come now, it's time to head back to class. Extending his right hand toward the student, Aizen helped Seiya to his feet. As he steadied himself, a lingering curiosity bubbled up within Seiya. Aizen-sensei, when did I notice your uniqueness? Aizen adjusted his glasses, the subtle glint in his eyes carrying a peculiar intensity. His smile deepened. From the very beginning, I suppose. I'm not particularly skilled at much, but I do pride myself on my observational abilities. Seiya-kun, you're quite special. I couldn't help but want to observe you more closely. Aizen's words were delivered so calmly, yet they carried an almost chilling weight. Before Seiya could voice any concerns, Aizen continued, his tone now tinged with genuine enthusiasm. And as it turns out, I wasn't wrong. Seiya-kun, your potential is extraordinary. Pausing briefly, Aizen's eyes narrowed slightly. To anticipate Lady Yoruichi's movements, make a split-second decision, and execute a counterattack. That's not something a rookie can typically achieve. It wasn't just about raw talent, it was clear that Seiya had absorbed and adapted techniques mid-fight. You have a remarkable ability, Seiya-kun. You absorb what you observe, process it, and make it your own. All in real time. A truly enviable gift. I see. You're a natural-born talent. As your instructor, I couldn't be prouder to witness your growth. For a brief moment, Aizen's usually composed demeanor seemed to radiate genuine excitement. To see a towering tree grow before my eyes. There's no greater joy. Seiya scratched his cheek, unsure how to respond to such high praise. Finally, he sighed and muttered, I may be a little special, but I don't think I'm as amazing as you make me out to be, sensei. Even with such ability, to remain humble. It's a rare trait. No wonder I hold you in such high regard, Seiya-kun. Aizen's tone grew quieter as he added, by the way, there's one more thing. Lady Yoruichi left a message for you. Huh? That mischievous lady has something to say to me? She said that while your performance didn't fully meet her standards, she was still quite impressed. If you're willing, she'll personally petition the Captain General to grant you early graduation and recruit you into her division. What? Aizen continued, his tone as composed as ever. Lady Yoruichi is extending you an invitation to join her ranks. Second Division, the Onmitsukido, or even the First Division Punishment Force. The choice is yours. Seiya mulled it over for a moment. If I go, what happens to our lessons? Then our connection would naturally end, Aizen replied. As your academy instructor, my role would conclude. But as a friend, we could still keep in touch. Seiya didn't even hesitate. I'm not going. Aizen's gaze lingered on him for a moment before he turned to leave. If that's your answer, I'll be sure to relay it to her. As Aizen stepped toward the exit, he added casually, this concludes our chat for now. I have some plans for you, but I'll need time to finalize them. For now, return to class and prepare yourself, Seiya-kun. Seiya blinked, watching Aizen's retreating figure. Feeling nervous? Aizen asked without looking back. No. I trust you, sensei. Hearing this, Aizen's faint smile returned. Good. I'll gladly accept that trust, Seiya-kun. Chapter 11, I want steak. After returning to class and completing the afternoon lessons, Arima Seiya stopped by the faculty office to take a look. Just as expected, Aizen was nowhere to be found. Whatever the enigmatic figure was up to remained a mystery. While Seiya felt a bit apprehensive, he knew better than to worry about things beyond his control. Focus on what's in front of you, he thought. With the day's classes over, Seiya headed to the cafeteria as usual. Skipping meals was out of the question. Proper nutrition was critical to sustaining his intense training regimen. When it came to food, he never held back. Excuse me, I'll have the hamburger steak combo, extra rice, miso soup, a side of chicken nanban, and a small bowl of curry. Oh, running a bit late today, huh? The cafeteria worker, who had grown familiar with Seiya's sizable orders, greeted him with a hearty laugh. Off to train again after this? You young ones sure have energy to spare. Ha. You're not looking too bad yourself, big guy. Still as strong as ever. You've got a sharp tongue, kid. Here, take some pickled veggies. On the house. A little flattery went a long way, and Seiya happily took the small bonus as he headed to the condiment station. He sprinkled some chili powder and seaweed flakes onto his food, then glanced around for a quieter spot to eat. That's when he spotted a familiar figure. Huh, that's... Seiya hesitated for a moment, then decided to approach. Excuse me, one bowl of rice porridge, please. Again? Girl, you can't keep eating like this every day. You'll end up malnourished. Ah. No, it's fine. Really? Hee, I'm just on a diet. Kotetsu Izane lowered her head nervously, her hand fidgeting with a small decorative earring dangling near her ear. As Seiya had guessed, Izane's personality was indeed reserved and introverted. She seemed especially uncomfortable in situations like this, where the attention of those around her was drawn her way. Not again. Izane clenched her teeth. She hadn't wanted to stand out, but her height always made her the center of attention. It wasn't her choice to be this tall, She'd have given anything to look more normal, to just blend in like a regular girl. Her mind raced for an escape. What could she say to avoid the awkward stares? Ah. Kotetsu-senpai, what a coincidence to see you here. A cheerful, familiar voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Startled, Izane turned her head to find a handsome young man with his black hair tied neatly behind him. His soft features and friendly smile gave him an approachable demeanor. She recognized him immediately. They'd only met that morning, but this was unmistakably Arima Seiya. Kotetsu-senpai, I've been meaning to ask you about something. Would you mind if I joined you for a bit? Caught off guard, Izane could only nod reflexively. Why yes. Sure, let's go. The two quickly moved away from the food counter to a quieter corner of the cafeteria. As they settled into their seats, Izane's tense expression visibly relaxed. If you're about to thank me, don't worry about it, Seiya said with a playful grin, waving her off. Consider it my way of repaying you for helping me earlier today. It's no big deal. Izane blinked in surprise, her hands instinctively curling in her lap. Then. Why did you? It was obvious you were feeling awkward, wasn't it? Seiya smiled warmly as he pulled apart his chopsticks, testing their alignment by tapping them gently against the edge of the table. Perfect? Since I noticed, I couldn't just ignore it. You seemed really uncomfortable back there, right? Seiya paused, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Of course, if my actions came across as intrusive, I apologize. It wasn't my intention to overstep. Izane shook her head vigorously. No, not at all. I really appreciate it. I just don't know what to say. It was as if Seiya had opened the floodgates. The emotion Izane had been holding back suddenly spilled out, her expression tinged with frustration. It's been like this ever since I enrolled. People always stare at me because of my height, even when I'm not doing anything to stand out. I mean, seriously. It's not like I asked to grow this tall. Even eating plain rice porridge somehow made me taller. It's ridiculous. Yikes. Listening to her vent, Seiya winced. The sheer amount of pent-up frustration was practically bursting from her. Clearly, she'd been carrying this burden for a long time. But considering their brief acquaintance, what could he possibly say to comfort her? Why is she even telling me all this? Noticing her own outburst, Izane sniffled and murmured an apology. Sorry. Can we just pretend I didn't say any of that? What else could he say but yes? Seiya smiled and nodded. As the tension eased, Izane seemed to calm down as well. Taking a deep breath, she lightly patted her cheeks as if to steel herself. Pull yourself together, Kotetsu Izane. Since when did you become so fragile that you're complaining to a first year? Sorry about that. That must have been embarrassing to watch. It's fine, Seiya replied easily. Honestly, you seem much more relatable now. He spoke casually as he polished off his bowl of curry. Relatable? How so? Seiya wiped his mouth, adjusting his posture slightly as he explained. Well, most of the time, you come across as a bit aloof. Like someone hard to approach. But I don't think that's how you actually are, right? Izane blinked, her hand unconsciously brushing against her cheek. Do I really seem that way? Absolutely. Seizing the moment, Seiya grinned. If Kotetsu-senpai smiled more often, I bet you'd look even cuter. What? She let out a startled squeak, her reaction almost cat-like. At nearly 6 feet tall, the normally composed Izane suddenly seemed small and flustered. See cute? Did he just say cute? Her mind raced. He wouldn't say that to other girls, would he? This is so out of the blue. What am I even supposed to think? As heat crept up her cheeks, Izane instinctively covered her face with her hands. Meanwhile, Seiya was blissfully unaware of the turmoil he'd caused. From his perspective, calling someone cute was just a polite compliment. A neutral way to brighten someone's mood. It was something he'd learned from observing Izane. When in doubt, follow the master negotiator. Breaking the awkward silence, Izane cleared her throat and blurted, Arima-kun. Why you sure eat a lot. Can't skimp on food when you're training every day, Seiya replied with a sheepish laugh. I see. Thinking back to his injuries earlier, Izane furrowed her brow. Even so, that kind of intense training seems too dangerous. You really ought to take better care of yourself. Recognizing her genuine concern, Seiya smiled. Thanks, senpai. I'll be more careful from now on. Too casual. Izane wanted to press the issue but stopped herself. Instead, she forced an awkward smile. You're really dedicated, huh? Seiya nodded firmly. Of course. Time at the academy is limited, so I want to make the most of it. That way, I can secure a good future. His sincerity left Izane at a loss for words. She couldn't help but admire his drive. As Seiya finished his meal, Izane glanced at her own bowl of plain porridge. I wish I could eat like that, she thought. But growing even taller was out of the question. After a moment of hesitation, Izane spoke up again. By the way, are you doing okay financially? Cia blinked in surprise, then chuckled. I'm managing fine. I saved up a bit from doing odd jobs before enrolling, so I should be good for the year. Nodding thoughtfully, Izane seemed to come to a decision. Fiddling with her hands, she hesitated before speaking. Well, there's a part-time position open in the student council. If you're interested. Before she could finish, Cia's eyes lit up. I'm interested. Earning money early would mean more financial freedom. And with it, better food options. Forget hamburger steaks. It's time for steak. Chapter 12, A Good News and Another Good News. Inside the Kendo training hall, it was around 1 in the morning. By this hour, even the most diligent students would have called it a night. But for those who aspired to scale greater heights and test their limits, the late hours were when the body truly ignited with purpose. After another round of passionate sparring, Cia and Towson collapsed against the wall, leaning on each other like old friends as they caught their breath. Dragging his sore, aching body over to a nearby vending machine, Cia bought 2 chilled bottles of green tea. He tossed one to Towson. Here. Consider it a return gift for yesterday. Towson paused for a moment, then accepted the bottle with a nod of appreciation. Thanks. I appreciate it. Hey, there's no need to be so formal. Unscrewing the cap, Towson downed a long gulp of the tea. The mix of sugar and brewed leaves refreshed him instantly, invigorating his worn-out body and clearing his mind. Wiping the corner of his mouth, his expression remained stoic. Fairness must be upheld. If I can't honor small gestures, how can I hope to pursue justice? Yeah, having principles is nice and all, but I won't go poking holes in your worldview. Cia plopped onto the floor, sprawling out with a heavy sigh as he readied his loosened hair. Towson turned slightly toward him, his face showing a faint trace of curiosity. By the way, did something good happen? You seemed unusually cheerful during practice. Huh? What makes you say that? You kept smiling. An insufferable grin, to be exact. It was so nauseating I couldn't forget it. His tone was calm as ever, yet his words cut like a knife. After a pause, he delivered another jab. You did it 6 times. You were counting? Seriously, how do you even notice these things? What kind of blind man is this? Realizing there was no hiding it, Cia grinned and told Towson about the part-time job he'd landed with a student council. Basically, it's helping out with errands, setting things up when events happen, and doing other small tasks. The best part is that it doesn't conflict with class time. It's perfect? Cia beamed, clearly proud of himself for managing to maximize his time. Towson, however, wasn't so easily convinced. With his usual sharp tone, he pointed out, student council work isn't that simple. Are you sure you're not being scammed? Cia blinked, momentarily stunned. He recalled Kotetsu Izane's earnest smile and shook his head. I don't think so. Then there's only one other possibility. Towson's lips curled into an uncharacteristically playful smirk. That Kotetsu Izane must have taken a liking to you. She probably adjusted the work schedule to suit your convenience. Before Cia could respond, Towson raised his hand, pointing directly at him with an almost mocking gesture. I'd say the scent of springtime is wafting off you, Arama Cia. Towson, your jokes are terrible. Ignoring the comment, Cia leaned back on the floor, resting his hands behind his head. Could Kotetsu-senpai really have feelings for me? The thought lingered in his mind longer than he expected. Kotetsu Izane. The tall, slightly awkward but earnest senior who always seemed so serious. To be fair, he had caught himself stealing glances at her earlier that day. She does have an impressive figure. Cia's thoughts wandered for a moment before he shook his head with a laugh. Now it smells like an animal in heat, Towson quipped. Are you a dog? After their rest, they sparred one last time before parting ways. On his way back, Cia reviewed his progress for the day. Another 2 points in swordsmanship. Wait, that's a bit odd. The patterns didn't seem to line up anymore. Previously, he would have expected a smaller increase. But now, the results were balanced. Then it hit him. Towson must be improving, too. Cia grinned as the realization sank in. Of course Towson was progressing. After all, he would go on to become a captain in the original story. This works perfectly for me. I'll keep improving alongside him, one step at a time. Once he returned to his dorm room, Cia sat down to review his status panel. Swordsmanship, 33, hand-to-hand, 22, flash steps, 2, Kido, 2. The even distribution looked oddly satisfying, like it had been sorted into descending order. Kido really needs work, he thought, shaking his head. The problem wasn't him, It was the instructors. If only Aizen taught Kido, I'd probably get plus 10 points per lesson. Still, it wasn't bad. He was only a first-year student. There was plenty of time to grow. No rush. Time is on my side. The next morning, Seiya arrived at the student help area an hour before class. Kotetsu Aizen was already there, standing in the same spot as yesterday. When she spotted him, her face lit up with a visible smile as she waved enthusiastically. Arama-kun. Not wanting to keep her waiting, Seiya quickened his pace. Sorry for being late, Kotetsu-senpai. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Don't worry about it. I'm your senior. It's only right for me to arrive first. Besides, I needed time to prepare your work schedule. Understood. I'll be in your care today, senpai. Aizen beamed at him, the corners of her mouth stretching into a wide grin that revealed her teeth. She looks kind of goofy, Seiya thought, holding back a chuckle. Alright, I'll be counting on you too. As Aizen explained his tasks for the day, Seiya couldn't help but notice a few small details. For starters, she smelled nice. The subtle fragrance of perfume lingered around her. Much stronger than yesterday. Did she put on perfume for this? Her face also looked more refined today, as though she had taken extra care with her appearance. Even the small accessory hanging from her braid was new. She put in a lot of effort, Seiya thought, recalling Towson's teasing words. Could she actually? Like me? Aizen's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Do you understand everything so far? Yes, Kotetsu-senpai. Thank you for the guidance. Avoiding eye contact, Aizen fidgeted nervously with the charm on her braid. Well then. I'll just. You look especially cute today, Kotetsu-senpai. What? She nearly stumbled as her brain short-circuited. Did he really just say that? Fighting the urge to flee, Aizen turned around sharply, trying to summon her seniority. But whatever scolding she had planned evaporated when she saw Seiya roll up his sleeve, revealing fresh bruises on his shoulder. Senpai, I've got some new injuries today. Could I trouble you again? Any thoughts of reprimanding him vanished instantly. Aizen let out a deep sigh, her brows furrowing as she approached. You really need to stop hurting yourself like this. If it happens again, I'm not helping you. Got it? Her words carried more concern than anger, leaving Seiya grinning sheepishly. Got it, senpai. After finishing his morning tasks and arriving just in time for class, Seiya's day proceeded as usual. During lunch, he was debating whether to invite Aizen to dinner when Aizen suddenly appeared, beckoning him over with a smile. Seiya-kun, I have good news. And another piece of good news. Which would you like to hear first? Do I even have a choice? Amused by Seiya's blank expression, Aizen's smile widened. The first piece of good news, you're excused from class this afternoon. I've already arranged it. The second piece of good news, I submitted your request to Boro and Asaki. And it's been approved. Aizen's glasses gleamed as he delivered the final reveal. Let's go, Seiya-kun. It's time for you to receive your Zanpakuto. Chapter 13 Live Blade Training. Typically, the Academy organizes a formal lending ceremony for first-year students about 6 months after admission. As the name implies, these swords are merely on loan under the Academy's name, Aizen explained calmly, leading the way through the Academy's high-level training district. They're eventually reclaimed, he continued, which makes perfect sense. After all, students are still immature, both physically and mentally. Carrying lethal weapons in school can encourage recklessness and unnecessary conflict. To prevent that possibility, the Academy prohibits students from bearing swords on campus. That makes sense, Seiya thought. He had wondered about this before, but hearing Aizen explain it shed new light on the logic behind the rule. For the ordinary masses, Aizen went on, receiving Asaki early or late makes little difference. To fuse their souls with the blade and awaken their Zanpakuto's name is a long, arduous process requiring immense effort. From a managerial perspective, limiting access minimized risk and resources. A perfectly rational approach. Of course, Aizen added, a knowing smile tugging at his lips, for every ordinary individual, there exists a rare genius. Those truly gifted can bypass these rules and begin forging a connection with the blade earlier. As long as they have a guarantor, students may receive their Asaki ahead of schedule, beginning the soul fusion process sooner. In fact, it's not uncommon for talented students to call forth their Zanpakuto's name while still enrolled in the academy. Then, with a calm, measured tone, Aizen looked at Seiya. I believe you can do it as well, Seiya-kun. It was a compliment. One that should have filled Seiya with pride. Instead, it weighed on him like a stone. Being trusted by Aizen feels great. But it's also terrifying. Desperate to shift the subject, Seiya cleared his throat and asked, by the way, Aizen-sensei, what's the difference between an Asaki and a Zanpakuto? Aizen paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, as though choosing the simplest way to explain something fundamental. An Asaki and a Zanpakuto are essentially the same thing, he began. The former is simply the Zanpakuto's unawakened state. When the blade is released, when it gains a name, that's when it becomes a true Zanpakuto. Put simply, the difference lies in whether or not the weapon possesses an identity. I see, Seiya thought, his curiosity satisfied. He hadn't given much thought to this distinction before. Aizen continued, his voice smooth and encouraging. The process of soul fusion varies. Some take months, even years, while others find the answer almost immediately. No matter how long it takes, those with true talent will hear their blade's voice sooner or later. Seiya-kun, take heart. The Zanpakuto that awaits you, etched with your name, infused with your soul, will be a precious creation, unique to you. The way Aizen described it made Seiya's pulse quicken. The idea of forging a connection with his own blade suddenly filled him with eager anticipation. So, was this why you left earlier, sensei? Seiya asked, trying to distract himself from his growing excitement. More or less, Aizen replied with a cryptic smile. I had a few other matters to attend to as well. Seiya hesitated, guilt creeping in. Thank you, Aizen-sensei. For everything. Aizen smiled warmly, placing a reassuring hand on Seiya's shoulder. It's nothing. As your instructor, this is the least I can do. If you truly feel indebted to me, then grow stronger, Seiya-kun. That would be the greatest reward you could offer me. Damn it, now I feel even guiltier. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Seiya forced a smile. I'll do my best. Aizen led Seiya to the upper-level training wing, a place reserved for advanced students. Seiya had no right to be here under normal circumstances. If not for Aizen's influence, he wouldn't have gotten past the gate. They eventually arrived at a solitary, dark building with an odd architectural design. The thick walls, heavy doors, and pitch-black windows gave it an ominous feel. As they approached, Seiya felt his vision darken slightly, as though the building itself absorbed the surrounding light. At the reception desk, Aizen spoke quietly with an attendant, who nodded after a brief exchange. Returning to Seiya, Aizen said, your identity has been verified. My role ends here. From this point on, it's up to you. Seiya swallowed hard. Here we go. He took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to his mentor. Thank you for everything, sensei. Go on, Aizen said simply, waving him forward. As Seiya turned to leave, Aizen's voice rang out again. Oh, and Seiya-kun. If you find yourself lost or uncertain, try letting go of thought and trusting your instincts. The advice seemed vague, but Seiya nodded firmly. If Aizen said it, there had to be some merit to it. Following a guide, Seiya arrived at a large, steel-reinforced door. Inside is the Asaki chamber, the guide explained gruffly. Normally, students receive their blades at random during the ceremony. But since you have a guarantor, you're an exception. The guide retrieved a heavy keyring and unlocked the door, the mechanism groaning as the massive lock disengaged. The door swung open with a deep thud, revealing a dark, cavernous space beyond. Go ahead, the guide said. Thanks to your guarantor, you have the right to choose. Seiya stepped inside. The Asaki chamber was vast, its curved walls forming a massive, circular vault. The lack of lighting didn't matter. The blades themselves provided illumination. Rows upon rows of identical swords, lined up like soldiers, reflected the faintest light, their polished edges gleaming eerily. It was like walking into a forest of steel. The uniformity of the swords made them seem less like weapons and more like eyes. Blank, unblinking eyes, all staring directly at him. Are they watching me? A chill ran down Seiya's spine, and his breath grew shallow. The oppressive silence felt suffocating. Is this a test? Seiya's instincts screamed at him that these swords were not lifeless objects. Each blade seemed alive, observing him silently. The faint rustle of shifting metal filled the room, like whispers in the dark. Seiya's pulse quickened, his nerves stretched taut. Calm down, he told himself. Then he remembered Aizen's advice, let go of thought. Trust your instincts. Taking a deep breath, Seiya closed his eyes. He let his body relax, exhaling slowly as he let go of his conscious thoughts. Don't choose the blade. Let it choose you. His right foot stepped forward instinctively, his stance shifting. Drawing upon his 33 points in swordsmanship, his accumulated experience and skill, Seiya's body moved on its own, fluid and natural. He raised his left hand, palm up, as though offering something. His right hand hovered above it, 2 fingers extended. In the stillness, something shifted. The whispering stopped. And for the first time, Seiya felt it. An undeniable pull. One blade, among thousands, called to him. When Seiya finally emerged from the chamber, Aizen was waiting. The man opened his eyes and smiled, his expression unusually pleased. "So, you've chosen?" Seiya grinned, stepping forward and proudly lifting the long, sheathed sword at his hip. The blade's black scabbard gleamed faintly, its leather-wrapped hilt secured by a simple cord. "It chose me," Seiya said triumphantly. Aizen shook his head with an indulgent smile. "Gaining Anasaki's recognition is commendable, but don't let it go to your head, Seiya-kun." "Just for a little while, sensei," Seiya replied with a cheeky grin. "Let me enjoy this moment." "Very well," Aizen said with a sigh, his tone laced with amusement. The two walked side by side, leaving the dark chamber behind. Unbeknownst to them, the guide, having returned to check the room, paused, a puzzled look crossing his face. "Strange. Who was I just talking to?" Shaking his head, the man patted his keyring, reassuring himself that everything was in place. The most problematic swords were all accounted for. As long as that door's locked tight, there won't be any trouble. Elsewhere, Aizen led Seiya to a familiar location, the Kendo training hall. As Seiya stood there, confused, Aizen stepped into the sparring area and began untying his robe. "Change into your training gear, Seiya-kun," Aizen instructed, revealing a fitted black sparring uniform beneath his robes. What?" Smiling faintly, Aizen drew his Zanpakuto, its polished blade glinting in the light. "I thought it might be interesting," he said, his voice calm yet edged with anticipation, "to have a little live blade sparring session with you." Chapter 14, This is Mercy. Live blade training refers to sparring conducted with real swords, Aizen began, his voice calm but firm. In the distant past, this method was commonly used as a fair and impartial way to settle disputes or conduct duels. After all, only in the face of life and death can there be true equality. Though the practice has declined, it has given rise to modern variations. Now, live blade training is used to increase focus and commitment, pushing participants to perform far beyond what ordinary training can achieve. Even at this moment, Aizen remained the consummate teacher. His explanation was thorough, but the timing. Why is this the time for a lecture? Listening to Aizen's calm words, Seiya could feel the sweat trickling down his back. This isn't right. There's no way I can match up to Aizen in a fight, not with wooden swords, and certainly not with real ones. Seiya's heart was racing, his palms slick with sweat. His nerves didn't escape Aizen's sharp observation. "Are you nervous, Seiya-kun?" Aizen asked, his smile unchanging. "What do you think?" "Good. You should be nervous," Aizen continued. "No, in fact, this is the most normal reaction." Stopping his slow, deliberate pacing, Aizen turned to face Seiya fully. To feel apprehension at the sight of a sharp blade, to recoil at the thought of injury and blood. "This is a natural response," Aizen said as he began to approach Seiya, his steps measured and unhurried. After all, few are born warriors. Most must be refined through trials, carefully selected and trained to withstand such things. His footsteps whispered against the polished wooden floorboards of the dojo, the surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. "And did you know, Seiya-kun? Each year, the academy loses 1/6 of its first-year students by the end of their first month. Not because of poor academic performance, but because they cannot bear the weight of a sword. They hesitate. They falter. Even the lightest blade feels like a crushing burden in their hands, and eventually, they can no longer raise it at all." Aizen's voice was gentle, almost soothing, yet his words carried a weight that pressed down on Seiya's chest. The distance between them grew smaller, Aizen's presence suffocating. Is it the words? Or something else? Seiya's breath hitched as Aizen came to a stop in front of him, the sword in his hand now pointed downward, its tip hovering just above the floor. "You see, Seiya-kun," Aizen murmured, his voice like a whispering wind. "This is what we share. A weapon, cold and unfeeling, crafted to take life." Lifting the sword, Aizen brought the edge close to Seiya's neck. Though it hadn't touched his skin, the sharp presence of the blade felt like a searing line against his throat. It is a thing of brutality, craving blood and devoid of mercy. And so, when wielding such a weapon, hesitation is forbidden, and compassion is a sin. The sword inched closer, the pressure in the room becoming unbearable. Seiya's body trembled, his breath shallow and ragged. "If you cannot overcome your fear, if you cannot fight, then what is left of you? Will you allow your life to be stolen by others, faceless and merciless?" Aizen's voice grew softer, more intimate, as though he were confiding a secret. "If that is the case, then perhaps it is better for me to take your life here and now, Seiya-kun. So remember this moment." The tension reached a breaking point as Aizen spoke his final words, his tone a chilling blend of cruelty and compassion. "This is mercy." The atmosphere shattered as an overwhelming wave of pressure surged through the room. Seiya's body reacted instinctively. His hand, trembling yet resolute, reached for the hilt of his Isaki. The blade left its scabbard with a sharp, ringing sound that echoed through the dojo. And then, boom! A deafening explosion of spiritual energy erupted, sending shockwaves through the building. Outside, Denshuke Shinden, the manager of the dojo and keeper of its records, was enjoying a rare moment of peace. Lounging in his handmade chair, he sipped his tea, thinking to himself, another quiet day. His thoughts were interrupted by a thunderous blast that rattled the walls. What in the? The shockwave tore through the building, splintering wooden beams and scattering debris. Shinden himself was lifted off the ground, flailing comically before crashing to the floor several meters away. Gasping, he struggled to his feet, his mind racing. Is it a hollow attack? Did someone smuggle explosives into the dojo? Regardless of the cause, it was bad. Very bad. Scrambling to regain his composure, Shinden barked orders at the gathered students. Don't just stand there. Get help. Something's gone wrong in the dojo. Without waiting for a reply, he peered through the swirling dust and debris, trying to make sense of what had just happened. As the dust settled, Shinden saw two figures standing within the wreckage. The first was a man in black training attire. Thin, wiry, and composed. Blood dripped from a gaping wound that stretched from his abdomen to his shoulder, a brutal, diagonal slash that had torn through both flesh and cloth. Yet the man stood tall, his posture unyielding, his expression unreadable. It was Aizen. His glasses were gone, his face streaked with blood. And yet, he was smiling. Even with a wound that would have incapacitated most, his calm demeanor and faint smile exuded an eerie, almost inhuman aura. Why is he smiling? Shinden thought, his heart pounding. What kind of monster is this? The second figure was a young man kneeling on the floor. His long black hair was damp with sweat, clinging to his face as he struggled to catch his breath. It was Seiya. He clutched his Isaki tightly, his knuckles white. His body trembled with exhaustion, his chest rising and falling as though he had just escaped death itself. Though battered and weary, Seiya was alive. Aizen knelt before him, extending a blood-stained hand. Congratulations, Seiya-kun, Aizen said softly, his voice filled with an unsettling warmth. You've earned the right to survive. Remember this moment. The feeling of wielding your blade in defiance. This is the power to resist. Seiya opened his mouth to reply but found no strength left in him. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Shinden stared at the scene, his jaw slack with disbelief. The truth hit him like a sledgehammer. The explosion wasn't caused by an outside force. It was pure spiritual pressure. A clash of spiritual pressure so intense it had warped the very air. And in that moment, Shinden understood, this wasn't a battle. It was a storm. Chapter 15, on spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure is a rather broad term. If I were to break it down. Aizen paused, seemingly reflecting. Think of it as the density of one's soul. The stronger the individual, the denser and more powerful their soul becomes. When restrained, it's almost imperceptible, but once released, it can feel as overwhelming as the pull of a black hole. Aizen's calm explanation filled the room as he continued. Yes, much like gravity, spiritual pressure creates an immense force. For those whose spiritual pressure is far weaker, merely standing in its vicinity can cause suffocation, weakness, or collapse. In severe cases, it can lead to fainting or shock. He chuckled softly, his usual composed demeanor unchanged. You're wondering about yesterday, aren't you? Whether what I did to you was a demonstration of spiritual pressure? Seiya-kun, he teased gently, adjusting his glasses with a slight smirk. I think you already know the answer. Aizen, now dressed once more in his sleek black uniform, spoke with a blend of humor and authority. As I mentioned earlier, using spiritual pressure to intimidate someone can feel akin to an adult bullying a child. However, if the child has the physique to match the adult, the intimidation naturally turns into provocation. In such a scenario, even the most unassuming individual would be forced to fight back when their life is on the line. It's a decision born of desperation, a refusal to yield when faced with annihilation. The meaning behind Aizen's actions had never been clearer. Resting against the headboard, Seiya let out a sigh of disbelief, his expression one of frustration mixed with resignation. So, Aizen-sensei, he began, his voice tinged with incredulity, you used your spiritual pressure to force me into a life-or-death situation, all to awaken my latent strength? Precisely, Aizen confirmed with a faint nod. Seiya groaned, shaking his head as if to clear his thoughts. No, no, no. This method is ridiculous. Isn't there a less extreme way to teach someone? I'm begging you. What happened to the idea of gradual progress? He sighed internally. Aizen. Your teaching methods might need a serious rethink. Aizen chuckled in response, folding his arms before hesitating slightly. his expression briefly twisting in discomfort as he decided to lower his hands instead. Admittedly, things did get a bit out of hand, he admitted with a hint of amusement. Blowing up half the dojo was unexpected. But don't worry, I have enough savings to cover the damages. There's no need for you to concern yourself with the cost. That's not what I'm worried about. CE retorted, exasperated. The material damages were secondary. What truly weighed on CE's mind was the injury Aizen had sustained. A wound caused by CE's own blade. Despite being confined to a hospital bed, CE was acutely aware that the person who had suffered the most wasn't himself, but Aizen. His attack, unleashed in a desperate moment of survival, had been a full-force blow meant to kill. Aizen hadn't even attempted to defend himself, allowing the strike to land. The result? A grievous wound, deep enough to expose bone. It was a miracle that Aizen had even survived. Feeling the weight of CE's gaze, Aizen smiled faintly, his right hand gesturing to the bandaged area on his chest. Are you worried about this? He asked, his tone light-hearted. CE's expression twisted into one of discomfort. Of course I'm worried. His first time drawing a blade had ended not in slaying a hollow or fighting an enemy but in injuring the very teacher who had guided him. It's horrifying just thinking about it. Trying to hide his unease, CE scratched the corner of his mouth awkwardly. You really don't need to blame yourself, CE-kun, Aizen assured him. As I mentioned before, I'm still new to teaching. Many things are unfamiliar to me, and while I might seem confident, I'm learning just as much as you are. My role is to guide you, to help you discover your path and unlock your potential. This time, perhaps I acted a bit rashly. Still, I'm satisfied with the results. Aizen tilted his head slightly, his fingers brushing against the bandages peeking out from his uniform. Let this serve as a lesson, he said with a wry smile. A reminder. Etched into bone. Of the risks we take to grow stronger. Though Aizen's words were meant to ease CE's guilt, they did little to assuage his conscience. CE sighed, resigning himself to the fact that arguing further was futile. Thank you. For your guidance, Sensei, CE muttered, his voice low. Aizen's gaze softened as he turned his attention to the window. Enough idle chatter, CE-kun. After last night's ordeal, I trust you've gained some understanding of how to wield your spiritual pressure. CE nodded solemnly. Good, Aizen said, his approval evident in his tone. That's what I expect from my students. Controlling one's spiritual pressure is a fundamental skill for a Shinigami. It's the foundation of many techniques, especially Aikido. Without proper control, you'd be no better than a general unable to command their troops. The analogy resonated with CE, reminding him of examples from his past life. Aizen's explanation continued. Of course, spiritual pressure isn't solely a matter of training. Just as people are born with varying physical attributes. Height, strength, stamina. Spiritual pressure, too, is influenced by one's innate potential. Still, with dedication, one can refine and strengthen it, just as one can train their body. CE nodded again, his mind spinning with thoughts of training and potential. CE-kun, Aizen said, his tone shifting. Your spiritual pressure is exceptional. Far beyond that of your peers. In fact, it rivals that of lower-ranked seated officers. CE blinked, stunned by the revelation. Seriously? That's news to me. Seeing CE's bewildered expression, Aizen chuckled. As expected, you hadn't noticed, he said. But rest assured, with time and proper guidance, you'll come to understand your gift. Aizen's words carried an almost paternal pride as he added, I look forward to seeing how far you can go. After offering a few parting words, Aizen excused himself, leaving CE to reflect on their conversation. Sitting on the hospital bed, CE felt a mix of relief and exhaustion. One thing's for sure, he thought, next time, I'll avoid any training that involves life or death stakes. Gathering his belongings, including his newly acquired Isaki, CE prepared to leave the infirmary. He had barely taken a step toward the door when it swung open. Standing there was Tosen Kaname, a fruit basket in hand. Facing CE, Tosen tilted his head slightly, a faint frown on his face. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Have I overestimated my importance? Chapter 16, Habit and the girl. Certain formalities were skipped as CE and Arima accompanied Tosen Kaname to complete the discharge procedures. As they walked, CE shared the events of the previous days, recounting everything that had transpired. So, it was a method to train your spiritual pressure control, Tosen said, resting his hand lightly on the hilt of his blade. Though somewhat crude, it's not without its merits. Eh? Why would you say that? Because, CE, you haven't yet developed the resolve to kill. Tosen's tone was calm, as though he were a detached observer, describing the situation without judgment. Your swordsmanship is precise, and your progress is undeniable. Yet, to me, it lacks the most essential element. I sense no killing intent. Seiya didn't take offense to Tosen pointing out his shortcomings. Scratching the corner of his mouth, he gave a thoughtful hum. Isn't it normal to lack killing intent? What, am I supposed to attack you in training with the intent to kill? As if responding to his thoughts, Tosen's voice turned stern. That is a sign of weakness. These people. So Spartan in their ways. Seiya, the sword is a weapon meant to take lives. Without a will to kill, you will not stand victorious in the end. Is that so? Seiya hadn't dwelled too deeply on such matters, yet his outlook remained optimistic. Having witnessed the harsh realities of the Rukongai slums, he believed that, when faced with a genuine life-or-death situation, he would not hesitate. Besides, humans are creatures of remarkable adaptability, Seiya remarked. Tosen tilted his head slightly, puzzled. What do you mean? Seiya smiled, his expression contemplative. Exactly what it sounds like. Things that are foreign, unbearable, or even repulsive at first. With time and persistence, the pain dulls. Eventually, one might even came to embrace it. In short, he continued, it's all about practice and acclimation. Yes, that was it. The metallic tang of blood, the visceral sensation of slicing flesh. These things would fade into familiarity. Until, one day, he too would wield his blade with an expressionless face, taking life without hesitation. Though the topic was heavy, Seiya saw no harm in sharing his thoughts. I'm someone who believes in figuring things out as they come. There's no point in overthinking now. When the moment comes, I'll decide for myself. I appreciate your concern, Tosen. Seiya maintained his own perspective on matters. He could accept advice and adapt when necessary, but it didn't mean he would fully agree with others. After all, is the way it has always been necessarily the right way? Well, isn't it natural for the young to have their own ideas? Tosen quipped, his tone carrying a rare trace of humor. Even without sight, Seiya could tell his companion was smiling, though it seemed tinged with exasperation. Tosen remained silent for a while, as though weighing his next words carefully. Then, after a pause of 2 measured breaths, he spoke again, his voice devoid of its earlier sharpness. I once had a friend. She was clumsy, naive, and far from perfect. Yet, her sense of justice never wavered. I admired her. Even envied her. This side of Tosen was unusual, almost vulnerable. Turning slightly towards Seiya, he continued, now, I have very few I could call friends. But, Seiya, you're one of them. That's why I hope you'll stay safe and well. So that's how it was. Standing from the perspective of a friend, Tosen was offering heartfelt advice. Kind of touching, actually, Seiya thought, surprised by his place in Tosen's heart. Still, he couldn't resist breaking the tension. Whoa, Tosen, that sounded like a deathbed farewell. Do you always fail to read the room? Oh, by the way, can I have an orange from that fruit basket? It looks fancy, like a Noble's exclusive brand. I bet it tastes amazing. Don't touch my fruit basket. What? I thought you brought it for me. The next morning in the first-floor mutual aid area of the academy, Seiya sat across from Izane Kotetsu, explaining why he had been absent from work the previous day. Because so much happened yesterday, I didn't even have time to request leave, he confessed, clearly embarrassed. Now my pay's going to be docked. Sitting opposite him, Kotetsu Izane smiled warmly, nodding her understanding. Ah, so you're the one everyone's been talking about recently, she said casually. Eh? What do you mean? Just rumors. The student who destroyed the kendo hall with nothing but his spiritual pressure. The one who accidentally injured a 5th Division seated officer. You've become quite the topic of discussion, Seiya-kun. Huh? The revelation left Seiya dumbfounded. While he considered the possibility of one day standing out, he hadn't expected it to happen this way. Kotetsu, shuffling through some papers, leaned forward slightly as though sharing a secret. I understand the situation. I'll report it to the student council and suggest they attribute the dojo's damage to wear and tear. That way, we can get it repaired without you needing to pay for it. Wait. You can do that? It's not exactly by the book, but it's within acceptable bounds. She tilted her head proudly, her tone light. That's the wisdom of a senior for you, Seiya-kun. Ah, I'm honored. The conversation shifted to Seiya Zasaki. Have you already received one? Kotetsu asked, gesturing toward the blade at his hip. Yes. Aizen-sensei approved it, so I was able to pick one up early. Impressive. With your talent, I bet you'll learn its name in no time. Their talk turned to upcoming exams and, more importantly, the first on-site training exercise. Izane explained the significance of the event, smiling as she noted Seiya's growing excitement. By the way, she added, the first placement is up to you. You get to choose where you'd like to train. Hearing this, Seiya's eyes lit up. So many possibilities. But before the conversation could end on that high note, there was one pressing matter Seiya had to address. About my pay. He began, pressing his palms together in a pleading gesture. Izane's warm smile didn't waver. That'll still be docked. Rules are rules, after all. No. Seiya's despair only made Izane's smile brighten further, her expression filled with playful satisfaction. You'll just have to learn from this, Seiya-kun, she teased. Later, as the two prepared to part ways, Kotetsu hesitated. Twisting her braid nervously, she avoided Seiya's gaze. Seiya-kun. Yes. If you're free, would you like to have steak together later? My treat. Though startled by the sudden offer, Seiya quickly nodded. Of course. Thank you, senpai. Izane's face turned beet red, and with a hurried goodbye, she dashed off. Watching her retreating figure, Seiya chuckled softly. Definitely better without the makeup and perfume. Much cuter this way. Hearing his comment, Izane stumbled slightly, her blush deepening. As she disappeared into the distance, Seiya turned and headed to class. After an uneventful morning of lectures, Seiya left the classroom for a break. While refilling his water, a familiar, yet wholly unexpected, figure appeared in the corridor. Seiya's eyes widened in surprise. Her? What's she doing here? Chapter 17, Ants and Elephants. A girl dressed in the standard uniform of the Shino Academy stood in the corridor. She initially had her back to Seiya and Arima, but upon turning around, her face came into view. Black hair, slim build. Her appearance radiated an aura of calm and intelligence, a stark contrast to Izane Kotetsu's more androgynous demeanor. Seiya couldn't help but notice her distinctly feminine elegance, an inherent softness often associated with women of Eastern heritage. Her violet eyes framed by thick-rimmed glasses glimmered with intelligence. Her long hair was neatly tied at the back, being swept to the left and held in place with a small clip. The glasses, thick frames no less, further accentuated her scholarly aura. Seiya caught her gaze, and the person beside her, one of his classmates, quickly gestured toward him. Ah, see? I told you he wouldn't have gone far. Arima-kun, this upperclassman is here to see you. Here to see me? The girl stepped forward. Standing at a height barely reaching Seiya's collarbone, she looked him over, her expression thoughtful, almost as if appraising a rare specimen. Are you Arima Seiya? Her tone was polite, but her assessing gaze carried an unspoken curiosity, as though she were examining something unusual. Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help you with? The girl gracefully adjusted her glasses, her movements exuding poise. My name is Aiz Nanao, from class 5 to 4. Whoa. Though he had already speculated, hearing it confirmed was still a bit of a shock. The highly popular and intelligent Nanao Aiz, future vice captain of the 8th Division under Shun Sukiraku, was standing right in front of him. Aiz Nanao. So she's only a few years ahead of me. No wonder Yamamoto has such influence. Half the 13th Division of Imperial Guard seems to be made up of his former students. As Seiya's thoughts wandered, Nanao took half a step forward, speaking in a calm, serious tone. Arima Seiya, regarding the damage caused to the Kendo Dojo, the Student Council requires you to assist with an inquiry to confirm the details. Her words were formal, but her demeanor was calm and professional. She stepped aside and made a polite gesture, signaling for him to follow. Please cooperate with us as we clarify the situation. So that's what this is about. Seiya recalled Izane mentioning earlier that the damage, while potentially covered by a repair budget, would still require formal documentation and investigation. He nodded and responded easily. Understood, Aiz-senpai. Please lead the way. Nanao seemed momentarily surprised by his cooperative attitude, giving him another quick once-over before turning to lead him down the hall. The two walked briskly through the school's corridors, soon leaving the areas typically frequented by lower-year students. Without someone to guide him, Seiya doubted he could have navigated this part of the campus on his own. As they walked, Nanao's voice broke the silence. I apologize for taking up your time during such a precious break. It must be an inconvenience to handle something like this. Seiya quickly waved his hands in denial. Not at all. This was my mess to begin with. It's only right that I help clear it up. It seems this year's incoming students include someone quite responsible. Ahaha. I wouldn't say that, but thank you. Nanao turned her head slightly, offering a faint smile. Don't be so tense. I know Kotetsu Izane quite well. She's already explained much of the situation to me. Oh, so they're acquainted. That's a relief. Seiya exhaled softly, feeling a bit less pressure. If Nanao was already informed and had a favorable impression of him, it was like having an ally. That's reassuring to hear. I might need more guidance, So I'll rely on your help, Senpai. A good attitude. Keep it up when you meet with the student council seniors. The smoother this process goes, the quicker we can all move on. Nanao's tone softened slightly, perhaps to ease the serious atmosphere. Seiya was momentarily reminded of her portrayal in the original story. Calm, pragmatic, and not afraid to take decisive action. At that time, she had even suggested taking down Sato Yasutaro without hesitation. Compared to her future self, the Nanao before him now was far less cold and sharp. Perhaps it was a reflection of the toll that years of responsibility would eventually take on her. Work truly wears people down, doesn't it? Even Kotetsuizane became so jaded later. Suppressing an internal sigh, Seiya noticed a shift in Nanao's demeanor. Her gaze briefly lowered to his waist, lingering on the asaki hanging there. Her expression darkened slightly. Arima-kun, forgive my curiosity. But have you already been accepted by your asaki? The question caught Seiya slightly off guard, but there was no reason to withhold an answer. He lightly placed a hand on the blade at his side, nodding. Yes. With Aizen-sensei's approval, I was able to receive one early. I see. So it was Aizen-sensei's permission. Nanao's tone carried a subtle undertone of envy or perhaps melancholy. Ah, right. Seiya remembered now. Nanao had struggled with her asaki in the original story. She had never fully bonded with one, unable to imprint her soul onto it. Her reaction made perfect sense. Carrying an asaki around her might feel like I'm showing off, rubbing salt into her wounds. Feeling awkward, Seiya tried to think of something to say to lighten the mood. After a pause, he cleared his throat. Senpai. Nanao glanced at him, her voice calm. Yes. I've been struggling with my Kido practice recently. If it's not too much trouble, could I ask for some guidance? Though Nanao had difficulty with her asaki, she excelled in Kido. In another timeline, she might have joined the Kido Corps instead of becoming a vice captain. The request seemed to brighten her mood. Though her expression remained subdued, her tone noticeably lifted. Kido? Of course. I'd be happy to assist where I can. It worked. Their conversation shifted as Nanao began to share her insights on Kido. Though polite, she occasionally slipped into a critical tone, pointing out flaws in Seiya's understanding. Her corrections, though well-intentioned, had a way of landing like small daggers. Seiya's pride took a few hits, but he endured. Even as she admonished him with phrases like, "You didn't know this?" Or "That's basic knowledge for academy students," he reminded himself that her criticisms weren't malicious. He soldiered on, and the effort paid off. You exchanged Kido insights with Nanao. Kido +5, oh? Actual progress? Nice. Despite the sting of her words, Seiya couldn't deny that Nanao's instruction had been effective. Well, that's all for now, Nanao concluded, adjusting her glasses. I'd like to continue another time, but for today, I think this should suffice. Thank you, Senpai. I appreciate your guidance. Nanao's lips curved into a faint smile. It's surprising to see someone as talented as you struggle with anything. Seiya scratched the corner of his mouth, smiling awkwardly. I guess I still have a lot to learn. It's not a bad thing. It makes you more relatable. Her tone softened as she added, almost to herself, forgive me. That was a bit rude. No offense taken, senpai, Seiya replied with a laugh. He adjusted his expression to one of mock solemnity, pointing to his face. Besides, it's nice to know you've been considering things from my perspective. That kind of thoughtfulness is much appreciated. Nanao flushed a bright red. You're too glib. Her voice wavered with frustration, but her usual composure quickly returned. By the time they arrived at the student council office, the air between them had lightened considerably. Well, this is where I leave you, Nanao said, gesturing to the door. Thanks again for your help, senpai. For a moment, Nanao seemed to hesitate. Then, pushing up her glasses, she turned away. Next time, if you still have questions, feel free to ask. With that, she walked off, leaving Seiya with much to ponder. Ants and elephants. As Nanao's figure disappeared, Seiya's mind lingered on her earlier words. Only by acknowledging one's weaknesses can one truly feel grounded. The phrase resonated with him. Strength and power had their pitfalls. Arrogance, isolation, fear from others. True balance lay in understanding both one's strengths and flaws. Perhaps, he thought, even elephants could learn to walk lightly among ants. Chapter 18, Go Dream. Seiya and Arima. The interaction with the student council seniors wasn't particularly complicated. It seemed that because Kotetsuizane and Nanao had mediated on his behalf, the questioning felt more like a formality to Seiya and Arima. Before he knew it, he was back in the classroom. Hopefully, everything was settled. At lunchtime, as agreed beforehand, Seiya spotted Kotetsu Izane at the door. Due to her imposing height, her presence was so striking that it was impossible not to notice her. Senior Kotetsu, sorry. Have you been waiting long? Izane gave a warm smile, shaking her head as if to say it was no trouble. No worries, I just got here myself. The two entered together, ordered their meals, and sat down. Thanks to Izane's generosity, Seiya was finally able to enjoy the steak meal he had been craving. The culinary culture in the Seoul society was quite diverse, offering traditional Japanese-style dishes as well as modern Western cuisine and desserts. The aroma alone was enough to make Seiya's mouth water, but he couldn't help feeling a little self-conscious. After all, sitting across from him, Kotetsu Izane had only ordered a small bowl of plain porridge. Senior, eating just that every day. Won't you get malnourished? Izane held the hot bowl in her hands, her expression a bit embarrassed. Of course, I will, but that's the point. I'm controlling my diet to avoid taking in too many nutrients. Height was, after all, quite a sensitive issue for her. Since she seemed to have grown comfortable with Seiya, the usually reserved girl began to open up more. I was only about 178 centimeters before I entered the academy, but over the years, I've grown uncontrollably taller. It's really troubling. If I keep growing like this, what am I going to become? I can't wear the clothes I like, and even finding shoes that fit is a nightmare. It's been like this since I was a kid, and it's only gotten worse as I grew older. Sometimes, I feel like a walking streetlight. Ugh. Maybe my life ended the moment I was born. Wait. Was Kotetsu Izane always this pessimistic? It seemed like a little encouragement was in order. After some thought, Seiya spoke. But Senior Kotetsu, you have your own unique charm, so I don't think you need to compare yourself to others. What do you mean by that? A slightly androgynous look can also be an advantage. You don't need to worry too much about these things. The soft tomboy vibe is a win in so many ways. Hearing this, however, didn't seem to cheer Izane up at all. Her hands dropped to her lap as she sighed lightly. Is that so? Well, I'll take your word for it. But honestly, I've always wanted to try growing out my hair. Why's that? You look great as you are now. Because as long as I don't speak, people often mistake me for a man. Hearing that, Seiya nearly choked on his drink. While it was true that the academy uniforms were separated by gender, distinguished by blue and red stripes on the chest, from behind, a tall, lean figure with silver short hair like hers could indeed be easily mistaken for a man. Imagining Izane's distressed and awkward expression, Seiya finally couldn't hold back. PFFT. Izane gave him a look that screamed I knew it. And raised her finger accusingly. Ah. So you think so too? No, that's not what I meant. Please calm down, Senior Kotetsu. Knowing his reaction had been a bit over the top, Seiya tried to salvage the situation. Short hair has its own unique charm too, you know. Especially on someone like you, Senior Kotetsu. It's actually very cute. However, Izane seemed immune to his compliments by now. Sipping her porridge, she glanced at him with a look full of mock disdain. You said the same thing to Senior Eyes yesterday, didn't you? Gulp. So, Eyes now is a snitch? Noticing Seiya's awkward expression, Izane's disdain grew even stronger. As expected. Seiya Arima is so amazing. Treating everyone so equally and acting so approachable. Truly impressive, truly touching. The mockery in her voice made Seiya break out in a cold sweat. It seemed that, no matter their personality, women could often have a surprisingly consistent attitude when it came to certain things. Would apologizing help? Senior Kotetsu? What is it? Not looking at him, Izane kept sipping her porridge, her gaze fixed elsewhere. Are you mad at me? Nope. That was a bit surprising. Watching Izane cradle the bowl in her hands, her face remained unusually calm. After all, who you choose to talk to is your own freedom. I don't have the right to interfere with that. To say I'm mad? Well, that'd be going too far. But if she were to describe her feelings, yes. Perhaps disappointed would be more fitting. Izane's gaze softened as she lowered her eyes slightly, hiding most of her face behind her bowl. Even though my skill with keto isn't too shabby. Why didn't you think to ask me? Was this a complaint? A reproach? Or merely a murmur to herself? Seiya froze for a moment, glancing up at her only to find her cheeks faintly flushed. As if saying those words alone was a monumental challenge for her. Seriously? That reaction was way too cute. Whether intentional or not, Izane's whisper demanded a reply. Senior Kotetsu, then could I trouble? No. The refusal came swift and firm, leaving Seiya scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. But I haven't even asked yet. Whatever it is, Isn't it something you already agreed to discuss with Senior Eyes? Why not just go to her instead? The vulnerable expression she wore just moments ago was fleeting. Now, Izane's face showed nothing but mild indignation. Kotetsu Izane wore her emotions like an open book. Her feelings plain for anyone to read. Seiya couldn't help but laugh softly. What are you laughing at? Sorry, Senior. It's just. You reminded me of an animal all of a sudden. That piqued her curiosity. What animal? A curled-up hedgehog. Covered in spikes, soft on the inside. Such behavior was clearly defensive and far from aggressive. Honestly, Senior Kotetsu, it's really adorable. Had this been earlier, she might have been floored by his words. But now, it seemed she had built up some resistance. Sipping her porridge, she muttered with a hint of annoyance. You probably say that to everyone else too. No, only you, Senior Kotetsu. After all, you were the one who kindly helped me heal my injuries when we first met. That shows how kind-hearted you really are. For someone to become the vice captain of the 4th Division, it wasn't just about skills. It also meant Urahara Retsu herself acknowledged her ideals. First Kinpachi's approval. What a huge endorsement. Whatever inner defense Izane had hastily constructed came crumbling down. Her newfound composure faltered, replaced by an unsteady front as she coughed lightly and wiped her mouth. Then we'll just call it even this time. Next time, if something like this happens, remember that you can come to me too. How considerate. But that was just part of Izane's charm. Kindness didn't equal naivety. Her sincerity deserved to be cherished. At least, that's what Seiya thought as he resolved to honor her feelings. Smiling warmly, he set down his utensils and nodded respectfully. Of course. I'll be in your care, Senior. Chapter 19, A Monkey Show. Without much anticipation, time crawled until noon. Seiya and Arima followed the instructor of the afternoon hand-to-hand combats class as he and the others moved to the dojo. The dojo, similar to the kendo arena, was a place that could be rented and utilized for training. However, it was typically frequented by the noble class, so commoners rarely had the chance to use it. Today's monthly exam will serve as your first formal assessment. Senior students have kindly volunteered their time to spar with you. Don't worry about winning. Simply give it your all. The exam is merely to assess your hand-to-hand combat skill level. Losing is perfectly normal. While it sounded disheartening, it was indeed the truth. Thanks to the explanation from Mason earlier, Seiya was fully aware of the rationale behind this. Using exams as a way to intimidate and suppress freshmen, to instill hierarchy and respect. This isn't exactly rare, is it? You're all just a month into your enrollment. Facing senior students will naturally be a daunting task. But it's a rite of passage for every student, Seiya. Embrace this malice that has endured for over 1,000 years. Aizen's words were still fresh in his memory, and they clearly revealed his own disdain for such practices. It seemed Aizen's student days must have left quite an impression. To avoid drawing attention to himself, Seiya had no issue appearing mediocre. After all, his primary goal was to learn. Everything else was secondary. Next, I will announce the order of participants for the exam. Please be ready when called. Kyo Automata. Unsurprisingly, Seiya's name was called last. It was hard to imagine there wasn't some behind-the-scenes maneuvering at play. The dojo entrance was now filled with silhouettes, and several unfamiliar faces streamed in. Whoa, why are there so many people here? You didn't know? These exams are open for observation. Anyone interested can drop by to watch. I heard that sometimes exceptional performances can lead to students being directly recruited into the squads. What? Why didn't anyone tell me this earlier? Because there's no point. Do you really think the seniors will go easy on us? Exactly. That was the reality. From a structural standpoint, it was akin to Yoruichi casually dropping by the academy to flex her prowess. This was more about indulging the whims of those in power than an actual examination. If you didn't like it, you just had to climb your way up. Earn seniority, take on significant roles, and one day become one of those standing at the top. But wait. Seiya's expression froze as he noticed a familiar face entering the dojo. It was Kaname Tosen. Without even glancing in his direction, Tosen raised his right hand in a simple gesture of acknowledgement. You have the time to come watch my exam, huh? The situation was full of ironies. So, that sly smile Tosen had when this was mentioned earlier. It was because he had already planned to watch me struggle, huh? While annoyed, Seiya knew there was nothing he could do about it now. Pressing his lips together, he decided to pretend he hadn't seen Tosen's faintly mocking smirk. The first match began. As expected, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The senior opponent was a 6th-year student nearing graduation, while the examinees were still first years with minimal training. On top of that, CE's class came from one of the less prestigious divisions, with limited resources. Honestly, if the freshman won, it would be an even bigger problem. Cries of pain echoed across the arena as the first participant was knocked out of the ring, curled up like a shrimp. After a moment of recovery, the battered student wobbled back to the senior who had just thrashed him. Wiping away tears and snot brought on by the pain, he straightened himself and managed a slightly crooked bow. Thank you for your guidance. Oh, keep working hard. One side seethed with indignation, the other responded with utter indifference. CE watched the defeated student limp off the stage. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward to help. Are you okay? I'll be fine. Thanks, Arama-kun. He didn't look fine. Every muscle in his body was tense, and his expression twitched uncontrollably. He must have been frustrated. After all, this felt less like an exam and more like a public execution. Humiliating. Hoping to lighten the mood, CE patted his classmate on the back and joked. No need to be so formal. Just make sure you're ready to help me out when I get knocked out. The proctor then called out, loud and clear, Examinee number 1, Kyo Automata. Pass. As previously explained, the standard for passing wasn't particularly high. The next matches proceeded in order. The second participant fared even worse. Flattened by a high kick to the chin, they remained on the ground for quite some time before staggering up. Pass. The third and fourth participants followed suit. A seemingly frail girl took the stage and was promptly punched so hard she vomited. Pass. Clean up the mess, and the next group, hold on. Tearfully, the girl wiped the floor clean as the spectators jeered from the sidelines. CE watched, his brows furrowed. So, this was what passed for an exam. No wonder Aizen had warned against eating anything hard to digest beforehand. Because if you puke, you'll have to clean it up yourself. The growing audience, comprised mostly of seniors and spectators, appeared to be enjoying the show. It wasn't an exam. It was a performance. The freshmen played the clowns, while the seniors vented their frustrations. Did this serve any real purpose? It was no wonder Aizen harbored such disdain. Feeling a boiling frustration in his chest, CE's thoughts were interrupted by two familiar figures entering the dojo. It was Kotetsu Izane and Aiz Nanao. The two scanned the crowd before quickly spotting CE. Izane waved enthusiastically, her expression beaming, while Nanao pushed her glasses up with a calm nod in his direction. Wait, what? While Tosen's presence was expected, why were these two here? Though stunned, CE couldn't just ignore them. Forced to respond, he mustered an awkward smile and waved back. The two women took seats on the outer edge of the dojo. Before CE could fully process their arrival, another familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Aizen Sosuke. Seeing Aizen's enigmatic smile, CE had an epiphany. Aizen must have brought them here. CE had never openly discussed his relationships with Aizen, but a little investigation would have revealed them easily. But why gather his acquaintances here? Was Aizen encouraging him to give his all so he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of his friends? Or was there something else? Aizen's tendency to act unpredictably left CE deeply unsettled. Caught up in his swirling thoughts, CE heard the proctor call out, last group. CE and Arama. There was no time to think anymore. CE took a deep breath, stood up under the watchful gaze of his classmates, and replied. Present. With measured steps, he ascended to the stage. The previously sparse dojo was now packed with onlookers. Was it always like this? Where did all these people come from? Through his conversations with Izane, CE understood that his reputation as a standout first year had spread. But he didn't think it warranted this level of attention. Something felt off. CE, good luck. Wait, what? CE turned to see a classmate shouting encouragement. This guy had barely spoken to him before, yet now his gaze burned with determination. You're amazing. Please win this match for us. Don't let them look down on us. We're counting on you. Arama-kun, do your best. Their entire class had been defeated, and while such an outcome wasn't unusual for first years, it still stung. Seeing their comrades humiliated and treated like toys ignited a sense of collective indignation. CE could only smile wryly. I'll do my best. Promising victory outright wasn't his style. He adjusted his focus, scanning the sidelines. Tosen gave a small nod, raising a thumb in silent encouragement. Izane waved her arm enthusiastically like she was cheering with a flag, her expression endearingly shy. Nanao sat with her hands neatly folded, her posture reserved, yet her steady gaze conveyed quiet support. And then there was Aizen. Standing at the front, Aizen's serene smile betrayed an unusual excitement. What exactly are you expecting from me, Aizen-sensei? CE couldn't afford to think further. Stepping onto the stage, he faced his opponent. A senior who seemed unusually tense, his face taut as if bracing for a formidable foe. CE bowed courteously, as per the rules. CE. Please, take care of me. Before the senior could respond, a familiar voice boomed from the entrance. Wait a second. A figure leaped onto the stage, landing squarely in front of CE. It was a woman dressed in the standard Shinigami uniform, her long purple hair tied in a high ponytail. Her amber eyes gleamed mischievously as she crossed her arms, tilting her head confidently. Hey, CE and Arima. Her voice was clear and commanding, as striking as her overwhelming presence. I already offered to recruit you under special circumstances, didn't I? So why haven't you agreed yet? It was Shioi Yoruichi. What was she doing here? Before CE could even process the situation, Yoruichi stepped closer, grabbing him by the collar. Cat got your tongue? Don't tell me you've already forgotten what happened before. Could you jog my memory? What on earth was she talking about? Yoruichi's eyes sparkled with amusement as she yanked him closer, her voice dripping with playful menace. You had the audacity to grope me, and now you want to act like nothing happened? You've got guts, rookie. Wait, what? The entire dojo erupted into chaos. From the perspective of the crowd, such words were explosive. Seemingly satisfied with the commotion, Yoruichi released CE with a sly smile. Alright, this is supposed to be an exam, right? A hand-to-hand combats test for first years? The nervous senior and proctor nodded furiously. Yes, Lady Yoruichi, that's correct. Good. Then get off the stage. From now on, I'll handle this personally. Without a second glance, Yoruichi shooed them away and turned her attention back to CE. Her amber eyes glimmered with mischief as she cracked her knuckles. Well then, rookie, ready for a real challenge? Before CE could respond, Yoruichi snapped her fingers. Omida, get over here. Chapter 20, we want to see it. Coming through. A deep, resonant voice boomed from the back of the crowd. A towering man pushed through the onlookers, making his way steadily toward the center of the arena. When he finally came to a stop beside Yoruichi, CE couldn't help but marvel. Wow, he is huge. Judging by his stature, the man was easily over 2 meters tall. His broad face, paired with his top-knot hairstyle, made for an imposing figure. His physique was nothing short of monstrous. He was built like 2 Saiyas put together. The man sported a slick brown pompadour, his expression stoic as if resigned to Yoruichi's summon. However, Yoruichi's initial enthusiasm melted into visible disdain the moment she saw him. With her arms crossed, she delivered a sharp kick to the man's broad back. Omida. Put some energy into it. Grimacing from the pain, the man's face twisted into an awkward scowl. After a moment of recovery, he finally straightened up and nodded begrudgingly. Why yes, ma'am. Good. From now on, you'll be CE's opponent. Wait, what? A first-year student going up against a vice-captain of the 2nd Division? Was this some sort of joke? Both CE and the man, introduced as Omida, turned toward Yoruichi with matching expressions of confusion. Yoruichi, however, merely smirked, her cat-like eyes narrowing with predatory amusement. What's so surprising? I've already told the old man. Slow and steady education methods are just too boring. For a prodigy like this, only the toughest challenges will do. Yoruichi threw her hands in the air theatrically, her voice brimming with excitement. Omida. Standing before you is this year's rising star. A once-in-a-century genius who managed to seriously injure a seated officer after just 2 weeks of training. CE. Your opponent is the vice-captain of the 2nd Division and deputy commander of the Stealth Force. Doesn't that get your blood pumping? Does it, though? CE certainly didn't feel that way. Neither, it seemed, did Omida, who was standing there looking equally put upon. Yoruichi, however, appeared energized, her natural charisma lighting up the room. Before anyone could respond, she spun toward the crowd with a wide grin. You've been watching boring matches all day, haven't you? Don't you want to see something a little more exciting? Come on, let me hear it. Her spirited tone and infectious enthusiasm worked like a charm. We want to see it. No one knew who shouted first, but it spread through the audience like wildfire. Fight. 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 Omida's a vice-captain. There's no way he'll lose, right? But it's hand-to-hand combats only. Doesn't that give CE a chance to win? Who cares who wins? This is going to be great. Ahaha, I can already smell the bloodshed. Among the boisterous crowd were even a few bloodthirsty onlookers. By this point, it was clear neither CE nor Omida had a choice in the matter. Turning back toward the arena, Yoruichi's playful smirk deepened. Well? Feeling fired up now, CE? Not at all. In fact, CE hadn't been excited from the beginning. But this wasn't the time to say that. With a resigned smile, He scratched his cheek awkwardly before bowing slightly toward his opponent. If that's how it is. C.E. and Arima. Please take care of me. Omega sighed and returned the gesture. Omega Marikyo. Please take care of me. Huh? He's polite? C.E. hadn't expected that. However, after a moment of reflection, he realized it wasn't so surprising. Omega Marikyo was the father of Omega Mario, who served as the vice captain of the 2nd Division under Suifeng in the original timeline. The family resemblance was uncanny. If not for the pompadour, C.E. would have struggled to tell them apart. C.E.-kun, it's nice to meet you, though I didn't expect it to be under these circumstances. What a shame. Despite his broad, imposing frame, Marikyo's demeanor was surprisingly mild-mannered. I've heard a lot about you. You're this year's standout rookie. Meeting you in person, I can see it's all true. Compliments always felt nice, even if they didn't go to C.E.'s head. With a polite smile, he waved dismissively. You're too kind. I've just been lucky so far. Haha, modesty is a virtue too. Marikyo adjusted his sunglasses, leaning in slightly as he lowered his voice. To be honest, I'm not very confident in my hand-to-hand combat skills. Please, try not to go too hard on me. His serious expression twisted into a sheepish smile. Otherwise, if I embarrass myself in front of all these people, Lady Yoruichi will never let me live it down. This guy's pretty funny. C.E. chuckled softly, about to respond when Yoruichi suddenly returned. She clapped Marikyo on the back with a forceful slap, the sound so loud it made C.E. wince. Marikyo, you're the deputy commander of the stealth force. Don't make people think you only got in because of your connections. That was quite the accusation. Marikyo could only offer a helpless smile. Why yes, Captain Yoruichi. Now that's the spirit. Satisfied, Yoruichi turned her attention back to C.E., her grin taking on a mischievous edge. You're not interested in joining my team, huh? Fine. If you can beat Marikyo, I'll make sure you get a reward so good, you won't be able to refuse. A mysterious reward, huh? Though C.E. wasn't particularly interested, it seemed harmless enough to treat it as a bonus. I understand. Thank you, Lady Yoruichi. Great. Now, both of you, give it everything you've got. As Yoruichi stepped down from the stage, C.E. noticed her moving to stand beside Aizen. The two appeared to be exchanging quiet words. So that's it. Aizen's behind this, isn't he? C.E.'s confusion gave way to clarity. Damn it, Aizen. What are you up to this time? A subtle noise drew C.E.'s attention back to the stage. Marikyo was shifting into position, his movements deliberate and measured. Standing with his feet shoulder-width apart, he raised his massive hands and hunched his shoulders, adopting a stance that resembled a predator preparing to pounce. Though slightly comical, the stance was undoubtedly effective. He's probably banking on his size advantage to overpower me. Chapter 21, In the Name of Shioin. The technique was heavy and cumbersome but undoubtedly effective. Perfect for someone who isn't skilled in hand-to-hand combat. C.E. exhaled softly, clearing his mind as he shifted into his stance. Turning sideways, he positioned one foot forward and one back. Both fists were raised, his right hand extended defensively, while his left pulled back, ready to strike. From the sidelines, Yoruichi's golden eyes gleamed with interest. Hey! Aizen, have you been giving this kid private lessons? The man in question shook his head politely. Not yet, Lady Yoruichi. Then how the hell does he know that's dance? And it wasn't just the stance. Yoruichi tilted her head thoughtfully, resting a finger on her cheek as she studied C.E. I'm sure the last time I saw him, he didn't have this kind of presence. In just a few weeks, he's already grown this much. If no one had been secretly teaching him, there could only be one explanation. This kid truly was gifted. Aizen chuckled softly, his eyes briefly flicking to C.E.'s back. Indeed, Lady Yoruichi. C.E.'s growth is remarkable. Given time, I have no doubt he will become an extraordinary individual. On the platform after a tense moment of silence, it was Omega Marikyo who struck first. With a loud battle cry, the towering man charged forward like a rampaging bear, his 2-meter frame hurtling towards C.E. with astonishing force. But C.E.'s calm expression didn't waver. His body moved faster than his thoughts, reacting instinctively. Pivoting, he stepped back and bent his knees, coiling his strength like a spring. In one fluid motion, C.E. launched himself forward, slipping under Omeda's extended arms and darting cleanly past his side. What? Omeda's confused shout came as he realized his opponent was no longer in front of him. But his reaction was far too slow. Seizing the opportunity, C.E. closed the gap and sprang onto his opponent's back, locking his arms tightly around the larger man's thick neck. Yes, it was the same move Yoruichi had used to humiliate him. And as soon as she saw it, Yoruichi couldn't help but laugh. Not bad, kid. Aizen turned toward her with a raised brow. Lady Yoruichi, what caught your eye? Oh, come on, don't play dumb. The academy mostly teaches the old man's techniques, right? His traditional styles are the foundation of their curriculum. With a playful smirk, Yoruichi raised her hand and drew circles in the air with her index finger. Those styles might be effective, but they're way too rigid and old-fashioned. They take forever to master, unlike simpler techniques that can be picked up quickly and still pack a punch. Aizen pushed up his glasses, his expression calm. So, you're saying Seiya isn't constrained by formality. He adapts to what works best for him and applies it creatively. Exactly. Grinning, Yoruichi leaned in and gave Aizen a playful nudge with her elbow. You're good at sweet-talking, aren't you? Bet you've fooled plenty of girls with that smooth mouth of yours. Lady Yoruichi, I'd appreciate it if you refrained from making such misleading statements. Ha. You didn't deny it. You really are one of those secretly charming types, huh? Back on the platform, Omeda's face twisted in discomfort. Gah. Damn it. With Seiya locked firmly on his back, restricting his airflow, the large man instinctively began to thrash about, trying to shake his opponent loose. But that was a critical mistake. Instead of dislodging Seiya, the wild movements only served to exhaust Omeda further, draining what little stamina he had left. Poor guy doesn't even understand grappling basics, Seiya thought, tightening his grip. This wasn't flashy, but it was effective. Jutsus like this, rooted in practical combat, weren't emphasized in the academy's curriculum. Seiya's arms coiled like snakes, squeezing tighter. The veins on Omeda's reddening face bulged, and his massive frame swayed unsteadily. He's suffocating. This should be over soon. Just then, Omeda's hands shot up and latched onto Seiya's arms, gripping them tightly. Still struggling? Admirable spirit, but completely pointless. In his current state, Omeda couldn't possibly muster enough strength to break the hold. Victory was within Seiya's grasp. Or so he thought. From the sidelines, Yoruichi suddenly called out. Hey, this is getting boring. Omeda, unleash your spiritual pressure. Her voice was playful yet commanding, carrying the weight of authority. As a Shioin, I won't allow you to lose here. Understood. Omeda's gruff voice rumbled from beneath Seiya. Seiya froze. Wait. He can still talk? Panic surged through him. If Omeda could still speak clearly, that meant. Before he could tighten his grip further, a shock wave of spiritual energy erupted from Omeda's body. Seiya's vision blurred as he felt himself being forcibly lifted. Omeda ripped Seiya off his back with startling ease, holding him aloft like a ragdoll. Ha! With a thunderous roar, the larger man spun Seiya around twice before slamming him into the ground with devastating force. The wooden platform splintered beneath the impact, cracks spidering outward. Gah! Choking on the pain, Seiya struggled to his feet, swaying unsteadily as he spat out a mouthful of blood. PFFT. Chapter 22, The Second Round, Pleased to meet you. Blood had been spilled. Though it wasn't uncommon in the dojo, the situation here was different. There was a palpable tension in the air. It was as if someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over the crowd's heads. What had been a raucous, lively atmosphere just moments ago now fell into an eerie silence. Tosen Kaname clenched his fists. Nanao eyes cupped her mouth, her wide-eyed expression betraying her disbelief. Yoruichi's grin stretched wider, as if delighted by the unfolding drama. Aizen, however, maintained a rare, emotionless facade, watching Seiya with quiet intensity. Everyone reacted differently, but amidst it all, one voice cut through the heavy silence. Wait a moment, Lady Yoruichi. Isn't this far too unfair? The tone was urgent and determined, yet carried an undertone of unease. Who would dare question the will of the noble? The crowd turned to see a slender figure in an academy uniform stepping forward hesitantly. The silver-haired student's posture betrayed his nerves. His shoulders were tense, his lips tightly pursed, and his brows knotted together. His trembling frame suggested he was acting against his better judgment, yet he mustered the courage to continue. Lady Yoruichi, please put an end to this match. The tanned woman tilted her head, her expression blank as she replied coldly, and who are you? Third year, class 6, Katetsu Izane. A timid hedgehog trying to puff itself up, Izane stood as tall as her anxiety allowed, attempting to appear more intimidating than she felt. The sight was both earnest and slightly ridiculous. Though her voice wavered, her bravery was undeniable. Yoruichi arched a brow, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Never heard of you. Not a noble, are you? No, Lady Yoruichi. Then on what grounds do you dare speak to me so disrespectfully? Izane hesitated, her words faltering as she looked toward the battered Seiya for support. Vice Captain Omeda's spiritual pressure alone is enough to suffocate a normal person. to pit someone like him against CE and Arima. It's blatantly unfair. Everyone knew it to be true. But Yoruichi's expression didn't change. Instead, she smirked wider, as though entertained by the accusation. Unfair, you say? Izane blinked in confusion. Wasn't unfair reason enough? As if responding to the unspoken question, Yoruichi raised her right hand and gestured dismissively, her tone brimming with disdain. That's such a naive argument. Little girl, once you graduate, you'll be assigned to the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Now tell me. She leaned forward, her piercing gaze locking on to Izane. When you're on a mission and confronted by a hollow or an enemy, will they hold back because of your limited strength? The answer was obvious. Of course not. This situation happens all the time. And it's something every graduate must face and understand. Yoruichi's voice grew firmer with each word, filling the hall with an unshakable authority. You must always be prepared to face powerful enemies head-on. Even if you fall, even if you die, your duty is to inflict as much damage as possible. To stall their evil until it can be stopped. The 13th Division of Imperial Guards isn't some cushy organization. Protection isn't achieved through soft words but by hard sacrifices. Yoruichi's golden eyes narrowed as her words reached their peak. So, enough with the naive remarks. Your sword isn't just for show. Save the childish innocence for another time, Academy student. Her declaration silenced the crowd. Izane's face drained of color. She opened her mouth to reply, but no words came out. Strength, wit, and authority. She couldn't match Yoruichi in any of these aspects. She was trapped, her earlier courage crumbling under the pressure. In this suffocating moment, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. Forgive her, Izane said with a serene smile as he appeared behind her. His calm, soothing voice was a stark contrast to the tension in the room. This student was merely concerned for CE's well-being, which led her to speak out of turn. He bowed slightly, his demeanor impeccably polite. It was, without question, disrespectful. She will, of course, accept any punishment deemed appropriate. However, Izane's gaze softened as he looked toward Yoruichi. Could you find it in your heart to forgive her, Lady Yoruichi? Her actions stemmed from a genuine and admirable concern. Yoruichi's stern expression softened into a casual smile, her sharp edges disappearing. Fine, fine. If there's a good reason, I suppose I can let it slide. She waved dismissively before turning her attention back to Izane, her smirk growing mischievous. But I'm curious. What's your relationship with him, huh? Are you two lovers? Why would she say something like that now? Izane's face instantly turned crimson, the blood rushing to her cheeks. She let out a small, panicked squeak, lowering her head to hide her embarrassment. And no, absolutely not. Her denial came far too quickly, far too defensively. Even Izane, standing beside her, couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Everyone had their own reactions. And on the platform, CE, battered but standing, wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. The blow had been heavy. Undeniably so. I almost died there, Vice Captain Omida. He wasn't joking. The overwhelming spiritual pressure had crushed him like a bug. The difference in strength was as vast as that between an adult and a child. As Izane had said, the sheer force of Omida's spiritual pressure was enough to overwhelm an ordinary person. For CE, it was nearly fatal. But Omida's expression remained unreadable. He raised his fists, assuming his stance once more. Apologies, young one, he said flatly. This is at Lady Yoruichi's command. If her honor is on the line, I must fight with everything I have. A reasonable answer. But one CE couldn't help but find distasteful. Oh? So attacking without warning falls under the duties of a noble? Omida didn't reply. CE smiled faintly, his tone growing colder. Well, from where I stand, I suppose there's not much else to say. The 13th Division of Imperial Guards wasn't a bastion of justice. It was a centuries-old institution of warriors, known for its bloody history and ruthless tactics. They achieved their goals by any means necessary. Deception, schemes, and dishonorable acts. These weren't exceptions but rather standard tools of their trade. CE understood this well. Holding back at a time like this would be disrespectful. Vice Captain Omida. CE steadied himself, exhaling the taste of blood from his lungs. Let's begin the second round. Pleased to meet you. Chapter 23, The 100 Jutsus. This is. Spiritual pressure is a measure of spiritual power, ranked from the 20th level upward. Each level marks a significant difference in strength. Most ordinary soldiers hover around the 20th level. Reaching the rank of seated officer requires breaking into the top 10 levels. For vice captains, their levels typically fall between the 5th and 4th tiers. Captains occupy levels 3 and above. Though this categorization is blunt and generalized, it serves as a useful framework for dividing and understanding combat capabilities. Strong individuals grow stronger over time, their power accumulating until they ascend to the next stage. Weaker individuals, while lagging behind, still have opportunities to catch up, striving to scale the heights and see landscapes few can reach. For Omega Marikyo, a vice captain classified as level 5, this was an admission: among vice captains, I don't rank very high. Though it sounded humble, the implied weight of his words was undeniable. If someone as troublesome as him isn't even at the top, how many others are more dangerous? Defeating one only means another stronger one awaits. Does this road of training ever truly end? Seiya smiled brightly at the thought, his expression brimming with unshakable determination. Well, doesn't that just make it all the more exciting? He clenched his fists tightly, drawing a deep, steadying breath. It's common knowledge that spiritual pressure reflects the density of one's soul. A strong soul wields immense power that leaves others in awe. For Seiya, however, this power stems from something unique. The 4 foundational skills that form the bedrock of his abilities: sword art, 40, hand-to-hand combats, 25, flash steps, 2, Kido, 5. Compared to earlier days, his half-month of rigorous training had not only refined his swordsmanship but also expanded his proficiency in hand-to-hand combat. Supplemental lessons from Nanao Eyes and Izane Kotetsu had further boosted his aptitude for Kido, elevating it to a respectable 15 points. Now, by fusing these attributes, and applying what Aizen had once advised, use the urgency of life and death as a trigger. Like a fuse to dynamite, Seiya sparked his inner potential and unleashed it in full. This was no mere sparring match. This was survival. A booming explosion of spiritual pressure engulfed the arena. The dazzling blue torrent coiled around Seiya, radiating a dark, intense brilliance. The distortions it caused in the air blurred his outline, making him appear ethereal and untouchable. The wind whipped wildly, snapping his hair tie. His once neatly bound ponytail unraveled, his long hair now a chaotic mane. His spiritual pressure surged uncontrollably. Unlike the controlled techniques taught in the academy, Seiya's release was raw, instinctual. Born of his survival instincts. It possessed an unrestrained intensity and a magnetism that demanded attention. His spiritual pressure climbed rapidly: level 20. Level 15. Level 9. Level 7. Finally, it stabilized, no longer overwhelming but still commanding. The onlookers were struck silent by the sight of this first-year student exuding such overwhelming power. Tosen Kaname leaped to his feet, his expression unreadable. Nanao Eyes stood frozen, her mouth agape in disbelief. Izane Kotetsu stared, dumbstruck, at the dazzling figure on the platform. This bold, unrestrained back. Was it still the same person she remembered? Ha! Yoruichi broke the silence with an excited shout, her face alight with glee. As I thought. This kid was holding back before. Hey, Aizen. Did you teach him this? He's not bad. She jabbed an elbow playfully into Aizen's side. He didn't dodge, though his rare, stunned expression suggested he might have been caught off guard. He stared at Seiya, his usually sharp eyes clouded with unspoken thoughts. Seiya was undeniably his student, but this rapid growth far exceeded his expectations. Hidden behind his glasses, Aizen's thoughts remained a mystery. On the platform, Omega Marikyo's astonishment was evident. Seiya Arima, you. His words were cut off, his thoughts muddled. But Seiya wasn't interested in listening. Before Omega could complete his sentence, Seiya's figure blurred. He had already moved. With a sharp burst of speed, he closed the distance, darting into Omega's blind spot. Omega's guard was down. His focus had been too drawn to the impressive spiritual pressure to anticipate such a bold maneuver. Even Yoruichi raised a brow at the tactical blunder. Seriously, Omega? You let him get that close? While she almost intervened, she stopped herself, shaking her head in amusement. Guess he'll have to learn the hard way. No excuses, even for a vice captain. Seiya wasn't one to gloat over an opening. With 12 points in flash steps, speed, he wasn't just fast for a student. He could hold his own among many seated officers. Guess all that focus on my spiritual pressure made you forget about the rest, huh? Though Seiya could empathize, this was a fatal oversight for someone of Omega's rank. Inhaling sharply, Seiya centered himself. His steps shifted, grounding his movements. Impact. He drove his right foot down, the force of his step cracking the platform beneath them. Seiya's fist followed. Compressed power packed into a direct, devastating strike to Omega's chest. The 100 jutsus, this is one, single strike. Boom. The blow reverberated through the arena. Omega staggered back, his eyes bulging from the force of impact. Though winded, he hadn't fallen. He skidded backward, his feet grinding against the floor, tearing his tabi socks in the process. Steam rose faintly from his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. Though shaken, he managed a wry grin. I held my ground. Barely. But Yoruichi's sharp voice cut through his thoughts like a knife. Omida, what the hell are you doing? Her sudden rebuke froze Omida in his tracks. It took him a moment, but realization dawned, his expression twisting into one of horror. I made a mistake. Before he could recover, Seiya closed the distance again, his figure blazing forward with unrelenting intensity. He moved like a predator, his glowing spiritual pressure swirling around him. His grin was wide, unrestrained, as if reveling in the sheer thrill of the fight. Did you think you blocked that? Of course. You didn't. Seiya's smile turned sharper. Because I wasn't even using my full strength. The earlier blow had been a feint. This was the real attack. The 100 jutsus, this is double strike. Power surged through Seiya as he stepped in close. His fists clenched tightly, both arms moving in perfect synchronization. Twin fists struck Omida's chest with unimaginable force. Chapter 24, Apologies. Single strike is a hand-to-hand combat technique pioneered by Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni. Though its origins lie with the captain commander, it's categorized as a basic technique, taught to every student as foundational material. The reason for this categorization is simple and unpretentious. Single strike involves utilizing one's entire body, muscles, spiritual pressure, and momentum to deliver the fastest and strongest punch possible. There are no frills or clever tricks. Only through relentless practice and sheer determination can this technique be honed to its peak potential. That simplicity led to a common misconception. Most people instinctively underestimate this technique, Seiya thought, exhaling a deep breath. Lowering his still trembling hands, faint traces of blue spiritual particles swirled around them like weightless fish in water. He relaxed his stance and turned his gaze toward a still stunned Omida Marikyo. With a calm smile, Seiya remarked, Omida-senpai, I assume you've neglected your hand-to-hand combats training since graduation? A simple observation. Anyone who paid attention to single strike would notice a subtle but vital detail. The muscle and spiritual pressure flow used in single strike can seamlessly transition into double strike, enhancing both precision and power. One blow won't break them, but two can shatter everything. This is the essence of the technique. Seiya chuckled softly to himself. He reached up to sweep aside the stray strands of hair falling over his forehead, only to grimace in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The recoil from his failed double strike had caused visible swelling in his hands, leaving them numb and throbbing. Omega stared at him, mouth agape, taking several deep breaths before finally managing to speak. Why didn't you follow through? Seiya shrugged and smiled, his tone casual yet sincere. Omida-senpai, we don't have any personal grudges, do we? This was just a friendly match, not a battle to the death. The outcome is already clear, and there's no need to drag things further. Especially since this farce has gone on long enough, don't you think? More bloodshed would be meaningless. Embarrassing a vice-captain of the 2nd Division wouldn't do anyone any favors, let alone benefit Seiya's own position. Escalating the spectacle would only make the story of this match spread further, turning his academic life into an even greater focal point of attention. Acting out of pride at the expense of both sides would be nothing short of immature. Omida-senpai, I just want to focus on my studies and stay out of the spotlight. The main storyline was still over a century away. Seiya had no urgency, he preferred to take each step deliberately, savoring the journey of growth. That was his foundation, his approach to life. Of course, Seiya also had his personal motives. Winking conspiratorially, he leaned closer and murmured, Senpai, consider this match a favor. I hope you'll return it by cutting me some slack in the future. Though the Omega family lacked the clout of the 4 noble houses, they still boasted significant wealth and influence. Even if Omega Marikyo retired tomorrow, he'd still be a wealthy landowner. Having a connection with someone like that could only benefit Seiya. While Omida remained frozen in disbelief, Yoruichi appeared beside them in a blur of motion. As the head of the Shioing family, her commanding presence was undeniable. Despite standing between two towering men, she exuded an aura that was impossible to ignore. Tilting her head confidently, she raised Seiya's left hand high and declared to the crowd, by the name of Shioing, I declare this match won by Seiya Arima. What? Why is this happening now? Excuse me. Seiya began to protest, but Yoruichi's sharp glare silenced him. Any words he might have had were swallowed back down. While Seiya had outsmarted a vice-captain, facing the head of the Shioing family was an entirely different matter. He couldn't outfight her. He couldn't out-argue her. And if he dared to speak out of turn, who knew what this unpredictable noblewoman might do next? Is my peaceful student life really about to end like this? Though this was officially just a hand-to-hand combat sparring match, spiritual pressure had been involved. lending it a weight far beyond an ordinary exercise. Watching the crowd erupt into cheers and chatter, Seiya could only muster a strained, awkward smile. Everything's gone completely off the rails. Hey, Seiya. Yoruichi's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Turning to face her, he saw her studying him intently, her gaze filled with a peculiar mix of amusement and interest. After a few heartbeats of silence, she spoke again. Have you ever considered marrying into the Shioin family? What? One day later. So, what's your answer? It was nighttime at the dojo. After finishing their sparring session, Seiya and Tosen Kaname sat side by side, sharing bottles of green tea. Of course, I refused. What kind of question is that? If I'd agreed, do you think I'd still be here now? True enough. Tosen set his bottle down, turning his head slightly so his ear faced Seiya. But why refuse? Marrying into the Shioin family would have brought you nothing but benefits. Nobles possess resources far beyond what we commoners could ever dream of. And if they value your talent, they wouldn't hesitate to invest in you. Seiya, from your perspective, I can't see any reason to say no. Seiya pulled a face, clearly unimpressed. You're so pragmatic, Tosen. I'm not some prize panda they're trying to breed. I want love, not matchmaking. Besides, marriage into their family wouldn't be up to me anyway. Sure, the Shioin women are all stunning, but who knows what surprises they'd spring on me. Tosen hesitated, his tone suddenly curious. What's a panda? A rare and protected animal. Never mind, forget I said anything. Truthfully, Seiya vaguely remembered that Yoruichi had a younger brother. While his demeanor seemed gentle, Seiya had no interest in feminine men. No traps. Absolutely no traps. These surface-level reasons aside, the real issue lay deeper. I just prefer life as it is right now. Seiya smiled at Tosen, feeling a wave of gratitude for his current circumstances. Though Yoruichi's sudden proposal had been unexpected, reflecting on it afterward revealed it to be a trap in disguise. Becoming a Shioin son-in-law would sever his connection to Aizen and make joining the 13th Division of Imperial Guard significantly harder. As a noble family son-in-law, he'd have no freedom. Especially in a feudal society. At best, he'd be a pampered ornament, at worst, a caged bird. No thanks. Remaining in the academy provided Seiya with everything he needed. Sparring with Tosen, a future captain-level talent, ensured his swordsmanship advanced steadily. The other foundational skills would follow with time, especially with Aizen nearby to guide him when needed. Could the Shioin family offer such resources? Of course not. While Seiya mulled over his thoughts, Tosen suddenly broke the silence. Seiya, I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Lowering his head, Tosen hesitated before speaking softly. As your friend, I failed to step in when you needed me most. I ignored my conscience and betrayed my principles. Tosen clenched his fists, his voice trembling. I told myself I'd changed, but I still hesitate. I still feel afraid. Seiya blinked, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a gentle smile. It's fine. I'd have done the same in your position. But that doesn't make it right. Tosen's voice rose, his body trembling. I didn't come here to compromise my ideals. I want to be strong enough to pursue true justice. Hey, Tosen. Cutting him off mid-sentence, Seiya looked up at the sky, his tone light yet firm. I've told you this before, don't get too caught up in the present. As long as you stay true to your convictions, you'll find your way eventually. Justice, equality, whatever it is you seek. Just hold on to that belief and let it guide you. Think of your struggles now as training. It might make them easier to bear. With a playful grin, Seiya patted Tosen's shoulder. And as for everything else, come on, Tosen, don't be so formal. After all, we're friends, aren't we? Chapter 25, The Butterfly and the Dream. Tosen Kaname was a man of deep contradictions. This trait had been evident even in the original storyline. His friendship with Sajin Kamemura, his mentorship of Hisagi Shuai. Even though he despised the nobility and Shinigami culture, he still found himself inevitably connected to them. Perhaps it was this internal conflict that eventually led to his self-destructive path. Such was his nature. But now, with Seiya and Arima standing before him, Tosen resolved to prevent history from repeating itself. Enough of these complicated thoughts for now. If your heart is confused, then focus on your sword instead. Setting down the empty bottle, Seiya stepped back and took a ready stance in front of Tosen. His tired right hand twirled the wooden blade, forming a clean, fluid arc in the air. After all, 99% of life's worries boil down to one thing, not being strong enough. Tosen's expression flickered before a faint smile broke through. Sometimes, you manage to say things with real depth. Ha! My genius persona demands no less. Get ready, Tosen, because I'm not holding back this time." The sparring session ended with both exhausted, and they parted ways at the entrance of the dojo. As Seiya hobbled away into the shadows of the corridor, Tosin stood silent for a long moment. Then, rather than heading toward his dormitory, he wandered off to a secluded corner of the school grounds. There, he paused in silence until a soothing voice came from behind him. "Meeting me here? I assume you have something important to discuss." Aizen Sosuke's figure emerged, his hands tucked into his sleeves and his serene smile as unassuming as ever. "Tosin-kun?" Unlike others who were drawn into Aizen's schemes, Tosin had approached Aizen of his own volition. "Forgive the late hour, Aizen-san," Tosin said, his tone as courteous as always. Aizen offered a gentle laugh, brushing it off with a wave of his hand. "No need to apologize. Tell me, what's on your mind?" "I want to become stronger." Tosin clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "This pace of improvement isn't enough for me to achieve my dream. I need faster progress, a shortcut. Even if it means taking a darker path. I must become stronger, no matter the cost." Aizen studied him quietly before speaking, his voice tinged with understanding. "You seek strength to defy the nobility that wronged you, to avenge your lost friend. A tragic yet admirable resolve." Pushing up his glasses, Aizen's smile turned slightly mischievous. "But is that truly your only reason?" Tosin hesitated. After a moment's silence, he admitted softly, I don't want to be left behind by Seiya. He's improving too quickly. He might not even realize it himself, but I can already tell. There's hardly any advantage I hold over him in swordsmanship now. At this rate, it won't be long before he surpasses me completely." Tosin's feelings weren't jealousy or resentment, instead, they were a mixture of self-reproach and determination. "As his friend, I'm genuinely happy for his progress. But I can't allow myself to stagnate. If I don't grow strong enough to stand up against injustice when it matters, then I'll never forgive myself." Tosin's words resonated with conviction, his resolve unwavering. Slowly, he dropped to one knee, bowing his head before Aizen in a gesture of humility. "I know you possess extraordinary means. I know Seiya's growth accelerated after coming under your guidance. I don't expect the same treatment as him. Command me as you will, but please grant me the strength I seek." Faced with such sincerity, Aizen could hardly refuse. A faint smile played on his lips as he extended his right hand toward Tosin. "Very well. Then let us work together, Tosin-kan." Having come to an agreement, Aizen took a step back and drew his Zanpakuto with a graceful motion. "But before we begin, there's something I'd like you to experience." Tosin tilted his head, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Nothing drastic," Aizen said reassuringly. "I'd like you to witness the release of my Zanpakuto. Since you've yet to unlock your own Shike, observing mine up close might spark some inspiration for you." The explanation seemed reasonable, and Tosin gave a quiet nod. In that moment, the butterfly's wings fluttered. A gentle breeze rippled across the quiet school grounds. The small gust traversed oceans and continents, stirring distant lands and skies. That tiny motion would, in time, birth a storm that would shake the very foundations of existence. Something shifted. Something that could never return to how it once was. Destiny, or perhaps a force even more enigmatic, had begun to weave its threads. 2 weeks later the days passed in quiet succession, and Seiya found himself plagued by recurring dreams. Each night, he would find himself at a crossroads, standing beneath a lone street lamp in an empty void. No sun, no moon, no stars. Nothing to mark the passage of time. 4 paths extended in different directions, each shrouded in eerie darkness. Whenever Seiya chose a path, it inevitably looped back to the starting point, as if the space itself were a circular trap. Each time, the dream ended with Seiya waking in frustration. Basically, that's the gist of it. This has been happening for over a week now. Sitting across from him in the academy cafeteria, Izane Kotetsu offered a knowing smile. "That doesn't sound strange at all, Seiya-kun. It just means you're on the verge of connecting with your Zanpakuto." In theory, she was right. But the experience itself was maddening. "But I can't find it," Seiya groaned, running a hand through his hair. "It won't speak to me, and I don't even know where it's hiding. Is it some kind of maze?" Izane chuckled, finishing her bowl of porridge with a contented sigh. "Well, every Zanpakuto has its quirks. They're reflections of your own soul, after all. That's why no one else can tell you how to reach it." She offered an encouraging smile. "Sometimes, the answers lie within yourself, not in someone else's advice." Though Seiya had considered this, hearing it confirmed left him sighing in defeat. Fine. But my subconscious sure likes to play hard to get." Leaning back on the bench, he stretched and yawned, the fatigue evident on his face. "Not sleeping well because of these dreams," he muttered. Izane hesitated before stepping closer. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, her voice soft. Then, would you like me to help? I could try massaging your shoulders tomorrow morning. It might not do much, but it could help you relax a bit. Her offer was genuine, grounded in her expertise with healing Kido. Seiya's exhaustion vanished instantly. Grinning with newfound enthusiasm, he nodded eagerly. Thank you. I'll take you up on that. Izane smiled shyly before beginning to clear the table. As she turned to leave, Seiya called out again, his tone suddenly serious. Katsubaki-senpai. She turned back, her brows raised in curiosity. What about my other question? Have you thought about it? Yesterday, Seiya had confessed his feelings and asked if she would consider dating him. No riddles, no hesitation. He'd laid everything out plainly, just like his personality demanded. Izane's face turned a deep shade of red, and she covered her cheeks with her hands. That's. She took a step back, clearly flustered, before taking a deep breath to steady herself. Finally, her lips parted as she began to speak. Chapter 26, The Next Destination. So, Seiya-kun, your confession was rejected? Aizen spoke with a gentle smile, seated comfortably at his desk. Before him, Seiya scratched his head awkwardly, his face full of embarrassment. And no, I wouldn't call it a flat-out rejection. I mean, she didn't exactly say it so bluntly. Aizen stood and poured a cup of warm water, handing it to Seiya. But she did say something along the lines of, let's start as friends, didn't she? Seiya nodded cautiously, murmuring his thanks. Aizen-sensei, how are you so knowledgeable about this stuff? That's because I'm usually the one being confessed to. Sometimes, Aizen could say things that were seriously aggravating. Noticing Seiya's annoyed expression, Aizen chuckled lightly. Well, enough joking. Seiya-kun, you should understand, right? Someone like Izane probably already has feelings for you. Of course, Seiya had sensed as much. But it still stings when your confession doesn't go as planned, doesn't it? Seriously, are you reading my mind? Hey. While you may think I'm teasing you, I believe relationships with girls require patience. You have to spend time together and build rapport. He continued, his tone calm and teacherly. Small gifts, shared conversations, and moments beyond the mundane are what deepen bonds. Aizen sipped his tea with satisfaction. While passionate emotions can shorten the distance between two people quickly, what truly cements a connection are the quiet, consistent efforts over time. He glanced meaningfully at Seiya. From what I've observed, Izane seems like the traditional type. Your approach was, shall we say, a bit too bold. The words were tactful, but the subtext was clear. You fumbled it, kid. Seiya's face turned red with embarrassment. He sighed deeply, his earlier energy visibly deflated. Feeling discouraged, Seiya-kun? That obvious, huh, Aizen-sensei? You look like a defeated rooster. Though Aizen wasn't being intentionally harsh, the comment still stung. Seeing Seiya's sullen demeanor, Aizen smiled warmly. But I must admit, I didn't expect you to be the type to take the initiative. Is this the kind of thing driven by youthful hormones? Caught off guard, Seiya glanced away, scratching his cheek in discomfort. Well, wanting a girlfriend I can hold hands with or hug isn't that weird, is it? Aizen froze momentarily, then laughed heartily. Ha. That's wonderfully youthful. But are you sure it's wise to share such personal desires with me? Adjusting his glasses, Aizen's expression turned mischievous. You know I might use it as a story to amuse others. Seiya waved it off nonchalantly, smiling wryly. I trust you unconditionally, sensei. If you choose to do that, I'm sure you have your reasons. I wouldn't mind. Aizen fell silent for a moment, his gaze deepening. I see. That kind of trust feels rather heavy. Well, in any case, let's leave it at that. I'll just have to work harder next time. Good. It's always best to keep moving forward. Can't stay down forever, right? Slapping his cheek slightly, Seiya drained the rest of his water and stretched. Anyway, let's talk about something else. Sensei, tomorrow's the field trip to shadow one of the squads. Do you have any recommendations? Aizen turned his chair back toward his desk, tapping a finger thoughtfully on the surface. Do you have any particular squad in mind, Seiya-kun? Seiya shrugged with a grin. Not really. It was just a one-day shadowing assignment, unlikely to involve anything too significant. But Seiya had a hunch Aizen would have something lined up for him. Show me what cards you're holding, Aizen-sensei. Perhaps amused by Seiya's straightforwardness, Aizen chuckled softly and pulled a letter from his desk drawer. Actually, 2 days ago, I received a letter from Captain Shinji Hirako of the 5th Division. He specifically requested you join his squad for this field exercise. Wait, really? Seiya was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected a captain to take an interest in him. Does that surprise you, Seiya-kun? Well, yeah. A little. Then take this chance to get acclimated. Word of your victory over Vice Captain Omega has spread throughout the 13 court guard squads. Aizen's tone was light, but there was a gleam of amusement in his eyes. You may not feel it yet, but you've already become a rising star in the eyes of many. Raising a hand, Aizen began ticking off his fingers. I've heard that Captain Yoruichi often mentions your name during gatherings. Captain Urahara of the 4th Division is now aware of you as well. Captain Rojiro Atrabashi of the 3rd Division has expressed interest in meeting you. And Captain Love Akawa of the 7th Division. Stop. 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 Seiya waved his arms frantically, his head spinning. Aizen-sensei, please. That's too much to take in. Chuckling, Aizen leaned back in his chair. Well, now you understand the influence you've garnered, don't you? At this rate, even Captain Commander Yamamoto might take an interest in you. Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni. The thought made Seiya's jaw drop. Why would he care about me? Because your white-knuckle brawl with Omega showcased your skill in hand-to-hand combats. Techniques the Captain Commander himself values highly. It's no surprise he'd take notice of someone employing his preferred methods. Seiya groaned, burying his face in his hands. All this just because of one fight. Seiya-kun, Aizen continued, it seems you still don't fully grasp the significance of what you achieved. An academy student, demonstrating 7th rank spiritual pressure within a month of enrollment. It's nothing short of extraordinary. But it's all thanks to your guidance, Sensei, Seiya replied earnestly. This wasn't false humility, Seiya genuinely believed it. Without Aizen's instruction, his progress would have been much slower. Aizen studied him quietly, his thoughts unfathomable. It wasn't often someone expressed such sincere gratitude toward him. For a moment, Aizen felt an unfamiliar flicker of warmth. But it was fleeting. In any case, Seiya-kun, Aizen finally said, his tone steady once more, we'll need to make some adjustments. Tomorrow, you won't be going to the 5th Division. Wait, what? Seiya blinked in confusion. But isn't that a direct request from Captain Hieriko? Aizen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he calmly summoned a stream of energy to his hand, which coalesced into a small flame. The letter in his other hand caught fire, its ashes dissipating into the air. I've made alternate arrangements that I believe will better suit you. What about Captain Hieriko? You never read the letter, did you? Well, no. Then let's pretend it never existed. What the heck? Is this really how Aizen and Hieriko interact? Aizen's serene smile remained, his tone as calm as ever. Don't worry about it, Seiya-kun. I have somewhere more interesting in mind for you. Seiya hesitated, curiosity evident on his face. And where is that? Aizen adjusted his glasses, his voice steady. The 12th Division. Home of the Research and Development Institute. Chapter 27, First Meeting with Captain Urahara Squad 12. In the well-structured hierarchy of the 13 court guard squads, this was the division responsible for research and development. Later, it would become the foundation for the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, a subsidiary specializing in technological innovation and data analysis. Within its subdivisions, the institute would handle areas like communications technology and spiritual wave measurement. A perfect blend of tradition and progressive innovation. So long. Ian Aram sighed as he flipped through the introduction booklet in his hands. And why does it feel like some weird advertisement? This tone reeks of marketing. Feels like I'm walking into a shady MLM seminar. The sheer commercial vibe practically oozed off the pages, filling the air. Walking ahead of him, Aizen chuckled softly at Seiya's grumblings but didn't turn around. Are you really overwhelmed by just this? Truly, you're still young, Seiya-kun. Sensei, this booklet is 120 pages long. Seiya snapped the booklet shut, his face betraying a mix of irritation and exasperation. Aizen-sensei. I'm listening, Seiya-kun. Is it just the two of us on this field assignment today? That's correct. After all, few people express interest in the Research and Development Institute. Its unconventional mission and ideology often clash with traditional values, making it even less popular than Squad 4. Is that so? Seiya frowned, sensing something off. Even if it wasn't a popular choice, surely someone else would volunteer. It felt more like Aizen had intentionally ensured they were alone for this trip. Wait. Is this what people call special treatment? By the way, how's the fit on those clothes? Instinctively tugging at the hem of the borrowed black uniform, Seiya nodded cheerfully. Fits fine. Thanks for letting me borrow it, Aizen-sensei. Normally, field assignments required students to wear their academy uniforms, but since it was just the two of them, the rules seemed more flexible. The outfit was one of Aizen's spares, carrying a faint scent of soap. Despite being well maintained, Seiya couldn't help but notice one thing: the shoulders were broader than he'd expected. Despite their similar builds, the width of Aizen's shoulders made the fit slightly off for Seiya, leaving the uniform looking a bit loose. As they walked, Aizen suddenly stopped, half turning to glance back at Seiya. His gaze lingered on Seiya's shoulders for a moment before his brow furrowed ever so slightly. As I thought. I had a feeling it might not fit perfectly. It does look a little off. Aizen reached out, seemingly intent on adjusting something, but stopped mid-motion, his hands hovering awkwardly. For all his precision in many areas, altering clothes was clearly not his forte. It's fine, sensei. It just looks a little baggy. Nobody's going to notice. That won't do. First impressions matter, Seiya-kun. Proper attire reflects proper character. You're oddly particular about this, sensei. Resigned, Seiya smiled wryly. Fine, fine. I'll get 2 tailored uniforms when we get back so I won't have to trouble you again. This answer seemed to satisfy Aizen, but his expression remained contemplative. My apologies, Seiya-kun. Huh? There's no need to apologize for this, sensei. You're being way too formal. Or maybe it's because he sees me as a reflection of his teachings? Is he worried my appearance might tarnish his reputation? Such a concern would fit Aizen's meticulous personality. As Seiya pondered, Aizen spoke again, his tone thoughtful. It was my oversight that led to you going out dressed like this. As your teacher, it reflects poorly on my guidance. Ugh. Aizen-sensei, you're way too good with words. This is genuinely touching, you know. Sensei, how much further is it to our destination? Trying to shift the topic, Seiya glanced at their surroundings. They had left the academy early in the morning and had been walking for quite a while. About half an hour more. It was nearing mid-morning. By the time they arrived, it would almost be lunch. Seiya nodded thoughtfully, sighing as he tilted his head back to glance at the sky. I wonder how everyone else is spending their field day. Did Tosun, Izane, or Nanao go through this same routine as first-year students? This kind of reflective moment always came with a tinge of nostalgia, even for someone like Seiya. Lost in thought, he was pulled back to reality by Aizen's voice. We've arrived. Seiya blinked, raising his head to take in the sight of their destination. Before them stood a massive, arch-shaped structure. Its location was desolate, devoid of any residential areas or shops nearby. The building's isolation was stark, its purpose clearly unique. As if reading Seiya's thoughts, Aizen began to explain without prompting. It's quite remote, isn't it? But that's precisely the point. Squad 12's duties require secrecy and discretion. Its location reflects that need for isolation. He's like a tour guide. But all of this is in the handbook, on page 117. It seems reading isn't one of your strengths, Seiya-kun. I take it back, sensei. Before they could even approach the building's entrance, a figure appeared, standing by the gate and waving enthusiastically. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you too. Who? Someone had come out personally to greet them. Aizen's connections were truly impressive. But as they drew closer, Seiya's expression began to shift. The man's features became clearer, short, slightly tousled blonde hair, striking green eyes, and a hint of stubble on his jaw. His disheveled appearance gave him an air of rugged charm. Wait, this guy looks way too familiar. Seiya's stomach churned with a mix of nerves and disbelief. Good to see you, Captain Urara, Aizen said smoothly. And good to see you too, 4th Seat Aizen. Oh no. It really is him. Kusagakure Urara. The legendary captain of Squad 12 and the first head of the Research and Development Institute. Seiya swallowed hard, struggling to process the man standing before him. Sensei, you didn't think to warn me about this? While Seiya's mind raced, Aizen and Urara exchanged pleasantries, chatting as if they were old friends. Finally, Urara turned his attention to Seiya, his green eyes twinkling with amusement. This must be the rising star I've been hearing about. Seiya Arima, was it? Seiya forced a polite smile, though internally, he was screaming. Why does everyone know who I am? Urara's demeanor was warm and friendly, but Seiya couldn't shake the image of his iconic green coat, fisherman's hat, and wooden sandals. It was hard to reconcile the man before him with the legendary figure he'd imagined. Seiya-kun. Aizen's voice snapped him out of his daze. Startled, Seiya bowed quickly, his voice slightly rushed. Ah, yes. I'm Seiya Arima. It's an honor to meet you, Captain Urara. Apologies for spacing out earlier. Not at all, Urara said, laughing. It's perfectly normal to feel nervous on a field assignment like this. His relaxed attitude was unexpectedly reassuring. Stepping aside, Urara gestured toward the building. It's rare for someone like you to choose Squad 12 for a field visit. A pleasant surprise, I must say. You should ask Aizen-sensei about that. Glancing back at Aizen, Seiya found his teacher's expression unreadable. Guess I'll just have to roll with it. Following the two men, Seiya stepped into the Research and Development Institute. The interior was vast but dimly lit, with no windows to let in natural light. Instead, the space was bathed in a faint, eerie glow from various monitors and machinery. The atmosphere was undeniably futuristic, though the dimness made it feel somewhat oppressive. You might find the environment a bit unsettling at first, Seiya-kun, Urara said, his voice breaking the silence. Walking ahead of Seiya, Urara slowed his pace to walk alongside him. Most people here are deeply focused on their research, so they might seem a bit distant. But don't worry. They're all good people at heart. Why does that sound more ominous than reassuring? Still, it fit what Seiya knew about Squad 12. Under Urara's leadership, the squad had undergone significant changes, including the controversial rehabilitation of prisoners from the Maggot's Nest. Though controversial, it was a testament to the squad's commitment to progress and innovation. Yeah, he's definitely a cool guy. Seiya chuckled to himself, nodding politely. Thank you for the reassurance, Captain Urara. I'll do my best to adapt. Urara's smile widened. Well said, young man. I like your attitude. Chapter 28, aren't you curious? A compliment, but not one that brings joy. Seiya knew all too well that Kisuke Urara, for all his pleasant demeanor, was someone who masked a deeply enigmatic and calculative nature. Birds of a feather flock together, huh? It made sense that someone like Urara could casually hold a conversation with Aizen. Both were men whose minds operated on a plane beyond most people's comprehension. Seiya-kun, this must be your first visit to the Research and Development Institute, correct? Urara's voice was light, his half-turn to glance at Seiya devoid of any pressure. If there's anything you're unsure about, feel free to ask. Since I was informed about your visit in advance, 90% of the facility is open for exploration today. And the other 10%? Seiya hesitated but decided against pressing the issue. Behind him, Aizen chuckled softly, his tone mildly teasing. You're quite generous, Urara Teicho. I recall that a few years ago, the conditions weren't nearly this accommodating. Urara rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, shrugging. Well, we don't get many academy students visiting anyway. Let's just call this a private exhibition. I even managed to take a day off to guide you two around. Seiya tilted his head slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Are there really no students interested in interning at Squad 12 this year? Well, let's just say it's rare. Urara sighed, scratching the corner of his mouth with an air of helplessness. Most students gravitate toward squads with prestigious reputations. It's easier to impress others when you can say you interned somewhere like the 6th or 2nd squad. Ah, that made sense. Of course, the allure of working under noble houses like the Shioin or Kuachiki families would be irresistible to many. For commoners, such affiliations would be a source of pride and status. But, Seiya-kun, Urara suddenly turned his attention to him, his tone shifting slightly. Is that not the case for you? Why is this about me now? You chose to enroll in the Shino Academy and clearly have exceptional talent. Surely you have ambitions, dreams? Don't you care about fame, honor, or how others perceive you? Caught off guard by the direct question, Seiya quickly composed himself, offering a measured response. I don't particularly care about those things. Nobility, prestige, reputation, legacy. None of it mattered to him. Seiya's focus was on the bigger picture, the instability of the Soul Society, the upheavals and conflicts that loomed on the horizon. He had no time for superficial aspirations. Besides, I trust Aizen-sensei's guidance. Seiya grinned cheekily and clapped Aizen on the shoulder, a playful gleam in his eyes. Sensei's always had my back, so I believe his decisions are in my best interest. Aizen let out a faint, almost inaudible chuckle, adjusting his glasses as he replied, Trust is commendable, Seiya-kun, but I'd appreciate it if you maintained a more respectful demeanor during official outings. Got it. I'll work on that next time. Your response lacks conviction. Would you like to try again while looking me in the eye? No thanks. Urara observed their exchange with visible amusement, his lips curling into a feigned smile. How enviable, Aizen-san. Pausing his banter with Seiya, Aizen turned to Urara, his tone calm and serious. Enviable in what sense, Urara Teicho? Exactly as I said. When I first met you, you had a certain air of solitude about you. But now. Urara gestured subtly toward Seiya. You seem less lonely. Though delivered lightly, the statement subtly shifted the atmosphere. Seiya glanced at Aizen, noting the brief silence that followed. Aizen's lips curved into his usual serene smile, his tone unchanged as he replied, "Is that so? I suppose my time at the academy has introduced me to many intriguing individuals. It seems I still have much to learn about interpersonal connections. Aizen-sensei, why do you sound so ominous?" The conversation trailed off as Urara resumed guiding them through the facility. "This area is where we process and refine materials for Jikongan production," Urara explained, gesturing to a nearby room. "It's essential preparation for those planning to travel to the world of the living." He pointed further down the corridor. "And over here, we conduct research on spiritual energy manipulation. The work is still in its early stages, but once completed, it could revolutionize life in the Soul Society." His voice carried a noticeable energy when discussing his research, betraying his genuine passion for innovation. Seiya observed the enthusiasm in Urara's tone and couldn't help but think, he really loves this stuff, huh? Eventually, they arrived at a heavy metal door, which Urara tapped lightly. "Beyond this is a restricted area. Apologies, but it's currently off-limits due to ongoing experiments." After over an hour of touring the facility, the trio came to a natural pause. "Seiya-kun," Urara said, turning to him, "I still have some matters to discuss with Aizen-san. In the meantime, this gentleman here will guide you further." A younger man stepped forward, his appearance sharp and slightly intimidating, short cropped hair, narrow eyes, and an expression that, despite its smile, felt anything but friendly. "Hello," the man said, his voice steady. "I'm Akin, one of the team leaders here at the Institute." "Ah, so it's him." Though Akin appeared relatively young, Seiya recognized him from future events in the original timeline. In time, Akin would rise to become the third seat of Squad 12 and deputy director of the Research and Development Institute. "Hello. I'm Seiya Arima." After exchanging introductions, Seiya watched as Urara and Aizen departed through a separate doorway. Those two are definitely up to something. Seiya had suspected as much even before arriving at the Institute, and their discreet departure only confirmed it. Probably something related to the Hogyoku. He couldn't shake the feeling that their discussions involved technology that would eventually lead to the Hogyoku's creation. It wasn't hard to imagine Aizen subtly leveraging Urara's resources for his own ends. "Sorry, Urara Teicho. My boss plays dirty." Lost in thought, Seiya was snapped back to the present by Akin's voice. "Seiya-kun, since you're here, why not try the food in our cafeteria? There are a few specialties exclusive to this facility that you won't find anywhere else." Seiya hesitated briefly. While the Future Research and Development Institute under Mayuri Kurotsuchi wasn't exactly a place he'd trust for a meal, this was still Urara's era. "Surely it's safe. Right?" He was about to agree when Aizen's voice suddenly broke the air. "Seiya-kun." Seiya turned, startled to see Aizen looking back at him, his expression unreadable. "Aren't you curious about what I'm going to see next?" What?" Even Urara appeared slightly taken aback by the comment. "Aizen-san." Seiya fidgeted, feeling an unexpected wave of tension. "Of course I'm curious. Who wouldn't be? But..." Weighing the risks of involving himself in whatever forbidden knowledge Aizen was pursuing, Seiya forced a smile and shook his head. "It sounds important. I think I'll pass for now." "Is that so?" Aizen's response was calm, almost indifferent, as he turned back around and disappeared through the doorway with Urara. Left standing in the corridor with Akin, Seiya couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Sensei, what were you trying to do just now?" Chapter 29, The Eccentricities of Squad 12. This curry block is made from a base of grasshoppers and earthworms, mixed with animal fat and seasonings before processing. You dissolve it in hot water at a 1:3 ratio, heat it up, and voila. That's the ideal consistency. As for the flavor, the captain has already tested it. He says it's close to pork curry. Once we confirm there are no side effects, we might even consider releasing it to the market. This one here is made with. As Akin enthusiastically described Squad 12's exclusive culinary creations, Seiya could barely hold his tray steady, his hands trembling. Wait. You're saying it hasn't been confirmed safe yet?" Akin chuckled, seemingly unfazed, and ladled a generous helping of the curry onto Seiya's plate. "Relax. It's not lethal." "That's not comforting at all." Seiya grimaced but mustered his resolve, pinching his nose as he ate just enough to feel semi-full. Akin, on the other hand, appeared to have no qualms, happily devouring his food with gusto. "Seiya-kun, have you decided where you'll go after graduation?" The sudden question caught Seiya off guard. He paused briefly before responding. "Not yet." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing major. I just thought, if possible, you might consider joining Squad 12. Seiya forced an awkward smile, letting out a dry laugh. "Why does this topic haunt me everywhere I go?" Noticing his discomfort, Akin hesitated, then offered an apologetic expression. My apologies if I spoke out of turn. I didn't mean to make you feel pressured, Seiya-kun. It's fine. Honestly, I appreciate the candid conversation. It's meaningful. Seiya took a sip of the specialty red tea they had served and couldn't help but let curiosity creep into his voice. Still. Aken-san, why would you want me to join Squad 12? Ah, drop the san. Just Haken is fine, he said with a smile before continuing. I've heard the captain mention you a few times. Probably because of your connection to Lady Yoruichi. Captain Urara often complains that the squad is full of dull, old-fashioned folks. Aken's expression softened with a touch of regret. But honestly, that can't be helped. Many of us come from the maggot's nest. There are plenty of people here who aren't great with words or have physical impairments. Even so, the captain vouched for us. He understood us and gave us a chance. Aken's voice carried an undertone of gratitude. Frankly, I owe the captain a lot. So, when I see him struggling with the squad's morale, I feel like it's my duty to do something to help. He then offered Seiya a sheepish grin. I figured if someone like you, Seiya-kun, joined us, it'd bring the captain some joy. Seiya nodded, his expression thoughtful. That's a very straightforward reason. That's all it is, so please don't take it too seriously. Seiya could see the sincerity in Aken's words. Urara had clearly done a lot for him and others in Squad 12, fostering loyalty in even the most unlikely of individuals. Still, it's quite the compliment to be considered. But I'll need to discuss it with Aizen-sensei before making any decisions. That's more than enough, Seiya-kun. Thank you for considering it. And for today, lunch is on me. Well, thanks, then. Aken chuckled and pointed toward another serving station. They've also got artificial meatballs and drinkable plant extracts. Brand new additions. Want to give them a shot? The names alone sound incredibly dubious. No, I think I'm good, Seiya replied quickly. As their conversation progressed, Seiya found himself warming up to Aken. While they weren't close enough to call each other friends, the man's straightforwardness and sincerity left a positive impression. The original story barely scratched the surface with characters like him, huh? For all his future accomplishments, Aken's portrayal had been relatively one-dimensional. Meeting him in person painted a far richer picture. Seiya-kun, you seem pretty close to Aizen-sensei. Is that by his choice? No, it's mine, Seiya said confidently. He's my mentor, after all. I rely on him for guidance. Is that so? The captain has mentioned that Aizen-san is quite remarkable. But he always seems distant, like he's keeping himself apart from others. Urara really shared that much with his subordinates? Seiya raised a brow at the revelation, guessing it reflected Urara's deep trust in Aken. It's good that you're with him now, though. I'm sure Aizen-san appreciates your companionship. Finding like-minded individuals is rare. Meeting one is already a stroke of luck. Seiya felt a shiver run down his spine. Why do these compliments feel so intense? He chuckled nervously. But I don't have much aptitude for research. That's fine. You can learn as you go. It's not that difficult. Is research really that easy? For example, our squad's vice captain doesn't even. Aken began but abruptly stopped, his gaze shifting toward the entrance. Oh, speak of the devil. Seiya followed his line of sight and saw a fiery figure storm into the cafeteria. Where's that Urara idiot hiding? The shout rang out, sharp and furious. The speaker was a petite woman, no taller than 1.4 meters, with golden hair tied into a high ponytail and freckled cheeks. Her sharp grin revealed a pair of prominent canines. She wore the standard Shinigami uniform, her left shoulder adorned with Squad 12's insignia. Without hesitation, she grabbed a nearby researcher by the collar and lifted him clean off his chair. Hey! Tell me where that baldy is. I don't know. I'm just here to eat. Even without an introduction, Seiya immediately recognized her. Tori Sarugaki. She was brash, loud, and confrontational. Completely at odds with the composed demeanor of most others in the room. Watching her antics, Seiya sighed inwardly. Why am I not surprised? Aken stood, visibly irritated, and approached her. Tori, what are you doing now? I'm looking for that idiot Urara. Where is he? We're in public. Show some respect and address him as captain. Huh. I haven't acknowledged him as my captain yet. And I'm the vice captain. Vice captain. You should be addressing me properly, too. If you dislike it so much, then quit your position. No way. Seiya winced at their argument. Loud. So loud. Tori's explosive personality was grating, to say the least. She was the complete opposite of Aizen. Calm and caring. Seiya decided it might be best to leave the cafeteria before things got worse. But as he turned, He felt a sudden tug on his sleeve. Huh? Looking down, he saw a small figure peering up at him from beneath the table. For a moment, the two simply stared at each other. Then Seiya's mind raced. Wait. Why is this kid here? The child in question was unmistakable, short, round-faced, with wide eyes and dressed in a white swaddling outfit. She looked barely strong enough to stand but was gripping Seiya's sleeve with surprising tenacity. Her appearance was undeniably familiar. This has to be Nemu, the artificial Shinigami created through Mayuri Kurotsuchi's Nimri project. But this couldn't be right. The timeline didn't add up. Had the project already advanced this far under Yorihara's leadership? Before Seiya could process his thoughts, the child wobbled forward, tottering closer to his side. Standing on tiptoes, she clutched the table's edge, lifting her small head just enough to peek at the remaining curry on his plate. Her large, dark eyes sparkled with a clear intent. Then she dropped back down, turning to Seiya with an expectant expression. She pointed to her open mouth with one hand. Ah. Seriously? Chapter 30, Famed personas. Watching the child in front of him open her mouth wide, Seiya couldn't help but feel a wave of awkwardness wash over him. What is this? Are you the mouse from Tom and Jerry, Jerry's little nephew Toffee? And it's clear she doesn't understand a word I'm saying. While Seiya was still puzzling over what to do, an unfamiliar voice interrupted his thoughts. Ah, I see. Her favorite insect curry must have sold out, so now she's attempting to procure it from someone else. The calm yet slightly unsettling tone sent a chill down Seiya's spine. He turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Standing nearby was a man holding a tray, wearing a white coat. His skin was deathly pale, his features devoid of warmth. His short blue hair was slicked back like a meticulously groomed lawn. At the sides of his head were strange conical devices, and a streak of black makeup stretched from his temple across his eyes. Mayuri Kurotsuchi. Mayuri's gaze never fell on Seiya. Instead, it remained fixed on a child struggling to balance herself nearby. Fascinating, Mayuri muttered, his lips curling into a grotesque grin. She hasn't been formally trained to interact with others, yet her instinctive desires are compelling her to take action, seeking her goal through contact with others. Very good. Humans often resort to any means necessary for survival. Even this slight proactive behavior is a promising sign. Perhaps it's time to move to the next phase of her development. Seiya watched as Mayuri made a dramatic gesture with his right hand, extending it toward the little girl. Come now. As a reward, I'll have the kitchen prepare a special batch of insect curry for you. The girl's eyes lit up with unmistakable delight. Yep, she's exactly like Toffee. She hesitated for a moment, clearly tempted to move toward Mayuri. But instead, she took a few steps back and gestured at Seiya with her small hand. What does that mean? Waving goodbye? Is she that polite? She's telling you to lower your head, idiot, Mayuri interjected without a shred of patience. Huh? Really? Still confused, Seiya obediently bent down, lowering his head toward the child. In an instant, he felt a sharp tug on his scalp. Ow! Rubbing his head as he straightened back up, Seiya saw the girl holding one of his long hairs. Her face radiated childlike joy, as though she had just discovered a dandelion. Hair, huh? Seiya glanced at the strand she had taken. He had been taking good care of his hair lately, washing it thoroughly during baths and eating well, so it did seem healthy and shiny. Mayuri, however, looked less than impressed. His initial enthusiasm vanished, replaced by a scornful sneer. Seriously? She's only interested in that idiot's hair? My opinion of you just plummeted, you useless brat. With his interest extinguished, Mayuri turned to leave. Excuse me, Seiya called out tentatively. Mayuri stopped but didn't fully turn around, his tone flat and dismissive. What? Are you curious about my brilliant plans? If it's not about that, don't bother. I'm not interested in idle chatter, Seiya Arima. Wow, way to shut down a conversation. Still, that wasn't what bothered Seiya. Raising his hand, he pointed at his own face, curiosity evident in his voice. How do you know my name? There's been a lot of talk about you in Squad 12. After all, it's not every day a student defeats a lieutenant in direct combat. Was that a compliment? Seiya raised an eyebrow. Before he could respond, Mayuri's lips curled into another disdainful smirk. Then again, I'm not interested in people like you. A muscle-brained gorilla with no sense of aesthetics or understanding of research. People like you wouldn't grasp anything truly fascinating in this lifetime. Or the next. I am Mayuri Kurotsuchi. I'm sure you'll hear my name plenty once you join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Don't pretend you don't know me when the time comes, mortal. Wow, this guy's even more arrogant than I thought. Seiya wasn't surprised by Mayuri's sharp tongue. It was exactly as he expected. Still, hearing it firsthand was another matter. No wonder his reputation in the original story was so awful. Compared to Aizen-sensei, this guy is night and day. But Seiya wasn't overly concerned about Mayuri's opinion. After some curt remarks, Mayuri escorted the child to the kitchen, likely to arrange for her special curry. Around them, Squad 12's members seemed entirely unbothered by the scene, as though this sort of thing happened often. Seiya sighed, watching as the little girl glanced back at him one last time. He gave her a warm smile, thinking to himself. She's far easier to deal with than her father. Leaving a good impression can't hurt. I'm sorry, Seiya-kun. Akin approached him, looking apologetic. Having a guest see all this chaos. Truly, I must apologize. Seiya waved him off with a smile. It's fine. I'm sure it's more of a headache for you than for me. He glanced toward the distant ruckus. Yuri really is more short-tempered than I thought. The vice captain was busy snapping at her subordinates, her sharp words cutting through the air. She was loud, impulsive, and utterly unrestrained. No wonder the researchers are terrified of her. After finishing his meal, Seiya spent the afternoon trying his hand at some simple lab work. With Akin's guidance, he sorted materials and observed basic processes, which proved to be an intriguing experience. By late afternoon, around 4 o'clock, Aizen and Urara emerged from their private discussion. The two rejoined Seiya and exchanged polite farewells with the Squad 12 staff before heading back. As they walked, Aizen led the way while Seiya followed close behind. After about 30 minutes of silence, Aizen spoke without turning around. So, Seiya-kun, how was today's experience? Seiya thought for a moment before scratching his cheek and replying. To be honest, I don't have much aptitude for research, so a lot of it went over my head. From a beginner's perspective, claiming the day had been enlightening would be a stretch. But I did feel that most people were pretty welcoming. Well, aside from a few extreme cases. Is that so? That's more than enough. Aizen slowed his pace, falling into step beside Seiya. His usual calm smile hadn't wavered. After all, even the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, despite its duty-driven facade, cannot escape the web of personal relationships and organizational dynamics. Building connections with people like those in Squad 12 will undoubtedly benefit you in the future. Seiya nodded, his heart warming slightly. Aizen-sensei really does care about my growth, doesn't he? But then Aizen's next question caught him off guard. Seiya-kun, what do you think of Captain Urara? Huh? The question was abrupt, but Seiya quickly collected his thoughts. Well, Captain Urara seems kind and approachable. He strikes me as a bit of a people-pleaser, the type who's good at connecting with others. As far as captains go, he's probably seen as a nice guy. Midway through his response, Seiya paused. Wait. That sounds just like Aizen-sensei. His eyes widened slightly as he looked up at Aizen, who was now smiling knowingly. Realizing something, Seiya-kun? Maybe a little. I do remind you of Captain Urara. Well. A bit, yeah. Aizen chuckled softly. But the world doesn't produce identical personalities, Seiya-kun. Just as no two fingerprints are the same, people's natures are unique. So tell me. Do you think the problem lies with me or with Captain Urara? Or? Aizen stopped walking, his smile still in place, though the air around him grew subtly heavier. Is it possible that both Urara and I are simply pretending to be this way? Seiya froze, staring at Aizen in confusion. Aizen's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, glinted with an unfamiliar intensity. Seiya-kun, have you ever considered the possibility that my kindness, my approachable demeanor, and my eagerness to teach are all just a facade? And what if I'm actually someone with a terrible personality, difficult to deal with, and utterly insincere? Chapter 31, Women. The question caught Seiya completely off guard, leaving him with an awkward expression. What is Aizen-sensei thinking? Was he testing whether I had uncovered his true nature? But how was he supposed to respond? As Seiya hesitated, Aizen's expression softened, and he lightly patted Seiya's shoulder. It seems this question troubles you, Aizen said, smiling. Then feel free to dwell on it, Seiya-kun. But remember, never place too much trust in others. Not even in me. After all, who can say what lies beneath the surface of our skin and flesh? What form our true selves might take? The sudden shift in tone left Seiya momentarily stunned. Wait, was that a joke? From Aizen-sensei? That's rare. It took him a moment to digest Aizen's words, and then he cautiously asked, Aizen-sensei, are you troubled by something? For a split second, Aizen's expression froze. What makes you say that, Seiya-kun? Seiya tilted his head slightly, a perplexed look on his face. It's just. If this were the usual Aizen-sensei, you wouldn't be saying these kinds of things to me. People often behave differently when they encounter stress or unexpected events. They become more sensitive, sometimes even erratic. This same principle, Seiya reasoned, could easily apply to Aizen. Recalling his interactions with Urarakazuka earlier, Seiya couldn't help but surmise that Aizen had likely encountered some kind of bottleneck in his research on the Hogyoku. Even someone as composed as Aizen was bound to face frustrations. It was only natural. Perhaps a straightforward word of comfort would help alleviate his worries. But Seiya knew better than to appear too presumptuous. He was still mostly in the dark about the situation, and overstepping could only lead to suspicion. Seiya raised his right hand and mimicked Aizen's typical tone, carefully phrasing his response. Normally, Aizen-sensei might say something like, placing blind trust in others is indeed a bad habit, but conversely, those with this trait are often the best at connecting with others. His response was balanced, insightful, and entirely in line with the version of Aizen that most people knew. At this, Aizen's gaze shifted, the light in his eyes changing slightly. His lips twitched as if to say something, but after a brief pause, he broke into an unfamiliar, genuine smile. Not his usual calm and measured expression. Aizen's shoulders trembled slightly, and then an uncharacteristic chuckle escaped his lips. A light sound at first, before cascading into full laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Seiya-kun, you truly are an interesting person. Seiya, meanwhile, was left speechless, his face a picture of exasperation. What is he laughing about? Did I do something ridiculous? Aizen-sensei, Seiya began hesitantly, what's so funny? Aizen took a moment to adjust his glasses, his composure quickly returning to its usual serene state. Seiya-kun, some questions are best explored on your own. That's the only way to find meaningful answers. Well, it seems he's back to normal. But being laughed at for no reason is still kind of annoying. Seiya-kun, it's getting late, Aizen said, his tone casual yet inviting. How about I treat you to dinner before we head back to the academy? What? Seiya perked up immediately. Forget what I said earlier. Aizen-sensei is amazing. Thank you, Aizen-sensei. I suppose the prospect of food is the only thing that truly energizes you. Well, considering the food in Squad 12 wasn't exactly edible. Should I relay that sentiment to Captain Urara? Please, no. The pair walked on, bantering lightly as they disappeared into the golden hues of the setting sun. The Syriite AI was vast, and its residential and squad barracks were separated into distinct zones. Only the central districts and a few select squad areas boasted bustling commercial hubs. Aizen led Seiya to a rather unassuming establishment. From the outside, it looked old and worn, but the lively atmosphere inside told a different story. The air was thick with the mingling scents of alcohol, fried foods, and the faint musk of aged wood. Seiya wrinkled his nose slightly. It's a bit overpowering. But despite the rustic setup, the place was clearly popular. Shinigami in their uniforms filled the space, drinking and chatting loudly. This is one of the oldest and most well-known restaurants in the Syriite AI, Aizen explained as he glanced around. Even Captain Commander Yamamoto himself has dined here. Oh, so it has the Captain Commander's seal of approval. That explains a lot. Though it wasn't to Seiya's taste, he wasn't about to complain about free food. Let's eat. Aizen ordered with ease, clearly familiar with the menu. Then he turned to Seiya with a raised brow. Seiya-kun, do you drink? I don't mind trying a little. Understood. Aizen smiled faintly, then told the waiter, just bring him a glass of the grape juice. What? Did you even hear me? Resigned to his fate, Seiya kept quiet. Soon, a neatly dressed server brought over their food. Thank you for waiting. Here's your grilled skewers and sashimi. Enjoy your meal. The skewers were perfectly charred, the chicken tender and juicy. The sashimi, served atop crushed ice, was arranged beautifully. Seiya dug in enthusiastically, even ordering a few extra bowls of beef rice to sate his appetite. Meanwhile, Aizen only nibbled at a few skewers before setting his chopsticks down. As Seiya demolished his third bowl of rice, he noticed Aizen glancing at him from time to time. Aizen-sensei, aren't you eating? I'm not very hungry. Seiya sensed the evasion in his tone but chose not to press the matter. Fine. More for me. While Seiya was absorbed in his meal, Aizen excused himself, saying he needed to use the restroom. Seiya nodded absently, watching as Aizen disappeared down the hallway. Aizen-sensei seemed stressed lately. Maybe I should try cheering him up with a joke or two later. But before Seiya could finish that thought, a loud commotion erupted from the restaurant's upper floor. There were crashing sounds, followed by sharp voices. A mixture of scolding, anger, and a woman's high-pitched screams. What's going on up there? The upper floor was reserved for private rooms. Without a reservation, no one could access it. As Cia debated whether to intervene, a figure tumbled down the stairs, landing with a thud. It was the waitress who had served them earlier. Her kimono was torn, her long braids undone, and her face swollen from a harsh slap. Her left cheek was grotesquely discolored, the result of burst blood vessels and severe bruising. She looked utterly pitiful, trembling as she collapsed at Cia's feet. Cia quickly stood and helped her up. "Are you okay? Please. Save me," she whimpered, clutching at his sleeve. But before he could respond further, a group of jeering voices echoed down the stairs. Well, why'd you run? You should be grateful we even noticed you. Yeah, that face is too pretty to ruin. But it's fine. From behind, no one will notice." The vulgarity in their tone made the entire restaurant fall silent, their words sending a wave of discomfort through the patrons. Cia's gaze turned cold as he looked toward the source of the commotion. A group of drunken men staggered down the stairs. Their uniforms identified them as Shinigami. Official squad members. Shinigami behaving like this? Someone in the crowd whispered urgently. "They're from Squad 11. Get out of here. If they target you, you're done for." Damn it, anyone but those lunatics. Cia blinked in disbelief. Wait. Squad 11? Weren't they all battle-crazed maniacs? Since when did they have scum like this? And then it hit him. 100 years ago, Squad 11's captain wouldn't have been Kenpachi's Araki yet. So who's in charge now? Before Cia could ponder further, a heavy, languid voice echoed from the top of the stairs. What's taking so long? A hulking figure stepped into view, each step reverberating through the room. Massive and imposing, the man's bloated physique strained against his uniform, his labored breathing filling the air. Women, women, women. All I asked for was a woman. And you idiots can't even manage that? With a swift kick, he sent one of his subordinates flying, the man crashing through several tables before lying motionless on the floor. Cia's gaze darted between the injured subordinate and the monstrous figure. And then their eyes met. Chapter 32, Kaiganjo. Before them stood a giant whose exaggerated physique was so imposing it made others instinctively recoil. Standing at over 2 meters tall, his body was layered with mountainous rolls of fat, straining against the front of his robe. His unkempt, boar-like stubble melded into his hair, creating a savage and untamed appearance. The grotesque features of his face bore no compassion or pity, only malformed lumps of flesh that radiated an eerie menace. Beneath his upturned pig-like nose, 2 horn-like protrusions jutted out from his lips. An anatomical anomaly that defied comprehension. His double chin, reminiscent of an overfed domestic pig, bulged out with an unsettling fullness that could make even a casual observer feel a wave of nausea. His tiny, bin-like eyes brimmed with lazy disdain as they swept over the surroundings until they finally revealed an expression of contempt. Don't you dare show me that disgusting smile. I hate it more than anything. Seriously, how many people have to die before you idiots learn your lesson? His calm tone carried words that sent chills down spines. The sight of the Haori on his back, signifying his rank as a captain, instantly drained the color from everyone's faces. This was no joke. The man standing before them was the captain of the 11th Division. The previously arrogant members of the 11th Division emitted bizarre wails of fear. They dropped to their knees, pleading as if their lives depended on it. See, Captain. We were just doing what you wanted. It's his fault. It's all because of him. Huh? Ian Arima froze momentarily. This was trouble he had absolutely no intention of being dragged into. His first instinct was to back away and distance himself from the chaos. But before he could retreat, an intense, scalding sensation stopped him in his tracks. A low, puzzled grunt escaped the mountain-like man as his gaze finally shifted onto Cia. His eyes carried a palpable weight, like a physical force pressing down on Cia, causing sweat to bead on his palms. This isn't good. Escape was no longer an option. Cia could feel the man's eyes locked onto him, as if the entire tavern had disappeared, leaving only the two of them. It's just me left now? The waitress in Cia's arms clung to him desperately, tears streaming down her face like a drowning person clutching a lifeline. Please, I beg you, save me. Hey, calm down. I might not even be able to save myself right now. Before Cia could respond, an unnervingly loud and labored breathing sound echoed in his ears. Though there were still 7 or 8 meters between them, the man's foul breath, reeking of rotting organs, wafted unmistakably towards Cia. The giant took a step forward, and the ground trembled beneath his massive weight. As the gap between them closed, his overwhelming presence grew even more oppressive. Looking up at the towering figure, Cia couldn't stop himself from swallowing hard. This was the first time he had truly faced a captain-level individual. Sure, he'd seen captains before, But they had no hostility toward him, so he'd never experienced this kind of crushing pressure. You. The man loomed over him, staring down with an intensity that made CE's breath catch. You're wearing Shyakusho. So why aren't you wearing a division badge? Do you have no sense of organization or discipline? Huh? This wild, terrifying man actually cares about something like that? The man crouched slightly, his posture reminiscent of a silverback gorilla. His sheer size made the waitress tremble uncontrollably. Not going to answer? Hey, are you looking down on me? Or is it that you don't recognize this uniform? That doesn't make sense, right? Are all you young ones this clueless these days? Kid, are you saying you don't even acknowledge me, Kaiganjo Kenpachi? Kenpachi. That's right, Kenpachi. Do you even understand what that name means? The man raised his right hand, extending his thumb and pointing it at his own face. I crushed the previous useless fool and took this title. That means I'm the strongest. Got it, kid? Though CE had never met him before, the name triggered a reaction in his mind. Kaiganjo Kenpachi. Now I remember. The title of Kenpachi can only be claimed by defeating the current holder, creating a unique lineage of battle-hardened warriors. But among the history of Kenpachi, there have been exceptions. Take, for example, the 8th generation Kenpachi, Tsunayashiro Soya. His imprisonment for unauthorized modifications of Rakongai residents led to a break in tradition. The 9th generation Kenpachi wasn't chosen through combat but through succession by his lieutenant, Gazuke, making him an unusual Kenpachi. Though CE couldn't recall Kaiganjo's face or specific deeds, he vaguely remembered his reputation. A savage from Rakongai who exploited the system to claim the title. In other words, he'd gotten lucky. Still, this much was clear, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' ethos was simple. Origins, morality, or intentions didn't matter. If you could fight, you were in. That said, someone who could defeat a lieutenant in direct combat wasn't to be underestimated. A direct confrontation would be unwise. As CE calculated his options, Kaiganjo's expression twisted into one of disdain, clearly dissatisfied with CE's lack of reaction. What's this? Can't even speak? Seriously, what's wrong with young people today? No skills, no manners. It's pathetic. Kaiganjo's massive hand reached towards CE, palm open as if to help him up. Get up. Sitting on the ground like that is disgraceful. Staring at the coarse, hairy, inhumanly large hand before him, CE froze. Is this guy really this reasonable? Or have I completely misjudged him based on his appearance? Maybe he's crude and obnoxious, but at least on some level, he might still be normal. Before CE's thoughts could fully form, every hair on his body stood on end. Something was very wrong. Kaiganjo maintained his blank, unshaken expression, but his hand suddenly flipped over, palm open as it swung straight for CE's face. So fast. Dodge. Bang. Chapter 33, The Duty of the Imperial Guard. CE's reaction was anything but slow. Even before his opponent launched the attack, he had already curled his body defensively. Yet, despite his preparation, he was utterly powerless to resist. Bang. His entire body was lifted off the ground, like being hit by a speeding carriage. The impact sent his mind spinning, and an excruciating pain coursed through his body. He wasn't even sure how many times he had tumbled. By the time he came to, he found himself surrounded by fragments of wooden tables and chairs. His face twisted in pain, making it impossible for him to stand. His body felt as if it had been crushed under a massive weight. His thoughts were foggy, and his awareness started to blur. Something's wrong. That slap hit my head. It wasn't an exaggeration to call the move an ambush. From the way this close-quarters combat unfolded, CE could now confirm that his opponent had spiritual pressure far surpassing that of a lieutenant. Untraceable. Unreadable. An attack launched without any forewarning. It was a miracle CE was still alive. But he couldn't blame Kaiganjo. This predicament was ultimately his own fault for trusting the man too much. A man like Kaiganjo, who rose to the title of Kenpachi by spilling blood, couldn't possibly be as reasonable as he had hoped. The best course of action would have been to follow the others and flee at the first sign of danger. Lack of experience. That's what this is. Still, reflecting on mistakes could come later. For now, he needed to stand up. While his mind urged him to act, his body didn't follow. Staggering to his feet, CE stumbled and collapsed back to the floor. From a short distance away, he heard Kaiganjo's mocking laughter. Oh ho, not bad, kid. I really swung that one to kill you, but you managed to hang on. Strike first, strike hard. That's what I learned on the streets of Rakongai. Don't hold it against me, kid. This man, a product of Rakongai's chaos, had an entirely different mindset from CE, who had lived as an ordinary citizen. Their combat instincts weren't even on the same plane. Seiya struggled to lift his gaze. Drip. A faint sound accompanied the sensation of warm liquid trickling down his forehead. A sticky, rust-colored fluid that seeped into his right eye, tinting his vision both vibrant and blurry. His head was injured. How severe was the wound? Was the bleeding bad? These were details he couldn't process. His body remained paralyzed. This was as bad as it could get. Through his muddled vision, Seiya saw Kaiganjo's massive frame drawing closer. Gone was the lazy tone from earlier. His voice now brimmed with mockery and disdain. Guys like you, I've run into plenty of them. Clueless, self-righteous fools. Thinking joining the 13th Division of Imperial Guards makes them heroes. Thinking they'll accomplish something great. God, just the thought of it makes me sick. Kaiganjo's footsteps grew louder. The sharp clinking of metal scraping against metal echoed in the air. He's drawing his blade. Kaiganjo grinned widely, baring his teeth in a display of twisted satisfaction. To Seiya, it was the look of a man reveling in power. Honor, duty, the title of captain. It's all just for show. In the end, what matters is strength and fists. Kill without hesitation. That's what gets you ahead. Oh, and food, sleep, women, and bloodshed. That's all you really need to live. Don't you agree? Reputation meant nothing. Purpose was irrelevant. It was all about indulging one's instincts. Beautiful women to claim. Annoying obstacles to eliminate. As long as he didn't provoke the nobility, he could do whatever he wanted. Outside, he might restrain himself a bit, but within the 11th Division, his authority was absolute. Even if he violated female subordinates or picked fights on the streets, no one would question him. I'm fulfilling my duty to protect the peace of the Siri Itai, he'd say. Those who didn't comply or submit, eliminate them. Even if every woman in the 11th Division resigned, Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni wouldn't bat an eye. At most, the old man might issue a token reprimand, maintain decorum and discipline. That was it. Because he was a captain, the stability of the Siri Itai rested in his hands. That was the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' philosophy. The feelings of commoners? Disposable. The lives of the weak? Expendable. If he wanted someone's body or life, it was his right to take it. Kaiganjo Kenpachi wholeheartedly embraced this ethos, finding great satisfaction in his life. To him, such a life, where whims dictated actions, was pure ecstasy. He saw no end to it. Even in his next life, he would crave the same. This was Kaiganjo Kenpachi, a man who truly believed in this twisted version of duty. Through his hazy vision, Seiya saw the man raise his long blade. If you saw me take an interest in a woman, you shouldn't have interfered. You should have pinned her down, stripped her, and presented her to me. That's your duty as a subordinate and my right as a captain. Got it? Well, looking at you, I can see you don't get it. Fine. I'll let it slide this time. You're forgiven. After all, just seeing your pretty boy face makes me sick enough as it is. With that, Kaiganjo swung his blade down, aiming to end it. Seiya's expression remained blank, almost dazed. He couldn't move to resist. His body still refused to cooperate. But his mind, sharp and alert, screamed in warning. His survival instincts surged, tightening every fiber of his being. He had to fight back. He couldn't just lie down and die. But how? What could he do now? What was left to aid him in this moment? Like a drowning man reaching for the surface, Seiya flailed mentally, searching for something. Anything. To pull him out of the abyss. In that fraction of a second, his consciousness drifted. And then he saw it. That familiar crossroads he had dreamed of countless times. Ah. So that's it. At this instant, clarity struck him like lightning. Without thinking, Seiya raised his right hand. Not to block, not to defend. But to grasp the hilt of his sword. There was no turning back. On the edge of despair, with death mere inches away, Seiya exhaled a breath heavy with the taste of blood. His Zanpakuto. Release. Chapter 34, Devour Thyself. Ouroboros. What is a Zanpakuto? Seiya had pondered this question countless times, trying to summarize its essence. His conclusion had never wavered. It is a mirror, reflecting the innermost will of the Shinigami, capturing the truth and soul hidden within, and manifesting them outward. Find the other side of yourself. Engage with it. Converse with it. And then accept that unlikable version of yourself. The process wasn't particularly complicated. After all, this was the nature of Shikai. Reflection. Introspection. Until one reconciles with their own heart. While this might seem like an insurmountable task for many ordinary Shinigami, it was a standard expectation for seated officers and lieutenants. Seiya's spiritual pressure had already reached the level of 7th class spiritual power, meaning he had the foundational capacity, sufficient reserves and a robust body to receive greater power. Yet, that was where the problem lay. At the crossroads in his dreams, Seiya had wandered endlessly, unable to glimpse his inner self. Was it because he wasn't doing enough? Or was this an implicit message that he lacked something, which prevented his counterpart from appearing? Or perhaps, deep down, he had an innate cruel streak that simply wanted to humiliate him for its own amusement? These questions swirled in Seiya's mind for what felt like ages, leaving him frustrated and stifled. But now, in the fleeting pause of the present moment, inspiration finally struck. The crossroads were not a maze meant to trap him. They were a vessel, a projection of his inner self, his truest form. In other words, he hadn't been rejected. He had been standing on the answer all along without realizing it. Endlessly circling. Perpetually wandering. Repeating what seemed like meaningless actions. Much like the dreams that had haunted him these past days. Yes. Your name is. Devour thyself, Ouroboros. Seiya silently chanted the name of his blade within his heart. And the power that lay dormant within him stirred at last, flowing through his chest in a surging tide. The release of his Zanpakuto was unexpectedly smooth. So much so that it could only be described as serene. It was as if someone had tossed a small stone into the depths of a still lake. Ripples spread outward in gentle waves before the surface returned to its calm, profound stillness. Something had changed. And yet, simultaneously, nothing seemed to have changed at all. Kaiganjo furrowed his brow as if sensing something, but he didn't make any significant move. No big deal. Just a mosquito's buzz, he thought dismissively. It couldn't possibly pose a threat. Kaiganjo trusted his instincts. After all, it was by following them that he claimed the title of Kenpachi. And his instincts rarely lied. His Zanpakuto swung downward with devastating force. His spiritual power surged like a vortex, cutting through the air as it descended upon Seiya's face. Where it should have landed. Yet, in a bizarre twist, Seiya reacted as though he had anticipated the strike, moving after Kaiganjo but somehow managing to act first. Seiya drew his Zanpakuto in a horizontal arc, positioning it perfectly to intercept the oncoming blow. Clang! The clash of metal against metal erupted with an ear-piercing screech that made even Kaiganjo flinch momentarily. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, clearly dissatisfied. After all, he'd intended to split the kid in half like a ripe melon. Instead, not only had the blow been deflected, but the feedback from the clash felt off. Something about it didn't sit right. No, more than that. The angle at which Seiya had parried was too precise, perfectly targeting the weakest point in Kaiganjo's swing. Was it luck? After all, despite successfully blocking the attack, Seiya's expression showed clear signs of fatigue and strain. No tricks. No illusions. The attack had landed, just not with the desired result. This made the situation straightforward. If crushing the bug with one strike didn't work, then 2 or 3 would do just as well. The outcome wouldn't change. Recognizing this, Kaiganjo wasted no time. With a slight lift of his blade, he shifted his stance, pivoting his left leg as his body twisted. He delivered a sweeping kick aimed squarely at Seiya's side. Retreat was impossible. Evasion, unthinkable. In that critical moment, Seiya gritted his teeth and instinctively curled into a defensive posture. The kick connected with a thunderous impact, sending him hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. Crash. Seiya smashed into the wooden ceiling above, the force pinning his body awkwardly between the beams. Pain radiated through his waist as if his ribs had been shattered. The attack had landed cleanly, yet Kaiganjo's expression grew increasingly irritated. Having honed his skills through countless street fights and skirmishes, Kaiganjo was like a butcher who could intuitively sense whether his strikes were effective. And yet, this time, something felt off. It was as if his kick had struck a cushion of air, dissipating much of its intended force. The first time could have been a fluke. The second time, though? That wasn't coincidence. What had the kid done? Damn brat, Kaiganjo muttered. The lack of clarity gnawed at him, but Kaiganjo wasn't one for overthinking. After a brief hesitation, he made his decision. No matter the explanation, killing the kid was the simplest solution. His next strike would leave no room for error. He would unleash his full spiritual pressure, obliterating the pest in one decisive blow. Meanwhile, on Seiya's end, his thoughts were expanding and spreading, as though he had entered a heightened state of awareness. So much so that he temporarily forgot about the searing pain in his ribs. The situation has changed. The rib injury will hinder my movement. Adjustments must be made. A nameless light flickered in Seiya's eyes. In his altered perception, the world around him lost its colors, becoming a stark realm of black and white. The sharp contrast filtered out unnecessary details, allowing his focus to zero in on what mattered most. Seiya could see it now. 4 azure ribbons of light radiated outward from his center, stretching rapidly in all directions. Chapter 35, The Nature of the Serpent in the World of Blurred Black and White, The blue light rings that Seiya saw emanated from the unique ability of his Zanpakuto. He saw 4 versions of himself. Just like standing at a crossroads, frozen in indecision. Seiya took his first steps into the unknown. The first version charged head-on, holding his blade with both hands, attempting a frontal assault on Kaiganjo. He was immediately cleaved in two, both blade and body, by Kaiganjo's overwhelming strike. The second version tried a flanking maneuver but was intercepted before making his move. Kaiganjo grabbed his head and slammed it mercilessly into the ground. The third. The fourth. Every attempt to break through head-on ended in failure. Seiya watched as the blue apparitions faded from deep to shallow, eventually vanishing completely. He arrived at a conclusion. A direct assault was futile. A new strategy was needed. Snap. It was as if he snapped his fingers in his mind, and the familiar crossroads appeared once more. This was the essence of his Zanpakuto's ability, simulation. By gathering data about himself and his opponent, Seiya's Zanpakuto locked these details into a fixed state. It infused them with spiritual energy, interpreting and analyzing every facet. Then, the labyrinth known as Kaiganjo would be reconstructed, mapped out in Seiya's mind. The crossroads symbolized 4 distinct paths. By consciously steering his choices, Seiya could clearly foresee the outcomes of his actions. Being cut down. Having his head crushed. His body broken. His eyes gouged out. The possibilities were endless. And so, he had to continually reset. If a frontal assault wasn't viable, he had to evade, retreat, or even defend passively. Though it sounded complicated, in practice, it wasn't difficult to grasp. It was a life-or-death game. Every crossroads was a search for survival. And when every attempt failed, as it had now, Seiya could abandon that iteration, adjust his thinking, and try again. His previous dodges had relied on this method to identify fleeting chances for survival. Kaiganjo's sense of unease was entirely justified. After all, statistically speaking, the odds were slim. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands to 1. Using a base of 4 options, Seiya had already run countless simulations in his mind. So, whether his actions seemed clumsy or desperate, as long as he could find a way out, he would choose that path without hesitation. Like a rat navigating a maze. Like a snake trapped in an infinite Mobius strip. A bowstring as a garment, the nature of the serpent. Yes. This was an Ouroboros, a serpent devouring its own tail. It was the essence of Seiya's soul and the embodiment of his innate talent. Turning the 4 fundamental actions into the very core of his being. Transforming impossibilities into chaos. Then using his power to untangle the chaos and find the singular thread that made the impossible possible. In theory, this ability was guaranteed to identify a path to victory. After all, probability is never absolute. It is rife with chaos and unknowns, which means infinite possibilities. Like giving a typewriter to a monkey. With enough time and attempts, the monkey might one day produce a masterpiece like Hamlet. But reality was never that simple. Seiya's spiritual pressure was finite. And as his Zanpakuto operated, all his energy funneled into his brain. Like an overclocked computer, this level of output caused Seiya's consciousness to blur uncontrollably. The iterations were too numerous. Using 4 base paths, Seiya had already repeated the process hundreds of times in just a few seconds. Attack, defend, dodge, even beg for mercy. Through every imaginable method, Seiya had yet to find the definitive answer. The oppressive force of Kaiganjo's spiritual energy was extraordinary. The labyrinth created from his presence alone felt insurmountable. After only a few steps, Seiya was already overwhelmed by the pressure. Perhaps, when his strength grew, Ouroboros's abilities would also improve, allowing for more precise projections of the future. But for now, this was all Seiya could manage. How much farther must I go to find the end? How many more attempts must I make to find an exit? There was no time to dwell on these questions. Because Seiya could see the faint blue glow around him starting to fracture like glass, shattering and fading away. Countless futures were denied. Simultaneously, his dimmed vision began to return to its original clarity. This isn't good. Once my vision fully resets, time will start flowing again. Before that happens, before Kaiganjo makes his next move, I must find a way to survive. The next crossroads. The next turning point. Where was it? With his stamina dwindling and Kaiganjo's relentless attacks intensifying, Seiya's situation was deteriorating rapidly. Yet it was not the time to give up. Seiya gritted his teeth and tensed every muscle in his body, veins bulging visibly on his temples. Pop. A faint sound echoed in his mind, reverberating gently. What was that? Before he could investigate, Seiya felt a warm sensation in his nostrils. Something wet dripped down. Looking down, he realized blood was flowing freely from his nose. Overexertion of my brain. This is a physiological warning, my body crying out in protest. But at the same time, Seiya couldn't afford to stop. This was a battle where failure meant death. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto. He unleashed his remaining spiritual energy without reservation. Countless indistinct, chaotic streams of blue light began to surge wildly around him. Come on. Would his body and spirit collapse under the weight of Kaiganjo's overwhelming force, like a serpent choking itself in its coils? Or would he find the elusive escape route within the labyrinth, breaking free from the endless cycle? In the aftermath of chaos, clarity would emerge. Chapter 36, Crimson blossoms bloom beneath the moon. Colors began to return, and the once hazy future became vividly clear. Seiya's nosebleed flowed uncontrollably, his breathing ragged. The overuse of his spiritual pressure was taking a severe toll on his body, causing undeniable discomfort. Numerous paths of potential evasion had surfaced in his mind, but Seiya kept them as reserved options. After all, continuing to evade would never lead to victory. It would be like a sparrow cornered by a giant snake. Struggling, dodging, screaming. In the end, all that would do is waste energy. To win, he needed to make Kaiganjo bleed. To injure him, to wound him. That was the only way to turn the tide. Kaiganjo was a captain-level opponent, a position he had achieved through underhanded methods, no doubt. But his strength was indisputable. The strongest adversary Seiya had ever faced. But even so, even against such overwhelming power, it didn't mean there wasn't the faintest glimmer of opportunity. So, where is it? The one future where I can counter and injure him? Seiya clenched his teeth, his bloodshot eyes reflecting his desperation. His heartbeat pounded louder and louder, like the roaring of an engine. Finally, amidst the infinite, turbulent futures, Seiya caught sight of the one remaining path to strike back. Unlike any route he had glimpsed before, this phantom trail appeared bathed in a blood-red hue, radiating an unsettling aura. The Mobius loop remained unbroken. The path forward was still rife with danger. But there was no other way. He had no choice but to take this chance. In the haze, Seiya thought he could hear Aizen's voice echoing beside him. Seiya, this is the battle to survive. The time had come. The only option left is to fight. A soft whistle pierced the silence, and time, like rusty gears frozen in place, began to grind forward once more. The fragile force that had bound and halted time was now completely shattered. Seiya had no retreat left. From the broken remnants of his surroundings, the boy's cold gaze turned upward. His breath steadied, and as his spiritual pressure dispersed, Seiya fell straight down from the wreckage. The battered boy hit the ground hard, coughing up blood, his face etched with grim determination. He summoned every ounce of his remaining spiritual energy. His body, like a soaked towel, was wrung dry. Compressed and squeezed until no trace of power remained. He concentrated it all in one point and prepared to release it. Whoosh! The sound of wind rose as a brilliant column of light shot upward. The viscous spiritual pressure, thick enough to take physical form, erupted into a torrent of azure energy that pierced the sky. No holding back. Pure, unrestrained release. The surge of energy tore through the crumbling shop, obliterating what little structure remained. The sky. Dusk had arrived, with trembling stars scattered across it. At this threshold between day and night, Seiya became a radiant figure, as if he were a substitute for the sun and moon themselves. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. The cowards who thrived on flattery and convenience failed to grasp the situation, and now they could only cower in fear of the unknown. Kaiganjo, however, wore an expression of disdain. Useless fools. It's just spiritual pressure, denser than usual. Just because it's something you haven't seen before, you let it scare you this much? Dragging his steps forward, Kaiganjo's lips curled as he let out a faint, mocking laugh. There were many ways for Shinigami to fight. Swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, mobility techniques, Kido. The 4 basic disciplines taught at the academy existed for a reason. But in the end, the battles between Shinigami boiled down to a clash of souls. And so, spiritual power is what matters most, brat. Kaiganjo spoke with a smug tone as he stepped closer. The air warped with gathered energy. Members of the 11th Division cried out in terror, but before they could say anything, they fainted from the sheer pressure. It was as though an invisible sun had begun to rise. Kaiganjo Kenpachi grinned confidently, assured of his victory. Third-class spiritual power. Power strong enough to obliterate ordinary souls like worms. Even well-trained Shinigami couldn't stand nearby without succumbing to dizziness. This was the source of Kaiganjo's arrogance. And what could you possibly do? No matter how strange your tricks might look, your spiritual pressure is no more than 6th class, maybe 7th class at best. You, a mere seated officer, dare to challenge me? Having decided to unleash his spiritual power, Kaiganjo aimed to end the battle quickly. He had no desire to attract unwanted attention or risk a scolding from Yamamoto. So, die. His bulging muscles tensed like steel cables. Gripping his Zanpakuto, Kaiganjo swung it towards Seiya in a horizontal arc. Boom. The air itself seemed to shatter as sand and wind surged skyward. Kaiganjo's strike tore through the atmosphere, surging directly towards Seiya. It was coming. The attack of a captain-level Shinigami, infused with murderous intent and amplified by overwhelming spiritual power. It was terrifying. So much so that Seiya's body began to tremble uncontrollably. But this was expected. A faint swish broke the air. In that moment, Seiya shifted his weight, lowering his body and sheathing his blade. The cycle of breathing. Inhale and exhale. Completed in an instant. His coiled legs uncompressed, springing forward like a released spring. Seiya's figure vanished, replaced by the crackling flash of lightning cutting through the void. Not bad. Kaiganjo watched as his energy-laden slash was split in two. Through the severed wave, he saw a battered Seiya emerge, drenched in blood. Breaking through the attack of a captain-level fighter was no small feat. The cost was evident in the shredded wounds across Seiya's body. His face was covered in cuts, his left eye forced shut by a deep gash. But it didn't end there. Kaiganjo's blade turned in his hand as he prepared for a second strike. This was far from over. He could unleash hundreds of such attacks without pause. The blade's gleam flickered as it swung once more, aimed to cut Seiya cleanly in half. And yet, Kaiganjo frowned. Something felt off again. The figure in front of him vanished as the sensation registered. In its place was the shredded remains of a Shyakusho. What's this trickery? This is the third technique of the stealth force, Utsuzumi. If I survive this, I'll have to thank Yoruichi-sama someday. Thanks to this technique, Seiya had finally maneuvered into his optimal attack range. Holding his breath and gathering his focus, Seiya raised his Zanpakuto high above his head. In the split second when Kaiganjo turned his stunned gaze, Seiya roared and brought his blade down with all his might. Splat! A vivid bloom of crimson exploded beneath the rising moon. Twisted and gruesome. Chapter 37, Gardenia bloom among the thickets as foretold by Ouroboros. Seiya's strike found its mark. His blade slashed through Kaiganjo's shoulder, cutting through muscle, blood vessels, and tissue alike. Only to be halted at the massive, bear-like collarbone. Though Seiya had anticipated this, seeing it in reality left him with mixed feelings. A pang of regret. This was his one and only chance. Kaiganjo had been careless, failing to take him seriously. Seiya had poured every ounce of his strength into seizing this fleeting opportunity. A perfect moment. But alas, Seiya's power was limited, he couldn't fully cleave through Kaiganjo's body. And that was all there was to it. As this thought drifted through his mind, a shadow darted toward him. Before he could react, Seiya's curled body was struck by Kaiganjo's hand, sending him hurtling away like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. He spiraled out of control, crashing into a kimono shop by the street. The force of his impact collapsed a significant portion of the building. Struggling to rise, Seiya ultimately slumped helplessly in the ruins, unable to move. His body was numb, aching, and utterly paralyzed. Even his fingers refused to budge. Such was the price of pushing his spiritual pressure to its limits. The term deadweight had never been more apparent. Seiya had truly become vulnerable, at the mercy of others. The Mobius loop remained unresolved. But this was the extent of what Seiya could achieve. The critical point where the Defiant could still muster a counterattack. What outcome awaited him now? The future beyond this point remained obscured, a murky haze. As Seiya pondered, he heard it. The frenzied roar of Kaiganjo outside. Crap. He still sounds full of energy. Seiya couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He wasn't surprised by the result. After all, as someone with only a seated officer's level of spiritual pressure, wounding a captain-level opponent to this degree was already beyond expectations. He closed his eyes, resigning himself to fate. Outside, Kaiganjo clutched the wound on his shoulder, sweat pouring down his face as he bellowed furiously. What the hell are you all standing around for? Get over here and patch this up. Being injured wasn't an uncommon experience, especially for someone who had clawed his way up from Rakongai. Normally, Kaiganjo wouldn't be so rattled. But this was different. To be injured to such an extent by a no-name seated officer. It was humiliating. Like being bitten by a rabbit, the shock and indignation were palpable. Humiliation, frustration, and rage. A chaotic mixture of emotions erupted from Kaiganjo, spilling over onto those around him. Move it. The members of the 11th Division, finally shaken into action, scrambled to his side. Seeing the blood gushing from his wound and the fumbling attempts of his subordinates, Kaiganjo's face twisted into a grotesque snarl. Useless garbage. Those who couldn't aid him were trash. Those who dared to defy him were scum. All he wanted was a drink and a woman. How had things ended up like this? He slammed his palm against a nearby subordinate's head. The resulting screams, the spray of blood, and the scattered debris momentarily quelled his frustration. With a slightly calmer expression, Kaiganjo muttered, "Enough. I can't waste time on this." The real problem was that infuriating brat. He turned to the still stunned subordinates and barked, "Stop standing around and go drag that half-dead punk over here." But before he could finish his command, a commotion arose in the distance. Nobles are passing through. "Captain, a high-ranking noble entourage is on its way." "What?" Kaiganjo shot an annoyed glance in the direction of the commotion. Sure enough, he saw a crowd parting to make way, people retreating to the sides of the road. The procession of nobles was unmistakable. Such pomp and grandeur left no doubt about its authenticity. There was no helping it. As much as Kaiganjo wanted to vent his anger, ensuring the nobles didn't witness his disheveled state took precedence. If word reached Yamamoto, even a mild reprimand from the old man would be too much trouble. "Fine. I'm leaving for now. Once the nobles are gone, drag that brat back to the division." Clutching his wounded shoulder, Kaiganjo turned and stalked off. The noble entourage approached as expected, their opulence almost dreamlike in its splendor. Back at the ruined shop, Seiya stared blankly at the shattered ceiling above him. The complications of blood loss made his breathing short and uneven. Not good. If this keeps up, I'll go into shock. Someone. Anyone. Help me. As his consciousness wavered, Seiya caught sight of a vaguely familiar figure entering the room and approaching him. That faint, enigmatic smile. There was no need to question who it was. Aizen. Sensei. Before he could say another word, Seiya's vision went dark as he lost consciousness. The first thing he noticed was the scent. Subtle and sweet. Opening his eyes, Seiya found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. A white blanket covered him, and a porcelain vase filled with flowers sat on the bedside table. White gardenias. The scent masked the smell of antiseptics, lending an air of refinement to the space. Seiya sat up groggily, scanning the room. Where am I? It didn't resemble a sterile hospital. Too warm, too elegant. So where was he now? As he pondered, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. A moment later, a sliding door creaked open. A familiar yet unfamiliar figure stepped into the room. Familiar because her image was iconic, unforgettable. Unfamiliar because, technically, they had never met before. She was a woman with a gentle and serene appearance, her long black hair parted in the middle. Draped over her shoulders was the houri of a captain. Her gaze swept the room before settling on Seiya. Her smile, as radiant as blooming flowers, met his eyes. "You're awake? That's wonderful. You've been asleep for 3 whole days and nights. Even I was a little worried. But knowing you're stable now should put Aizen-san's mind at ease as well. Ah, forgive me. I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. This is our first meeting, isn't it?" Her hands clasped together in front of her, her tranquil smile exuding warmth and peace. "I am Urahara Retsu, captain of the 4th Division." Chapter 38, Harvest Urahara Retsu. Among the 13 Division of Imperial Guards, aside from Yamamoto himself, she was the Shinigami who had served the longest as a captain. A millennium ago, she had been the fearsome first Kinpachi. Though now she had tempered her killing intent and no longer exuded that unnerving presence. Still, the name alone carried weight. Facing her for the first time, Seiya couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Greetings. My name is Seiya Arima, a first-year student at the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. You're quite tense. Is it because this is our first meeting?" Urahara chuckled gently. "I hope you'll grow accustomed to it. After all, once you join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, you'll need to interact with the 4th Division often as we handle medical and logistical support. It's something you should get used to sooner rather than later." Her tone carried a faint air of admonishment. But there wasn't much Seiya could do about it. She had lived for thousands of years, far beyond his comprehension. When someone so senior, a true elder of elders, lectured him, he could only take it. Seiya nodded nervously, forcing out a response. "Yes, understood. Thank you for the guidance." Urahara smiled warmly and nodded before stepping into the room to open the curtains. Outside was a beautifully maintained garden. Bonsai trees and lush greenery were carefully arranged, with sparrows flitting among the branches. A warm breeze drifted in, brushing against Seiya's body, reviving his dulled senses. As the memories of recent events resurfaced, Seiya hesitated for a moment before speaking. Captain Urahara, may I ask you a few questions?" Adjusting the window latch, Urahara turned back to him, folding her hands neatly in front of her. Her serene smile remained unchanged. Are you curious about what happened that day? Her answer was so direct that it was hardly surprising when she pinpointed his concern. Seiya nodded earnestly. I want to know what happened. Unfortunately, I cannot share too many details right now. The matter still needs to be reviewed and adjudicated within the divisions. For now, all I can tell you is that it was Aizen, our fourth seat, who brought you to us for aid. As expected. The figure he had seen just before losing consciousness hadn't been a hallucination. But that revelation only deepened his confusion. If Aizen had indeed delivered him here, why was Urahara so reluctant to disclose more? What required internal adjudication? The situation seemed far more complicated than Seiya had imagined. His expression grew increasingly perplexed, but Urahara showed no inclination to elaborate on anything related to Kaiganjo. Perhaps out of disdain for the man? As the original Kinpachi, Urahara likely held contempt for someone like Kaiganjo, who had gained his title through opportunism. But no matter the reason, Seiya knew better than to press further. I understand. Thank you for helping me, Captain Urahara. Urahara smiled softly, inclining her head in acknowledgement. It was nothing but standard treatment. The main credit lies with your own physical resilience. Truthfully, even without healing, your body would have recovered with time. So, in a way, was all of this an overreaction? As Seiya mulled this over, Urahara stood up. You seem much better now. You should be able to complete the discharge procedures soon. She turned toward the door and called out, Sanosuke, please escort Seiya to the front. The 4th Division barracks can be quite labyrinthine for first-timers. A lean man stepped into the room. Tall and thin, with long hair and a face etched with a subtle air of melancholy, he exuded an aura of quiet authority. This is Sanosuke Yamada, Vice Captain of the 4th Division. I have other duties to attend to, so I'll leave you in his care. If you have any further questions, feel free to ask him. Seiya nodded quickly. Yes. Thank you again for your assistance, Captain Urahara. It was nothing, she replied with a light chuckle before leaving the room. Sanosuke, however, showed little interest in conversation. He cast a cool glance at Seiya before turning his back and speaking in a low voice. Let's go. I'll take you to handle the discharge paperwork. Seiya had many questions. Where is Aizen? How did Kaiganjo react afterward? But now wasn't the time to ask. Seiya swallowed his curiosity and followed Sanosuke in silence. Come to think of it, I fought against Kaiganjo myself. With that thought, Seiya instinctively checked his progress. You have undergone a life-or-death trial, gaining deep insight into your opponent's strengths and techniques, swordsmanship +10, hand-to-hand combats +5, flash steps +5, keto +5. Seeing this series of notifications, Seiya blinked in surprise. What? This much progress? Multiple attribute increases weren't new to him, he had experienced similar gains while observing Yoruichi's practice sessions. But this, a total boost of 25 points, was on another level entirely. The tangible growth in his stats, paired with a noticeable increase in his spiritual pressure, clearly elevated Seiya to a new tier of strength. Seiya couldn't help but feel a rush of satisfaction. Yet, at the same time, the more he gained, the more he became aware of the gap between himself and true powerhouses. Kaiganjo didn't even release his Zanpakuto. He fought me using only his raw spiritual pressure. The reality was undeniable. Had Kaiganjo released his Zanpakuto, Seiya doubted he would have been able to mount even a semblance of resistance. The fact that he managed to gravely wound Kaiganjo's right arm was nothing short of extraordinary. This way. When you reach the entrance, just let them know your name is Seiya Arima, Sanosuke instructed before turning to leave. The cold indifference caught Seiya off guard, and he blinked in mild confusion. Why does he seem so distant? Did I offend him somehow? Sanosuke Yamada. Seiya had no strong impressions of the man. Historically, Sanosuke had served as the 4th Division's vice captain over a century ago. Since he never appeared in the anime or manga, his personality remained a mystery. Chapter 39, The Imperial Guards Assembly. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. The other person remained silent. Seiya scratched the corner of his mouth awkwardly, offering an uneasy smile. And, could you please pass a message to Captain Urahara? Thank her for all her kindness as well. The figure stopped in their tracks, half-turned, and gave him a rather disdainful look. You should have said that first. Seiya immediately understood. Another one of Captain Urahara's fanboys, huh? His mind wandered as Urahara, now riding Minazuki, landed at her destination. She stepped into a wide, serene courtyard. A familiar gathering place for her. Waiting there were several Shinigami, their expressions grave. They stood on either side of the path, watching as Urahara sheathed her Zanpakuto and walked forward. Bowing low, they greeted her with utmost respect. "Captain Urahara, this way, please. Thank you all for your efforts." Though it was a routine occasion, the air remained solemn and dignified. This was in line with the philosophy of Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni, and all visitors to this place were expected to adhere to its decorum. Urahara was no exception. Following the guidance of the attending Shinigami, Urahara entered a spacious hall. Within the room stood dozens of figures, tall and short, slim and stout, each with their own distinct aura. Some even conflicting sharply with one another. As Urahara arrived, their gazes shifted toward her, acknowledging the last captain to appear. No one spoke. Seated high on the dais, the elder opened his eyes slowly. His frail frame, white beard, and gnarled cane gave the appearance of a man well past his prime. Yet his eyes still shone brightly as he surveyed the room, resting briefly on Urahara before sweeping over the others. Finally, he spoke in a deep, steady voice. "Everyone is here. Let us begin." Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni. He tapped his cane against the floor, the sharp sound echoing through the hall. The irregularly scheduled 13th Division of Imperial Guards Assembly was now in session. Let us first hear from Lieutenant Sasakai regarding the summary of recent activities. Please pay attention to matters concerning your divisions. Normally, lieutenants did not participate in captain-level meetings. However, Sasakai Chojiro was an exception, having served as Yamamoto's right-hand man for many years. His capabilities and expertise were widely acknowledged. Stepping forward, the black-mustachioed, sharply dressed Sasakai began his report. It was brief, no more than 10 minutes of administrative updates. Once the formalities were completed, Yamamoto let out a contemplative hum, signaling the transition to the next phase of the meeting. "Good. All of you should continue to work diligently and uphold your duties to protect the Court of Pure Souls. With the main matters settled. Now, if there is anything requiring collective discussion or decision." Yamamoto's calm, measured voice seemed to formally open the floor for deliberations. "Do not hesitate to speak." "Understood." The collective reply, resounding from all present, was a display of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' discipline. Even the most rebellious individuals stood solemnly, adhering to protocol. A moment of silence. It was soon broken by a figure stepping forward from the line. "I apologize if this might embarrass someone, but as a matter of responsibility, I can't hold my tongue today." The speaker, a spirited man with a round afro and white-framed sunglasses, pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. His tone carried a hint of disdain. 4 days ago, a certain someone caused quite a commotion in the inner districts. While I won't name names, I hope they'll own up to it themselves. The speaker was Love Akawa, captain of the 7th Division. Half the room's eyes instinctively turned toward a single figure. Standing near the end of the line, Kaiganjo, who had been lost in his own thoughts, flinched. "Huh?" Not wanting to draw attention to himself, Kaiganjo's reaction was explosive. "It was just a little misunderstanding. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? This misunderstanding caused a major disturbance in the inner districts. Do you have any idea how much trouble it caused us in the internal guard?" Akawa's retort, just as loud and fiery as Kaiganjo's, left no room for compromise. Kaiganjo's forehead began to bead with sweat as he felt the pressure mounting. He wasn't used to dealing with equals on such terms, having grown accustomed to bossing around subordinates. "And the person you picked a fight with? Wasn't he just a student at the Shino Academy?" The interjection came from a blonde-haired man standing with arms crossed, one hand lazily twirling a strand of his hair. He smirked mockingly. "Starting trouble, only to get injured yourself, and now we're discussing it at a formal captain's meeting. PFFT. Just imagining it makes me want to crawl into a hole. It's pathetic." This was Rosa Trabashi, captain of the 3rd Division. Damn it. Kaiganjo wanted to snap back, but under Yamamoto's stern gaze, he could only suppress his frustration and attempt to justify himself. "I didn't even use my full strength. Besides, that brat was slippery as hell. He must have used Shikai. So you're saying you needed to focus all your attention to deal with a mere academy student who just learned Shikai?" The light, teasing tone came from another captain, one whose smile was as sharp as the words he spoke. Shinji Hirako, captain of the 5th Division, laughed boldly. A captain losing to someone who isn't even a seated officer. And then trying to excuse himself here. You're just making yourself look worse. Hirako leaned back with a relaxed posture, his casual taunts filled with biting sarcasm. Forget your little scuffle. What about the fact that you've killed so many of your own division members over the years? Shinigami who don't die to hollows or on missions end up dead at your hands. What are your subordinates to you? Your personal property? Sure, A captain has the authority to discipline their subordinates, but let's be honest. Everyone here probably hates your guts. Hirako raised his hand high in mock cheer. So, who's with me? A moment of silence. Then, a soft but deliberate voice broke through. The speaker, a scruffy man with a beard and a mature air, raised his hand tentatively. Kusagakure. Though his demeanor was humble, his words struck Kaiganjo like a hammer. I have to agree. This behavior really isn't acceptable. Though Urara's statement was mild, his agreement carried weight. 4 voices had already spoken against Kaiganjo. This was unprecedented. What's going on? Have I really done something unforgivable? I've always been like this. Why am I being criticized now? Cold sweat poured from Kaiganjo's brow, though it was unclear whether it was due to his injuries or the mounting pressure. Then came the final blow. A slender figure standing beside Yamamoto stepped forward. Losing to someone weaker than a seated officer and then making excuses to cover your past misconduct. Truly disgraceful. Yoruichi Shioin. Draped in the hurry of a captain, her arms crossed, she gazed down at Kaiganjo with an air of authority. The 11th Division is a place where strength reigns supreme. Your behavior was tolerated because of that. But losing to a no-name academy student and twisting reality to save face? Aren't you even a little ashamed? Yoruichi's confident smile widened. Her words sent a chill down Kaiganjo's spine. If you still have any pride left, why not commit seppuku right here? Chapter 41, The 13th Division of Imperial Guards. A casual tone, a flippant attitude. It felt like an offhand joke, but perhaps it was simply a moment of unfiltered honesty. Elusive like a cat, this was the essence of Yoruichi Shioin as she was known to those present. Her light golden eyes sparkled with intensity as the head of the Shioin clan pressed her aggressive stance. Well, what's this? Can't even manage a word of defense? Even if you lack confidence, a proper response would be to at least argue, don't you think? Or is it that you can't follow through without someone to assist you in cutting yourself down? Grinning like a lioness baring her fangs, Yoruichi's gaze left Kaiganjo drenched in sweat. If you don't mind, I could always lend a hand. Of all those gathered, only Yamamoto Genri Uzai instilled more fear in Kaiganjo than this maddening Shioin head. To him, the nobility embodied unchecked privilege and twisted power. Forces he hated yet feared deeply. Desperation crept into his voice as he spoke, his tone uncharacteristically submissive. And no, that's not it. Lady Shioin, I just meant that there's a reason for all this. Nearby, Shinji Hirako burst into laughter, his grin widening with delight. You're digging yourself deeper, you idiot. Shut up, you bastard. Silence. The single word fell like a bucket of ice water on the flames, instantly quelling the rising tension. Yamamoto Genri Uzai did not comment on the matter directly. However, his verdict was final. Kaiganjo, your methods warrant discussion. Do not repeat such actions in the future. That is all. Relief flooded Kaiganjo's face, and he broke into an awkward, triumphant grin. Ah. Ha. I understand. As the captain of the 1st Division, Yamamoto's authority over the 13th Division of Imperial Guards was absolute. His words carried more weight than any law. Kaiganjo had escaped unscathed. TSK. Shouldn't you at least thank the head captain for saving your hide? The teasing voice belonged to Shun Sekiraku, who stood with his usual carefree posture. Draped in a pink floral-patterned hori and wearing a straw hat, he looked more like a vagabond than a captain. If it weren't for the old man, do you think you'd have anything to laugh about right now? This was one of the rare times Kiraku directly addressed Kaiganjo during a meeting, a surprise to many. Caught off guard, the boorish captain fumbled for words. Before he could reply, Yamamoto tapped his cane against the floor with a resounding thud. Silence. Even unspoken words were swallowed in this room. One of the core rules of the captain's assembly. Does anyone have anything else to discuss? After a brief pause, Shinji raised his hand again. This isn't too important, but I wanted to inform everyone. I'm planning to appoint Hazen Sosuke as my new vice captain. Standing next to him, Rosa Trabashi tilted his head in mild confusion. That doesn't seem important at all. Isn't appointing your vice captain entirely up to you? Exactly. This wasn't something that required the assembly's attention. Shinji chuckled lightly, his smile inexplicable. It's not a discussion, really. Just a heads up. I'd appreciate it if you all treated Vice Captain Aizen kindly in the future. Then, turning toward Lovekawa, Shinji raised another topic. By the way, did you find the soul of that 11th Division member Kaiganjo killed? Love furrowed his brow and, after a moment's thought, shook his head. Completely disappeared. Not surprising, though. Weak souls like that don't tend to stick around for long. That's not what I meant. But forget it, this isn't meeting business anyway. Let's move on. From a shadowed corner of the room, Kusagakure watched the exchange, his expression contemplative. As the discussion began to meander, Yamamoto raised his cane and tapped it against the floor once more. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Drawing a deep breath, Yamamoto's sharp gaze swept the room. Dismissed. Understood. X12. With the meeting concluded, the captains relaxed their formal demeanor. Familiar groups broke off for casual conversations, some even making plans to share drinks. A common ritual following assemblies. Kaiganjo lagged behind the others. His expression darkened, and his body trembled faintly. Pain. The wound on his shoulder seemed to have reopened, the bandages now soaked in a mix of blood and sweat. Fear. This wasn't a meeting. It was a hunting ground. Kaiganjo felt like a fox masquerading as a wolf, desperately trying to avoid exposing himself among true predators. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why was he subjected to such humiliation? This was all because of that little brat. If the boy had just died when he should have, none of this would have happened. What was his name again? Some Shino Academy student? Don't think you're safe just because you're hiding in the academy. I'll find you. This grudge won't go unavenged. Yamamoto walked through the corridor, his lieutenant, Sasaki Chojiro, trailing closely behind like an unyielding sentinel. Oi, old man. An infuriatingly familiar voice. Yamamoto stopped in his tracks, his stern gaze turning toward the two figures approaching him briskly. Shun Sekiraku and Joshiro Yukitake. The two men, his prized students and closest confidants among the captains, were also the ones most likely to test his patience. Unlike his formal demeanor during the meeting, Kiraku's tone now was even more playful. Old man, you were so cold today. Don't you have anything to say to us after all this time? I have nothing to say to a loafer like you. And besides, why did you target Kaiganjo during the meeting? Target? I was helping him out, wasn't I? Yukitake coughed lightly, his tone dry with skepticism. None of us are blind, Shunsei. Kiraku tilted his head and stroked his chin thoughtfully, a mischievous grin creeping onto his face. Well, watching a guy like that squirm is a rare treat. Besides, I'm curious about what happened that day. The white-haired Yukitake turned to him. The boy who injured Kaiganjo. I've heard rumors among the division members. If the stories aren't exaggerated, he might be a remarkably talented individual. Cough, cough. Yes. His name is Ce in Arima. I heard he even held his own against Tomata from the 2nd Division. Quite impressive, isn't it? Kiraku adjusted his hat, his eyes glinting with amusement as they followed Yamamoto's retreating figure. I also heard he's exceptionally skilled in hand-to-hand combats, making a name for himself with techniques you pioneered, old man. Cough. Why are you so interested in him? Kiraku chuckled softly, as if deflecting the question. Well, let's just say I have a distant relative connected to him, so I figured I'd keep an eye out. Yukitake was thoroughly perplexed. In contrast, Yamamoto merely let out a low hum, silencing both of them with its weight. If his talent is real, then polishing and tempering it will be necessary. The 13th Division of Imperial Guards was diverse in its composition, but there was no place for mediocrity. If he truly has potential, then he must learn, struggle, and fight. Only then will he become a pillar worthy of bearing the name of the Imperial Guards. Until then, Yamamoto would remain disinterested in the boy's future. Chapter 42, Parting to Meet Again. Missed class credits can be appealed and withdrawn. Since we're already aware of the situation, it's on record that you were injured while performing a good deed outside the academy, correct? Don't worry. Aizen-sensei has already reported the matter. Everyone acknowledges your actions. So, according to protocol, all you need to do is fill out these forms and submit a report. However, the lessons you missed over these days can't really be made up. But, well, for someone like you, it probably doesn't matter. After all, you're not just a standout among the first-year students. You're one of the top prodigies in the entire Shino Academy. Nanao eyes adjusted her glasses as she handed a neatly compiled set of documents to Seiya. Alright, genius, get through the process, will you? While it was nice that others had prepared so much for him, the tone of her words gave Seiya a subtle sense of sarcasm. Was this Nanao's trademark soft-spoken style of cutting remarks? Captain Kiraku, your relative is really hard to deal with. Plastering on an awkward smile, Seiya took the prepared file and nodded in response. Thank you for your help, senpai. It was nothing. Just doing my job. Nanao turned slightly, her gaze lowering as she displayed a faintly wistful expression. You've improved quickly, haven't you? I suppose by now, you've gotten over any deficiencies with Kido. No, it's all thanks to your guidance from before. Have you ever seen a child teaching an adult how to use chopsticks? The thought alone is laughable, isn't it? To Nanao, That was exactly how her previous efforts at teaching Seiya felt. You're quite good at hiding your talent, aren't you? Her tone carried a tinge of admiration. Such words weren't surprising. Compared to a true genius, even someone with Nanao's natural abilities couldn't compare. And yet, it was as it should be. This man shone so brightly, it was no wonder. More importantly, instead of chatting with me, don't you have something more important to take care of? Faced with this blunt reminder, Seiya had no choice but to stop lingering. Alright then, senpai. I'll take my leave. See you around. From her spot at the windowsill, Nanao propped her chin on one hand, her smile blooming like a lotus on the water. Alright, take care. As she watched him walk away, Nanao couldn't help but sigh softly. Though she had prepared herself, there was still a hint of inner conflict. If only. If only she had reacted sooner, perhaps their relationship wouldn't feel so awkward now. The spring breeze knocked on her door, but before she could respond, it had already drifted away. Seiya wanted to visit Izane, but she had already left to begin her internship with the 4th Division. It was likely during this time that Izane developed her deep respect and admiration for Captain Urahara. Her path seemed set, in its own way. I'll catch up with her later. Next on the list of people to see. Kaname Tosen. That guy was as active as ever, smiling inexplicably the moment he saw that Seiya was fine. At least you didn't die. Who opens a conversation with something so ominous? But on reflection, hearing Tosen make a joke was a rare kind of progress. The two found a place to sit and exchanged a few casual words. Given their rapport, Seiya didn't hold back, explaining everything to Tosen in detail. In response, Tosen thanked Seiya for trusting him and offered his evaluation. So, Kaiganjo must really hate you by now. Huh? Why? The 11th Division is known for its combat-driven nature. A man as volatile and flamboyant as him. It's not hard to guess he is also a sore loser. Tosen tilted his head slightly, his hands folded in front of him, his tone steady. People like him, who revel in violence, can't handle failure. Their pride is brittle and easily shattered. He'll undoubtedly hold a grudge against you. Especially since you're just an academy student. It's like a so-called expert hunter getting bitten to shreds by a rabbit. That was a brutally accurate assessment. So, was bluntness a common trait for blind people? It was slightly troubling. Though Seiya had grown stronger, Kaiganjo's power couldn't be underestimated. Even if Kaiganjo had clawed his way to captaincy through less traditional means, his strength was undeniably that of a 3RD class spiritual pressure. Far beyond Seiya's current level. It'll take time, but I'll surpass him eventually. For now, I guess I really have no choice but to stick it out at the academy until graduation. Sensing Seiya's unease, Tosen let out a small chuckle before continuing. But that's all secondary. For now, Arima, you should head to the faculty office. Huh? Why? Aizen-sensei is waiting for you. Wait, since when did you two get so chummy? Before Seiya could voice his confusion, Tosen was already walking away, leaving behind only a cryptic statement. Make your choice wisely, Seiya. I truly hope we'll continue walking the same path. After all, kindred spirits are far too rare. Near dusk, Seiya arrived at the faculty office. There, he found Aizen Sosuke packing his belongings into a cardboard box. What is he doing? The sight gave off an almost absurd fleeing the scene vibe. As their eyes met, Aizen smiled and set his work aside. You finally arrived, Seiya. It seemed he had been waiting for a while. Although Seiya had come seeking answers, the warmth of Aizen's demeanor deflated his initial resolve. It's hard to confront someone who's smiling at you so kindly. After a moment of hesitation, Seiya scratched his head awkwardly. Thank you for helping me, Aizen-sensei. Hey, it was nothing. After all, considering you clashed with a captain, things would have been quite inconvenient for you if the truth had come out. That was undeniably true, Aizen had done him a significant favor. But it wasn't why Seiya had came to see him. Aizen-sensei, Before he could finish, Aizen spoke first. Seiya, starting tomorrow, I'll be temporarily leaving Shino Academy. I've been promoted to vice captain, and with the added responsibilities, my teaching role here has been reduced to part-time. Seiya's mind scrambled to process the information. Alright, get it together. He got promoted. Say something appropriate. Congratulations, Aizen-sensei. Thank you. Aizen's smile remained calm as he adjusted his glasses and added, I'll only be returning to the academy once a month. Instruction will be handled by others, so, strictly speaking, you no longer need to call me sensei. What the hell? You're graduating faster than I am. Before Seiya could voice his disbelief, Aizen raised his head slightly, his expression turning contemplative. Don't feel regretful. Partings are merely prelude to better reunions. And before I go, I'd like to tell you something. Aizen's tone softened as he adjusted his glasses again. First, I owe you an apology. Encountering Kaiganjo was an unfortunate accident, but it was partially my fault. From your perspective, I can imagine you must have been quite displeased. Being deceived is never a pleasant feeling. But please, hear me out. After a brief pause, Aizen continued. You're the fastest learner I've ever seen. Your progress has challenged many of my preconceived notions. You're truly remarkable. Given time, you'll undoubtedly grow into a pillar that supports the Soul Society. So, I have a sincere invitation for you. Aizen extended his hand towards Seiya, smiling warmly. Seiya and Arima, would you like to walk this path with me? Chapter 43, Prisoners Bound by Chains. Hearing those words, Seiya's instincts screamed warnings in his mind. The inevitable had arrived. This was it. The beginning of Aizen's rebellion, the 100-year chess game meticulously planned to disrupt Soul Society. The cascade of events that followed. Masaki Kurosaki's infection, the exile of the Vizards, the seismic shifts within the Soul Society. Already played out in Seiya's head like a haunting melody. These pivotal moments loomed large, making Seiya's original purpose for coming here feel insignificant by comparison. Now, what should his answer be? Should he abandon Soul Society, becoming like a serpent lying dormant for centuries? 40 short years of human life had not prepared him for this magnitude of decision-making pressure, leaving Seiya feeling a rare tension. It wasn't that he was unwilling to agree. But he wanted to approach this choice with the gravity and sincerity it deserved. Just as Seiya was about to speak, Aizen paused, his expression softening with a hint of humility. Forgive me. It seems I haven't explained any of this to you yet, have I? Aizen murmured to himself, retracting his outstretched hand. Rising to his feet, he offered an apologetic smile. It must seem strange to hear such abrupt words out of context. Hey, I may have let my eagerness get the better of me. Adjusting his glasses, Aizen moved to stand beside Seiya. Seiya, do you have some time? Would you take a walk with me? Even though it was close to the evening study period, how could Seiya refuse now? Of course. The two walked side by side along the corridors of the academy, eventually stopping at the closed shop on the first floor. The late hour ensured the place was deserted. Though not entirely secluded, it was certainly out of the way. Seiya studied Aizen's back as he heard the man speak in a low tone. A lot seems to have happened, but in reality, it's only been a little over a month, hasn't it? Seiya, these past weeks have been thought-provoking. It was true. Reflecting on his journey since entering the academy, it really had been only a short time. Barely over a month. For Soul Reapers, whose lifespans spanned millennia, this fleeting period was but a blink of an eye. In ordinary circumstances, it would hardly be worth remarking upon. But precisely because it has been such a short time, your progress has left me in awe. Aizen turned to look at Seiya, his gaze carrying an inscrutable light. When you first enrolled, you showed promise only in swordsmanship. Yet within 2 weeks, you qualified to receive an Asaki and, with advanced hand-to-hand combat techniques, defeated Lieutenant Omida, making a name for yourself across the academy. Not long after, you mastered your Shikai and even managed to injure a captain during a confrontation. Truly. What words could possibly capture the extent of your achievements this past month, Seiya? While it was true that Seiya had accomplished all these feats, hearing them listed out like this felt dangerously close to overpraise. Then, Aizen-sensei, was it your arrangement that led to my encounter with Kaiganjo that day? Half correct. Aizen responded candidly. I was aware that members of the 11th Division were in the area engaging in their usual antics. Given their tendencies, a conflict was almost guaranteed. So? I simply wanted to observe your character and, through your exchanges with those squad members, further evaluate your growth. Seiya mulled over this for a moment before speaking. Aizen-sensei, is that really something you should admit so lightly? After all, he had nearly lost his life in the process. Do you think what I did was excessive, Seiya? Isn't that obvious? Though he wanted to retort, the faint smile lingering on Aizen's lips made Seiya swallow his words. That amused expression suggested Aizen had planned every step of this interaction. Young people are so impulsive. Seiya, do you know the mortality rate for graduates who join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards? How would I know that when I barely understand the structure of the universe? It's 1 in 4, Seiya. Aizen's tone was calm, his hands resting lightly on his knees as he explained with the poise of a professor imparting a critical lesson. Devoured by hollows, maimed beyond recovery, executed in secrecy after mission failures. The list goes on. Combined with those who are dismissed for poor performance or meet with accidents during internships, the number of academy students who make it to full-fledged squad members is exceedingly small. What I told you before wasn't just lip service. It was the truth, spoken from the heart. For those lacking in skill, it's far kinder to confront their limitations early and live out their days in peace than to face a cruel and certain death. This is mercy. The same sentiment, delivered in a different context, carried an entirely different weight. Reflecting on it now, Cae realized the original Bleach narrative had glossed over the harsher realities of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. In a way, Aizen's words filled in gaps Cae hadn't even considered. But those are broad truths. On a personal level, I did act unfairly toward you, Cae. For that, I must apologize sincerely. I'm truly sorry. Simple, direct, and forthright. Aizen's admission carried an air of authenticity. It was hard to find the right words to respond. Though Cae was still irritated at being twice forced into life or death scenarios, the way Aizen handled it left little room for reproach. If Aizen had truly wanted him dead, he could have done it himself without orchestrating these elaborate setups. Instead, there seemed to be a strange method to his madness. So, Aizen-sensei, what is it that you truly want? Aizen fell silent for a moment, then smiled. I want to understand your potential. To see if you can become a truly powerful Soul Reaper. He paused before adding, and I hope that one day, Cae, you'll become my genuine comrade. To Aizen, the ideal comrade was someone who could clear obstacles from his path, a fellow seeker of truth capable of envisioning and striving for the same future. Cae, I have a plan. A plan that will allow everyone to live under a sky of true equality and freedom. As he spoke, Aizen reached into his robes and retrieved a small, translucent orb. And at the heart of everything lies this. Wait a minute. Did you really just pull out the Hogyoku? And at this stage, it's already complete? How far along is your plan, exactly? Cae's mind raced with questions, but he managed to contain his surprise, deciding instead to hear Aizen out. Calmly, Aizen returned the orb to his pocket, letting out a soft chuckle. This is a long story. Cae, have you ever wondered about the world we live in? About the possibility that there exists a being, one with its own consciousness, who can twist the world through sheer force of will? Yes, that is the truth of our existence. We live under the gaze of another, like bacteria in a petri dish, mere subjects of an ongoing experiment. We are prisoners bound by chains. Chapter 44, Employee Number 2 of Aizen Incorporated Prisoners, huh? Using such a term to describe the beings under the rule of the Spirit King. Even with just this explanation, Cae could already grasp Aizen's perspective and philosophy. As Aizen continued to elaborate, Cae fully understood the man's thoughts. Aizen laid bare his knowledge of the Spirit King and his views about the world. Like the man he would become a century later, Aizen was on a relentless journey in pursuit of freedom. Unable to tolerate any tangible entity standing above him. Refusing to accept a life of aimless existence. Striving to change his environment and break free from his chains. This is what Aizen is trying to achieve. Cae, unsurprised by this revelation, showed no visible reaction. After all, the Aizen of the original story was an indelible character. Meeting him in person now only overlapped with what Cae already knew. Truthfully, I originally planned to observe you for a while longer, Cae, Aizen began. After all, I understand the dangers of forcing growth. Even when hastening development for the better, impatience can lead to failure. You really do know better, don't you, sensei? But regrettably, I no longer have the luxury of time. Adjusting his glasses, Aizen smiled lightly. Now that I've been promoted to lieutenant, I'll have far less opportunity to interact with you. Only through consistent and close interactions can mutual understanding flourish. Distance may add a sense of mystique, but it's ultimately an obstacle to genuine connection. It is a shame that I won't witness your growth firsthand anymore. But at the same time, I've come to realize something worth celebrating. So, what exactly did you realize? Aizen's deep gaze seemed to pierce through Cae. His voice took on a dreamlike tone. Cae, what does learning mean to you? What a strange question. Though the question felt oddly out of place, Cae pondered it seriously, given the atmosphere. Progress? Before Cae could speak, Aizen answered his own question. Regardless of what your answer might be, it would never be the act of learning itself, would it? Because that would be utterly meaningless. Cae, you and I are alike. We are monsters who merely wear the appearance of humans. To others, what seems intricate, profound, and difficult to comprehend is something we can grasp with minimal effort. People call us geniuses. But tell me, does such a label hold any real value? After all, we didn't choose to be this way, did we? The statement was cryptic, but Cae quickly grasped Aizen's intent. Within just a month, Cae had risen from being just another student to someone others approached with deference. Because of his fight with Omida, Even the instructors who used to treat him dismissively now treated him with respect. While these changes might seem superficial, they demonstrated Aizen's point. The subtle distance he had felt in interactions, like the one earlier with his ain, solidified Aizen's argument. Ce had simply done what he was capable of and what he ought to do. Yet others now regarded him differently, keeping him at arm's length, creating an invisible barrier of reverence and estrangement. This was never what Ce had wanted. There was no need for such caution. Why couldn't things stay as they were before? The realization stung, not with bitterness but with a faint sorrow. Aizen's voice broke through Ce's musings. Judging by your expression, it seems you understand what I meant, Ce. Geniuses are doomed to loneliness. Ants, no matter how hard they try, can never reach the height of an elephant. So, if the elephant were to try and understand the thoughts of the ants, that would certainly be an act of humility. But in turn, is that fair to the elephant? Once again, thoughts that had lingered in Ce's mind resurfaced, bringing a new wave of introspection. Having walked the same path, he found himself resonating with Aizen's perspective. It was this glimmer of understanding that brought a faint lightness to Aizen's tone. He smiled at Ce's profile, as if genuinely pleased. And that's not all, Ce. You're aware, aren't you? The nobles hold sway over Soul Society, enjoying privileges beyond belief. Though I hate to sound rude, this parasitic system has grown grotesquely bloated. If it's possible, I wish to join you and like-minded individuals in establishing a new order. Only someone as composed yet cunning as Aizen could deliver such a revolutionary idea with an air of calm authority. Ce exhaled slowly, knowing he couldn't allow himself to be entirely swayed. Even if it felt naive, he had to try to counter. But surely, there are benevolent nobles? Aizen chuckled softly, unshaken. It's not unusual to think so. But Ce, let me give you a simple analogy. Just as we eat meat, most of us do not need to be involved in the slaughter. To certain animals, we may even appear kind. It's the same with the nobles. What a devastating rebuttal. Not only was Aizen a master of strategy, but his rhetoric was also leagues beyond Ce's. Ce, as I mentioned before, we are prisoners bound by chains. We resist, struggle, and yearn for freedom in a sky of our own. But there are those who don't resist. They grow numb, convinced that those without chains are beasts, and wear their chains as badges of honor. They even become zealous in their loyalty, turning against their former comrades with a vengeance. And the most tragic part? These people are not few in number. They proudly uphold the old order, treating it as their sacred duty. Isn't that such a sorrowful truth, Ce? Aizen stepped forward, standing directly in front of Ce. His voice carried an inviting warmth. That's why we must unite, Ce. Only together can we overturn this unjust system. Lend me your strength. With those words, Aizen fell silent, awaiting Ce's response. How should I answer? There was hardly a choice to make. By revealing the Hogyoku and appealing so earnestly, Aizen had already laid his cards on the table. Before speaking, Ce scratched the corner of his mouth, an uneasy smile forming on his face. Aizen-sensei, you're pretty confident I'll agree, aren't you? Why else would you say all this? Aizen chuckled, his expression unreadable. Who knows? Perhaps I simply wanted to have a longer conversation with you, Ce. With nothing more to ask, Ce took a deep breath and stood up. From today onward, employee number 2 of Aizen Incorporated would officially begin his duties. Now, how should I pledge my loyalty? Should I kneel? That seems suitably formal. Just as Ce began to bend his knees, Aizen extended a hand. No need for such formality between us, Ce. A simple handshake will do. That easy? Ce reached out, grasping Aizen's hand firmly. Aizen's smile spread, like ink dissolving in water. Calm yet undeniably satisfied. The faint gleam of his glasses caught the light, exuding a mysterious aura. Welcome aboard, Ce. Chapter 45, Moonlit Night. So, Aizen-sensei has been reassigned back to the 5th Division? Yeah, but I heard he'll still teach a monthly calligraphy class, so he'll occasionally return to the academy. That said, doesn't it feel a little lonely? Aizen bit her spoon, her expression filled with quiet reflection. Huh? What are you talking about? Ce, sitting across from her and digging into a steak, asked in confusion. Well, Ce-kun, you had a fairly close relationship with Aizen-sensei, didn't you? I heard he helped you a lot, offering guidance. Now that he's left his teaching post, doesn't it feel like a bit of a loss? Ah, if you put it that way. In terms of their former student-teacher relationship, Ce might have felt regret. After all, their time together had only spanned a little over a month. There were still so many things he wanted to learn from Aizen Sosuke, but just like that, the man departed without hesitation. What a heartless teacher. But circumstances had changed. Swallowing his bite of steak, Calamity broke into a wide grin. Not at all. Izane squinted at him suspiciously. Your smile is kind of creepy, you know. It's a sign of good health. A healthy glow. Well, as long as you're keeping your spirits up, I guess that's a good thing. After all, life's about moving forward, right? Staying stuck in the past won't get you anywhere. After a brief pause for reflection, Calamity steered the conversation elsewhere, smiling as he spoke. Speaking of moving forward, Izane-senpai, you've been interning with the 4th Division lately, right? Have you already decided on your career path after graduation? Izane set down her empty bowl and nodded with a soft smile. Yeah. To be honest, my skills in other areas are pretty average. The more popular divisions like the 1st, 6th, and 8th aren't really options for me. Calamity nodded thoughtfully. The 13 Division of Imperial Guards divisions weren't just different in name, their roles and responsibilities varied greatly. The 1st Division, as the leading division, was responsible for assigning tasks and coordinating the other 12 divisions, making it the most coveted. The 6th Division, led by nobility, operated primarily to protect noble interests. The 8th Division handled intelligence and administrative work, making it popular for its relatively light workload. It wasn't hard to see why these divisions were the most sought after. I was a little nervous at first, Izane admitted, but after meeting Captain Urahara, I felt more at ease. She fidgeted with her empty bowl, her smile turning bashful. She's incredibly kind and meticulous. If I can train and work under her, I think I'd be perfectly content. So, is this fate's inertia at work, or do their personalities just naturally align? Anyway, for now, I'm focusing on improving my healing techniques to better prepare for joining the 4th Division. Having a strong sense of determination wasn't a bad thing. However, the 4th Division's recruitment doesn't explicitly require healing expertise, does it? Izane's expression grew stern. It's about attitude, Calamity-kun. And honestly, your carefree approach is what's problematic. Getting lectured in return, huh? Life's full of surprises. Has her admiration for Captain Urahara already surpassed her fondness for me? How frustrating. Calamity merely sighed inwardly. Then, snapping out of his thoughts, he offered her a warm nod and a few words of encouragement. If it's you, Izane-senpai, I'm sure you make it. For once, he refrained from his usual teasing remarks, and Izane beamed back at him with a determined expression. Thanks, Calamity-kun. I'll do my best. Yeah, no problem. Calamity briefly considered inviting her to hang out to strengthen their bond but ultimately decided against it. With Kaiganjo potentially lurking outside, waiting for a chance to ambush him, dragging Izane into danger felt too irresponsible. I need to deal with that threat first. After parting ways with Izane outside the cafeteria, Calamity returned to his classroom, his expression complicated. Since Izane had returned to the 5th Division, 3 days had passed. Initially, Calamity thought his sensei might whisk him away from the academy entirely. Yet instead, Izane's instructions were to wait. For now, continue living your life as you have been, Calamity-kun. There are a few things I need to take care of first. What is this, some kind of undercover operation? Don't tell me this will turn into a 3 years later, then another 3 years scenario. Good evening, Calamity-kun. Along the way, acquaintances and strangers alike greeted him. Calamity, ever affable, returned their greetings with nods. As he observed the various students bustling about, a bittersweet thought crossed his mind. We're no longer on the same path, are we? Indeed, standing in a different place often revealed an entirely different view. Where his initial days at Shino Spiritual Arts Academy had been marked by curiosity and eagerness, now only a faint sense of alienation remained. The lectures offered little challenge or stimulation, he'd already outgrown them. If he wanted to grow further, he'd need to seek out stronger individuals to train with. But how am I supposed to do that now that Izane isn't here? Guess I'll have to figure something out myself. With no better ideas, Calamity headed to the dojo for his nightly sparring session with Tosen. Thanks to his improved swordsmanship and growing rapport with Tosen, their practice matches had become more diverse and engaging. As long as they didn't go too far, anything was fair game. It was like a daily pop quiz. Low stakes but high in enjoyment. Occasionally, Calamity even gained a point or two in attributes. Upon arriving at the dojo, Calamity settled in to wait for Tosen. When they finally met, however, Tosen greeted him with unexpected words. Come with me, Calamity. Izane-sama is waiting for you. Calamity quickly realized what this meant. Under the radiant full moon, in the stillness of the night. Beneath the glow of light and warmth lay shadows and chilling silence. This was the time Izane would choose to make his move.